How's it going, everyone? Day two. Got the mic fixed, by the way. Mike, I did a workaround for StreamYard. Boom, we are back. Tell me if you can hear my lovely, beautiful Shure microphone and the voice passing through it instead of the AirPods. We did it. That's a win so far today. We got a lot more winning to do, though. The schedule's packed. It's packed. So good. Very excited for today. And also have a special guest joining us for the beginning. I've given up my opening remarks, which is not that important anyways, to get one more speaker in, and glad I could join us. But share it on the socials. Speakers, let me know if you don't have a link yet. I think I sent it to everyone this morning. Also, yeah, Will is joining us for sci-vive panel. Boom, we got that as well. Should be fun. And we got a lot of great stuff today. So PulseX.com. If you're not familiar, you're going to get real familiar very, very soon. Let's go. Welcome back to the show. See, I'm still used to it. Welcome to the conference. Access Live. How's it going?
What's going on, everybody? Happy to be here. How you doing, Max?
Doing great, man. Pumped. Ready for day two. PulseX conference. Kicking ass, taking names, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Have you been doing any swapping on PulseX lately?
You know what? Is there some swap of it?
Oh, maybe it's just buy only. Like they disabled the sell button on Max's interface.
I think yeah, it's like the question is, have you touched your wallet recently? have you made any trades? Is there anything to do right now? I don't know, man. I've been hodling pretty good. Hodling. We could talk about DCAing, all that fun stuff.
Yeah, that's good to know. 5 years into this game, and it's good to hear that the OGs are still buying.
still believing. Contrary to popular belief, OGs, not all of them dumping on your heads. Not all of them. So
there's strategic ways to go about it.
Yeah,
where you don't have to nuke everybody's bags.
The liquidity thing, I think that's a big part of PulseX as well, right?
Well, that's probably a good starting point. I think the reason why I felt the need to jump on here with you to start the day two of the conference was just to kind of set the tone and give some technical perspective on how PulseX works, and then remind everybody what's going on under the hood a little bit. And because a lot of these concepts are pretty well known throughout the community, but if there's new people tuning in, or if you've been around a while, you might have forgotten some of this. So the number one, first and foremost, most important thing to understand about PulseX, well, it's kind of three components, but the first most important component is that Hart's law, also known as bonded liquidity, is like the foundation of Pulse Chain's DEX. Meaning if somebody comes in and buys or sells a ton of a coin, it impacts all of the other coins on the network. And that's important because it creates this network effect inherently in the code level, so that almost like a ripple effect, all of the markets flow together. So Hart's law, it makes it, that's part of the reason why people come over here and build, is because twofold. One is that PulseX, the token, is constantly being bought and burned off the market just through simple contract swaps, which is an important piece because it almost acts kind of like, you can imagine like a gravity well at the end of time, like way out in the future. It's just pulling the whole network up in value over time because there's less and less PulseX available just by volume alone. Right. And because PulseX is like the biggest pool paired with the other core tokens, that it's got heavy weight in the system, so it impacts everything to a much larger degree.
Yeah, I think the principles of Hart's law, there's so much in the ecosystem that since we got Pulse Chain and of course PulseX being the premier DEX, a lot of the liquidity, we've got other community DEXs and stuff as well, but a ton of it on the V2, the fork of PancakeSwap V2, which is fork of Uniswap V2, and how that plays out. Richard's talked a ton about it. Is there, how important is that? I know it almost goes underrated these days. It's kind of like in the back of our minds because we've heard Hart's law, and when prices go up and down, we kind of like, it's always, okay, that's why. How big of a pump middle? We used to talk about this a lot. Like, how big of a pump middle is Hart's law with the V2, and why? Everyone's like, I remember back before Pulse even launched, it should be a swap of, we should have V3, and not that we shouldn't have V3 and PulseX, and maybe we will one day, but why is V2 so interesting on the pump middle side for for PulseX?
PulseX itself inherently is a huge fundamental, like the way that it's set up, and here's why. Anyone that builds a token on top of PulseChain is positioning themselves for massive returns on their altcoins, and the reason is because we can compare that maybe with Ethereum, where Ethereum's price doesn't really balloon in the same way that the tokens on PulseChain can balloon, and that's because of the way that the liquidity is set up. And what I mean by that is it takes a very small input of economic energy into the ecosystem in order to make big returns on the core tickers. And if there's things living on top of those core tickers, those actually get amplified even further to the upside. And the reason is because when buy comes into let's say somebody comes in to buy PulseX, well, there's a certain paths or routes you could imagine, like streets that the coins have that the monetary energy has to flow through. So if there's the right amount of dollars in the pools, meaning a small enough amount that you can get big returns, but a big enough amount that there's a reason for large players to get interested, then you're going to see these altcoins that are built on top of it just get amplified in price performance, because there will be just enough of a shortage of core coins in the main pools that it'll have to start to tap into all the other altcoin pools, which tend to be a lot smaller than your core ticker liquidity. So it's like you have this baseline, let's say the number is somewhere between like $5 and $10 million of liquidity sitting in pools on the core tickers. And then if you have an altcoin built on top of that with like, 50 grand of liquidity or 100 grand of liquidity, it takes just a little bit of that. Let's say a $1 million buy comes through. Well, a lot of that $1 million is going to hit the $5 to $10 million base, but some of that $1 million is going to branch off and filter out and hit all those other little altcoin pairs to pull just a little bit more of the Pulse or PulseX out of those pools to give it back to the buyer, which is going to really amplify the altcoin's price performance. And so in this way, there's a very real impact to having the right amount of base liquidity at this stage in the game, and the right amount of altcoin liquidity kind of sitting like a film on top of the base. And so that makes us really excited. There's a lot of good sub ecosystems that have popped up, and a lot of new pools are coming online now that, like, a lot of the really good, strong, like some of the Hex derivatives like COM and some of these other ones, like they're starting to see bigger amounts of, or I should say, very strategically placed amounts of liquidity put on top of the PulseX DEX to ride up this next major wave as the revaluation occurs.
Well, also people, we talk ad nauseum about buy and burn, and for good reason. I mean, it's one of the most amazing features of it. Deflationary PulseX. A lot of people love the token. I asked the question the other day: Hex versus PulseX. What you got, and it's pretty. I mean, they're pretty going hard. They're going hard on both of them. Both those people like those tickers. What is something that that we kind of forget about PulseX? Or, it could be the price, it could be the tokenomics, it could be, whatever in that area. But what is something that people are like, okay, that's a gem. That's something that, we really need to pay attention to coming up.
Well, so, I mean, it wouldn't be an Axis stream without maybe showing a couple charts and kind of following along with me as we go here.
Let's go.
I don't know if this is the appropriate size. Hold on a second. Let me get it right. Maybe that's a little better. There we go. All right. So the number one thing is people forget is that when PulseChain launched, PulseX was the most sacrificed for a coin, and it got dumped the hardest. But over time, PulseX is, through its deflationary mechanics, which is easy to forget sometimes, totally overperformed Pulse. So I got a bunch of lines on here, but bottom line is, from bottom to top, PulseX did a 4x versus Pulse, and it actually hit parity. And if you guys remember back in the beginning, everyone forgot about PulseX down here and was pretty bearish on it. And once we started to see this kind of recovery get put in, I was already getting pretty excited about that. And then, once we started clearing like this all-time high, it was pretty apparent to perceptive people that this thing could actually go hit parity, right? And it makes sense when you figure Pulse is like slowly inflating over time, and PulseX is just getting more and more rare. So that's the main component. Is one is contractionary and one is inflationary. And I say that kind of with an asterisk because Pulse really isn't going to inflate crazily over the long term. It's going to be pretty stable and probably hover around like a baseline slow rate of growth, maybe like 1 to 1.7% per year or something like that. But so it's pretty small, but like PulseX is actually getting less abundant. And I think over 10% of the supply of all PulseX has been burned now. And so if you take the OA out of that, I mean, that's a huge chunk of the community supply, which is really going to make dumping it a lot harder long term. And you're going to just continue to see this trend up over time. So like what we just recently saw with PulseX was a breakdown against Pulse in light of a few large players kind of exiting the ecosystem. And so there was like a clear, on a technical level, there was a clear break of structure here, this parabolic move. But that's not too much a cause for concern, because then when you throw this channel on it, and like if you really think about how many people left are going to have like the size of PulseX bags that the number 3 sacrificer had, for example, the dumper. I mean, there's just very few people who have enough energy to even dump it. And look, this dump doesn't look that bad on this chart. And all it is really doing is coming back to test diagonal support. And that's a testament to the rarity of the coin itself through the buy and burn mechanism.
Yeah, it's I mean, the ratio, a lot of people have been talking about the ratio 2 versus Pulse. I mean, that's something that's been, yeah, what is, I think I saw something a little bit earlier on that, but that's something I feel like recently people have been excited about.
I think maybe, so this is the 1 versus Pulse, right? So it went from being like 1 to 4 to being 1 to 1.
It's crazy.
And now it's back to 70% of a pulse, right? So PulseX is worth 70% of a pulse. Now, but what else has been going on is the PulseX to Hex ratio. Let's see if I can find that one right here. And so it's an interesting dynamic. Hex is up till maybe just a couple months ago, I mean, like hyperinflationary, whereas PulseX was deflationary. Let me flip this upside down. This is PulseX over Hex. So look what PulseX is doing to Hex. It's doing kind of the same thing it's doing to Pulse, but except it's trading somewhat in a range. The key point here being, okay, so what's happening? Well, PulseX topped out at basically the same level 3 times now. So it just versus Hex, right? So Hex, until recently, was starting to make a comeback here. And now with some of this big dumping coming on from large players, PulseX is once again showing that its deflationary nature is helping it regain against Hex for now what looks to be almost a 4th time. And we'll see if this plays out where it comes up here to retest this again. Now, in a long enough time horizon, you're just going to see PulseX become so much more rare than the rest of them. Especially if you start seeing tons and tons of volume on chain, then it's going to make it even rarer faster. And so you're going to see PulseX climb against all of the core tickers, I would assume.
Well, I think it's interesting too versus Pulse, where, as we pick up steam as Pulse Chain, we make a marketing, all the stuff we want to see happen with retail. With people are starting to buy more Pulse or get more Pulse or value Pulse more, do you think, you think PulseX will still keep up with it with the, hey, once I get Pulse, they get PulseX and trading and volume, and it's kind of like, is it meant to equalize? Is it meant to like always be competitive, or like can Pulse overtake it with just like, hey, gas token, everybody needs gas token?
I think naturally everyone probably anyone that's been in crypto long enough probably generally agrees that the layer 1 token always reigns supreme. So like I think in this case, to your point, Pulse Chain should take a swing back. But the counter argument for like Pulse Chain just completely blowing PulseX out of the water and sending PulseX like all the way back down here or something is that it is constantly burning away. With every transaction that someone comes in to buy Pulse or sell Pulse, PulseX is getting more rare. So at least it has a technical advantage in that it's going to try to compete on a supply side mechanic rather than on a user adoption or anything else. It's just going to simply get more rare at a faster clip the more buying and selling that's going on, regardless of the token.
Interesting. Gotcha.
So in that regard, because like I'm a huge Pulse Chain fan too, like the core gas token, um, I think it's foolish to be out of either one, really. I think you should kind of have finding the ratio that's right for you is, if everyone had that answer, they'd have the golden ticket of what's the right amount of each to hold at certain times. But I think what's going to naturally occur is you're just going to get like an oscillation. So if you play this out on like a longer time frame, let me simplify this here.
Is my analogy coming true of, everyone back in the day is like, should I get more Pulse or PulseX? I'm like, do you like 2 scoops of ice cream, 3 scoops of ice cream? I don't know which is which, but it's all ice cream. Man.
Yeah, because they're so closely tied together by their bonded liquidity, they're going to ride up and down largely together. It's only when you see large rotations out of one into the other that you see these kinds of breakdowns like this. And so just for some perspective is, don't quote me on this, you nerds, but like I think it's like 400 trillion or 300 trillion or something? No, sorry, 400 to 300, somewhere around the realm of 400 billion PulseX was dumped off here basically for Pulse, and then the Pulse was bridged out and dumped for ETH or whatever, and it only resulted in like a 30% drop roughly from this local high. So just to put that into perspective, what percentage of the supply is that? Like I want to say the community's like, well, we'd have to go to check Go Pulse, and this is good for anybody else who wants to look at something like this, is come here and see how much has been burned. 7.4% of the community supply. So 1.46 trillion, but we just had 33% of that amount that's been totally burned since the start of Pulse Chain dumped in the last couple months. So think about that. Like that's like 3% of the community supply that's been dumped. So it's saying giving me a 20 trillion total supply, and we're saying like 0.5 of a trillion has been dumped roughly. And so like, and it only resulted in where am I at here? Something like a 30% drop against Pulse. So you see my problem with like saying that like PulseX will really lag behind in a big way, is because no one has enough supply to really force the price down and keep it down, I don't think. With it, assuming that volume is consistent or increases, you're just going to get more and more supply burn on top of that. So what I think you really end up getting is something like this, where there's like an oscillation over time of PulseX and Pulse kind of like going back and forth versus each other, and there'll be some obvious rotations and some not obvious ones.
Well, on the dumping too, I think we've just been beaten down so much of like, okay, another day, there's a dump here and there. It just happens every once in a while. But I think the way the conditions are now, there isn't a lot of incentives to. I think it'll switch of when the macros are right and all the stuff, and we're pumping all these things. The whales and stuff that they dump from time to time, they would be heavily incentivized not to, because they're wanting to get the exits. They're going to dump at the lower prices when they believe there's going to be higher prices to be had. So just the whole sentiment is just a huge shift that we could see happen with this.
Yeah, a whale would have to assume that PulseX is going to also get dumped for something else, and because of that bonded liquidity component, they're going to ride up and down together. So like, unless there's a huge rotation out of one or the other, it'll only be temporary. So like, let's imagine that like 20% of all PulseX got dumped for Pulse today. Yeah, that might shoot it down like this, but then all of a sudden PulseX is going to start doing this again and start building up that next channel as it gets bought and burned away through volume. So it's just like, you can push it down temporarily, but eventually the supply scarcity ends up creating another one of these effectively, right? Just at a different point in time. And so it's really just the mathematics of how the tokenomics are set up. It's designed to rise and fall with the overall network.
Well, we want to see some up. It'd be nice every once in a while to see some up, but
yeah, I don't know how much more time I have. I think there's just like a last couple things we should touch on before.
30 to 60 seconds. What can we touch on?
Well, so I want everyone to know these things. On top of PulseX having these mechanics, there is a very sophisticated class of people that are building contracts and liquidity webs tax infrastructure, buy and burns, and all of this is feeding into the botnet. There's a botnet that lives on PulseChain that is actively trying to rebalance and profit from the rebalancing of all of these thousands of pools on PulseX. And that is all working in your favor to buy and burn more PulseX and make the network more efficient. And so I encourage you that if you have any other thoughts or questions on this, to look to people like Crispy Man or Sunny or the Grays guys or the Solid Index guys to talk to you or give you insight into what is going on under the hood further. There are opportunities, tons of them popping up, and don't let the price discourage you from capturing some of that as you go forward into your PulseChain journey. So thanks a lot for having me, Max.
Thanks, Axis. Appreciate it, man. Awesome stuff. And let's go to the moon, man. Let's do it. Why not? Why not? To the moon.
See you, buddy.
See ya. All right. Kicked it off. Axis Live. Next up, though, super excited to hear Richard Hart's master plan. I don't know if you've heard Richard Hart's master plan. I've talked about it, definitely speculated on it, thought about what thought and said what I thought about it. But now we get to hear from Mr. Fast Abdul coming up. But before we do that, let's do Rockets Up. Mr. Abdul, how's it going?
Good, Max. How are you?
Doing fantastic. Another day, another day of this conference. I'm excited, man.
Yeah,
I'm excited. We're pumping out. We're pumping it today.
I'm ready. I'm ready for you to tell me about the master plan.
I mean, that's what on the schedule at least, just seems as if you are the speaker for that particular talk.
Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I'll come up with something off the cuff.
I'm sure you'll get it. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
Cool. I'll share some screens, Max, in a moment. So, guys, I got 15 minutes here, so I'm going to kind of hammer it. These are, I have no insider information. This is just stuff that I could speculate could happen, not financial advice, but I'm feeling pretty bullish. So let's start with marketing. I think there's going to be mass marketing. We know about what I call Postcards 2.0. That's what I think it's going to be. That's with massive, never before seen mailer going out. I have quite a bit of faith in this idea. Targeted mailing to select people, via zip code, postal code, that sort of thing, where they can pick people who are in the right demographic, both in terms of money and age, that they can, get into PulseChain and they'll be valuable customers. I think that's a pretty cool idea. The concept of that being something that brings in the masses, I think it's just step one, right? So it'd be for the first step of a larger marketing plan. I have a screen I'll share here, Max, when you're ready. This is what I think that the mailer could look like. This is just something found on Alibaba. Triplet Dad found it. He showed me. I think it totally fits the bill. We can see here it's a electronic mailer, right? Has speakers, has video, has audio. Like, imagine opening that up and having it say, "Hello, Richard Hart here." I think that'd be super cool. It'd be the kind of thing that, especially to an older audience, we'll say 50 plus, who are the people who have the money mostly. That would be memorable. It'd be something that would sit on the coffee table that they talk to their friends about. It could be very interesting. So we know that the mailer is going to say the pulsechain.com. That's going to reference the Hex website, and it's going to reference pump.tires. We don't know much more than that. We don't know it's going to be this, but I think this would be a viable thing. Notice that it's a Hex-shaped mailer, which is kind of cool. But again, this is just a demo from Alibaba. We don't know if that's going to be the thing or not. The next thing I think that could be in line as far as contributing to the marketing, and this might not be just marketing, but I think it could be huge. Now, we remember that the marketing is going to go out via charities with a focus on like immutable code and open source protocols, that kind of thing. So I think the call center concept, which is another thing Richard talked about, could tie right in with the mailer. What if there was a call center where you could call and speak to AI, probably really, really good AI who would not ask for your seed phrase. That would tell you all about Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe in the future, that could be expanded to tell you about crypto in general, right? So it wouldn't be just Richard Hart products. It would be the one number you could call that you would know was safe. That would tell you about, Bitcoin, about Ethereum, about whatever you're interested in. And you could interact directly with AI via voice. Now, to some of you young whippersnippers, that might not be attractive, but when you start to get into the 50 plus crowd who's moving the millions, like that is an attractive concept. So I think there could be huge adoption there. If it was combined with the mailer, that would be another piece of the puzzle that would put it all together and pull it all to PulseChain. And with the concept of the mailer just being the first part of a marketing plan, there could definitely be something where it was combined with more traditional social media. Usually with advertising, you want to hit people between 4 and 7 times to get them to interact with your product. So, I would anticipate that there would be traditional marketing, could be television, could be Super Bowl ads, could be, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is, where people will get other chances to see the PulseChain and remember, oh yeah, I received that mailer, I received that electronic postcard or whatever it's going to be. And then they're more likely to interact once they've, it's really sunk in because they've seen it so many times. And then the next part of the marketing that I think, it's somewhat questionable whether this is marketing, but I think it's kind of key actually, is when these things come out, when people start interacting, and I mean new people, not like, not the echo chamber. I think green candles are going to be part of the marketing program. People are much more likely to buy into the FOMO if they come in and they see some green candles. They'll want to get in before it goes up more, and I do think that is what we're going to see. We're gonna have not definitive, but I think there's going to be like a noticeable change in the PulseChain charts for all the core tokens, where we're going to see some very interesting. Very, very interesting plays as far as the changes to the numbers on PulseChain. We'll have green candles that will be very, very good for marketing, and that will be a huge thing. Along with that, I think it would be cool if there was a referral program. So something targeted maybe at influencers, but definitely at other people. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was already in place and it was part of something like the mailer that we talked about, where, like refer a friend and they get this and you get this. That's something that could get into other communities quite easily, that influencers like on other chains would pick up, and we could see it lead to mass adoption. So I don't know exactly what that would look like, but I do know it's been successful on other chains and with many marketing campaigns. So like, hey, it all adds up, and that would be part of it. There could be other interesting things, like as far as contests and stuff like that, but I don't want to speculate too much. Let's move on to some potential upgrades. So I'm going to start with the bridge. The bridge to PulseChain is safe. It's reasonably fast. It could be faster, which could be an improvement that I would like to see. But the one thing that I feel it's missing is it's only connected to one EVM chain, which is Ethereum. It wouldn't be that big a deal as far as an upgrade to connect it to other chains, like to have you be able to bridge directly from Base to PulseChain, from Polygon to PulseChain, whatever it is. A little bigger deal to move on to Solana, because that's not an EVM, like a Ethereum virtual machine fork chain, but that could be in the cards as well. So upgrading the bridge to access all the big EVM chains, I think would be huge. I think we could see that happening. And it's the kind of thing that could, it could literally happen over a weekend. Like on Friday, you check, there's just Ethereum. On Monday, you check, there's 10 chains. You can bridge from BSC, you can bridge from Base, you can bridge from Polygon. That's totally possible. And it's the kind of thing that I think Richard would surprise us with. So moving on to upgrades to PulseX that I think would bring the masses and keep them here and do happy things for the numbers. The single-sided staking concept, which could involve Ink or PulseX, would be hot, and I think would do wonders for the price. The yield for something like that could come from Pump.Tires, perhaps. Like maybe when people launch tokens on Pump.Tires, they could have an option to delegate a certain portion to the Ink stakers or the PulseX stakers. That's just one option. There's definitely going to be other ways that people could be incentivized. But the single-sided staking concept, like in the PulseChain Hex community, that's something people like and that they understand. So I think that would lead to mass adoption, and it would be something that new people coming in, which is kind of the important thing right now, would definitely look at very closely. Like, oh, here's a safe option where I don't, have to deal with impermanent loss or all those technical details. Single-sided staking is comfortable for new players in the blockchain, and on a Pulse chain, they'll be they'll be drawn to that for sure. We can look at other things that are not currently available on Pulse chain, or not not widely used at the very least. The first one that comes to mind for me is limit orders. Pulse chain could use a dedicated limit orders protocol, and why not have it be directly connected to PulseX? Now that could work via aggregators or work just directly on PulseX. And with Richard Hart tokens, since that's where most of them live, that would be a great place to put it. And I think again that would draw some more serious players to come and participate, and it would give people something to do with their tokens. Like you can set a moon target, right? Like I'm going to sell when ink is $3,000, right? And you could set a limit order, and other people could see your limit orders and be interested and be engaged. So that would be definitely an upgrade in my mind. A little bit bigger, but definitely in the code for something that could happen. Either the PulseX token or the ink token are basically built to be DAO tokens, right? It actually says in the code for both those tokens that this token could be a DAO. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the general concept. So a DAO being something where people can vote for what happens next. The issues I think people would be most interested in voting for would be things that are connected to money. So the obvious ones are, what will the next farm pairs be, right? Like what's the next LP pair? Will it be ink paired with EHEX, for example? That's not on there. People could vote for that, things like that. It could also vote on the other financial details, though, like what the ink inflation is and what the boost for each farm will be. So like each individual farm currently has a boost, and that determines the yield that goes to that farm of the total ink that comes out in that day. And I could see that being something that people would vote on. Obviously, people are going to vote with their own interest in mind, but whales vote differently and might vote for the overall health of the ecosystem. So I think there would be some weird things might happen, but overall long term, and I'm talking years, I think that would be a cool addition for PulseX. As far as adoption for PulseX, what I would like to see is it launch on other chains, ETH in particular. If PulseX launched on ETH, that would give a place where the PulseX Pulse sack bags could maybe move some ETH. That would be very visible. It would make, if all of that 160,000-600,000 ETH moved there, even for a short period of time, it would become one of the largest dexes by a total value locked in the world. And we definitely draw some serious attention. But it would also allow us, just direct access. And that would combine with the concepts of the bridging and stuff like that. It could be multi-chain, like it could be 5 or 10 different chains that you could trade on PulseX. And the volume there that would happen on Ethereum could burn PulseX on Pulse chain. There's bridges, money could be made there, it can be moved there. It's all about the coding. Obviously, that'd be a little bit more work, but why not adopt a multi-chain front for PulseX and have the burn on Pulse chain be even bigger because of that? As far as the farming on something like Ethereum, that could be done different ways. Like, of course, a token like Ink, could be given out on another chain. It could be a different token, but I would propose that they actually use the same token and bridge it over. It would be a different system, but they could bridge over Ink from Pulse chain and use it as yield on Ethereum. The OA would have to acquire some of that Ink, and Ink doesn't have any pre-mint or there's no allocation. Everybody who has it has earned it, but maybe it gets bought off the market bought, and then bridged to Ethereum to be given out as farming yield there. So it wouldn't be exactly the same as how it works on Pulse chain, which is where all Ink has to come from, inflation via the protocol, which is now turned very low. But it would definitely be pretty cool, in my opinion. The next item on my list would be cross-chain swaps. So it ties right into the concept of the bridging, as well as having PulseX on different chains. But like, if you could swap Ethereum to Pulse, to PulseX, to whatever Pulse chain asset you wanted directly on PulseX, I think that'd be pretty cool. And it would be be just another step to make it easier to move millions of dollars onto Pulse chain, which is, I think, one of the key things. Right now, you can move hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars. But when you start talking, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, it gets a little bit trickier, right? Like, obviously, the bridge works great and it's possible. But what if you could swap $10 million directly onto Pulse chain? directly via PulseX. I don't think that would be a bad thing. I suspect none of you do either. The other concept that whales look for, that I've heard Richard talk about, is to have more privacy connected with PulseX. So privacy swaps, where you can swap and with one token and then receive another token in a different wallet and have that path be obfuscated so that people don't see exactly what you're doing all the time. Being able to follow things on the blockchain is one of the nice things, but sometimes it's nice not to have your bank account written on your shirt, right? Which for bigger wallets, that's probably a concern, and I don't see why they don't deserve privacy. So why not? As far as the things that PulseX does, I think it could display some more data. To have PulseX as well as pulsechain.com be one of the main focuses for where people come to learn about what's happening on the chain would be cool. And there could be more data there about every protocol on PulseChain, not just RH tokens, right? Obviously a vetted list of some sort, but more is better. It'd be exciting for people to see new stuff.
I like
How was that, Max?
I like the that's the fastest Richard Hart master plan I've ever seen anyone go through. So I like it. I think you've been watching my streams a little bit too. I think you've been getting the super app, thumbs up, thumbs down. What do you think about super app idea?
Tell me about super app.
So he's mentioned wallet, but instead of just being a wallet, it being a super app in the way of, okay, it's a maybe it's a fork of MetaMask, but also it connects to centralized exchange, connects to PulseX. There's native Hex stuff in it. There's different help center, maybe stuff like that in it too. It's all like the vertical integration, money in, out, bank account. Maybe it connects to community products and all that stuff too. But a whole ecosystem to complete that vertical integration for what he's kind of alluded to for a while. That's the super app, ideal narrative that I think could happen.
I have something similar on my list, but in my head, like you say, it would be like an app or a plugin, but it wouldn't be a wallet. It would be something that would work with any other wallet, right? So you'd install, adopt the plugin for Rabby, MetaMask, Internet Money, whatever it is, and it would provide you debank level support where you could like follow all the transactions, obviously be guided towards hex staking and all those things in any wallet. So that people didn't have to change wallets. They just had to get the plugin and they'd be off to the races.
I kind of want to look that up now. Is there a way to make like modules, make plugins and stuff for MetaMask, Rabby, Internet Money, like all that stuff too? If there's Pulse, even further Pulsechainify this particular experience. Could be.
Indeed. Yeah. And it would plugin might be the wrong word. Like it could be something that runs on top of a wallet, right? Or something that that the wallet team itself has to adopt. Like that they could go either way. But like given the audience that's here on PulseChain, like why would they not adopt a plugin that would allow them to interact with that audience? I think it would be pretty hot.
Perhaps. I think we'll see some more products from PulseChain devs coming out. I don't think they're finished with just the Geth clients and all that stuff. All right. Fast Abdul, excellent job. See you in a bit.
Thank you. You bet. Bye-bye. Thanks.
All right. Up next, let's go. Are you getting I want to say getting pulsy. Are you getting PulseXy? Do a quick one here. I like this guy. I like this one. I like this new one. Before we get into Bean from DJ Roundtable, going to tell us all about the cool PulseX stuff.
This is the greatest thing I have ever seen in my life. This is amazing.
I think he was pointing to the PulseX logo. I think he was. I saw the thumb. I think so. What do you think, Bean? Oh, on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Looks pretty close to me. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. Doing good. Day 2 of the conference. Great to see you yesterday at the debate panel as well. So should be a fun day. I know what do you got? Why PulseX superior version of Uniswap? I want to hear this one. I'm going to be in agreement and paying attention.
Yes, sir. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes to keep us on schedule. But
you got a couple minutes. I try to make it up. I make it up here and there. Don't worry. You got 10, 15, whatever you need.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. My name is Bean or Brendan from DJ Roundtable. I remember when PulseX first launched and we were waiting. And I had told my girlfriend at the time, honey, when this launches, no matter where we are, I'm going to need to have my computer. I'm going to need to get on the computer to work. So, of course, get the notification that it's about to launch. And of course, she had told me that was the worst day she'd had all year. And I'm like, great. And then I said, well, honey, remember that time I told you that when PulseX launched, I'm going to need to get on my computer. So I had to call up a friend and have her go to drinks with my now wife, who was a girlfriend at the time. And I remember the first PulseX transaction, I paid less than 1 pulse. It was like 0.001 pulse for my first transaction. And that was really what kicked off my love for PulseX and, my want and desire to bring this to other people. And that's sort of why we started DGen Roundtable, to talk about PulseX, to talk about PulseChain, and really talk about crypto as a whole. But one of the topics that's been debated hotly is PulseX versus Uniswap. Obviously, Uniswap was a very important tool for hexagons early on in the days. And unfortunately, with Uniswap, they have the ability to turn off tokens, turn on tokens, and make centralized decisions that might not be best for the users and might not be best for decentralized finance. So they have a lot of power over that. And we saw that after Richard Hart's SEC case, and they turned off the usability for Hex. And that was very disappointing. It wasn't just them, it was quite a few other people. But other coins that had founders that were, being looked at or being sued by the SEC, they didn't make the same decisions in regards to those coins. So I think that it was a very, it makes me look at them as a very centralized entity, and one that I am a little less weary, a little bit more weary and less wanting to work with. A great thing about PulseX is that it is completely decentralized. I think one thing that a lot of people haven't tried yet, and I will share my screen and show you this, is the actual opportunity to run the front end of PulseX from your own computer. You can't do that with a lot of programs because of the centralized aspects to them, because people want control, like Uniswap and their foundation, ETH, their foundation. But with PulseX, you can actually run the code right on your computer, and that is a beautiful thing. So true decentralization is something that really sets PulseX apart, in my opinion, than Uniswap. So let me just share my screen. I want to show this. I'm sure a lot of people have done this in the community, but I also think about all of the people that are going to be coming into our community in the future. And I want to ensure that whatever videos they come across, they see how easy it is to do this. So I even think a lot of people in our own community are a little afraid of running this on their front end. So a lot of times people just hit this button right here, right? Launch PulseX. That's fine, right? Brings you to the IPFS front end, which is great, but it's a little less secure than you running it on your own desktop. So you have these options down here. I will click on Windows since that's what I'm running. We'll download a new status here. As you can see, I'm usually running this on my own computer, and it's super quick. It doesn't take long at all. Just double click that application. Now on my PC, it might be different on yours. I always get this warning message. So it's like, okay, I can only don't run it. Nope, I just need to hit more info. And then it shows you the app, the publisher, and you can run it anyway. So it's not a big deal. It's just an extra click, but that does scare some people away from maybe running this on their own front end. So we'll give that a second to connect, and then we'll run through it. If it's going to connect for me. All right, well, we'll give that a second to load. Again, of course, it always takes a second for me to load that, but maybe because I'm streaming and sharing my screen, it's taking a little bit longer. So we'll take that for a second. So I'm going to hop over here to Uniswap, and you can see that they have a lot of volume. They have a lot of total value locked. And one of the things that I always like to look at is comparing some of the pools in PulseX to some of the pools in Uniswap. One of those pools that I think is really important, especially when we get out of the bull market. I know it doesn't feel like we're in a bull market for PulseChain and PulseX and Hex at the moment, but not financial advice. I think we're close, and patience is key. But one of those things is going to be your stable pools. So when you look here, if I were to type in USDC, which I already did, you can see that some of these stable pools are running you at, let's see, DAI USDC, okay, 0.1% in APR, USDC, USDT, okay, 2.46, so 2.5%. Better than a bank, but still not great. And I don't know why this is not running for me. So let me stop sharing, close that out, and just start over here a second. Bear with me here, a little technical trouble. As I show how easy it is to run this from your own desktop. Not. Close that out, start again, download. Okay, well, I'm having a little bit of a technical issue. I probably have tried to restarting that too many times. So let me just present and go back to PulseX here. Okay, so this is just the IPFS version, but nonetheless. So one of the things I was just talking about is your farming opportunities. So here, if we look at this, and we know that these changed not too long ago, but you still have some interesting options as far as your farms and your stable farms too. What is going on here? Here we go. So here's some volume for our PulseX. And here are some top tokens. And here is the top pool, the only pool that we have for stable coins. So here is our LP reward at 4.43% APR. And when we're looking at Uniswap, you can click back over there. I don't think you can see it, but Uniswap is the best pool that I found for stables was USDC and USDT, at least for the main stables. And that was 2.46 APR. So you're running almost double the opportunity of APR for stable coins, which again, I think is going to be huge for people that might want to keep money in the ecosystem and just swap to stable coins, earn your APR, still earning a lot more than you'll earn in traditional finance, earning a lot more than you'll earn on Uniswap, and you can keep money in PulseX, which I think is going to be fantastic for whales, sharks, and people that have made money, believe in this long term, but might want to take some gains and put them into stables and then just yield on those stables. I really think that's a huge benefit for PulseX over at Uniswap. And then this is something that people have talked about a lot, of course, is the buy and burn function that comes with PulseX. So in Uniswap, there is code that allows them to flip a switch and have a buy and burn mechanism. So that's already built into their platform. And in fact, I don't know how long you guys have been using Uniswap or how long you've been in crypto, but it seemed like that was definitely going to happen at some point. They were talking a lot about that, but it never did. It never did. And so that the Uni token's pretty much used for delegation for voting purposes, but it doesn't have any of that deflationary pressure or that deflationary benefit that you get with PulseX. So with PulseX, you're getting that buy and burn mechanism. So you're getting almost 22% of every transaction is being bought and burned on the open market. So that is incredibly important. I don't want to go over all the statistics because I know a lot of people did that yesterday. We heard about the buy and burn statistics yesterday. And I think, as Fast Abdullah was saying prior to this, that this is just the beginning. We're in what some people would call a bear market for PulseChain and PulseX and the Hex ecosystems. Yet we're still having a lot of volume. We have still a lot of transactions, and therefore we still have a lot of burn. But as we increase in price, as we market more, as we bring new adoption to the chain, what's going to happen? Well, more transactions, which means more burn. If we get a multi-chain front end, as Fast Abdul mentioned, could be a possibility for PulseX in the future. Well, that would even make the buy and burn faster. So what's the benefit of a deflationary token? Well, less supply. There's a fixed supply, and it is only deflating consistently, and that is incredibly important to note, because you're never going to have more than you have now, right? Almost every other token is inflating. Even Bitcoin's inflating. It does have a max supply, which is great. So it will be more deflationary in the future. ETH's doing a decent job compared to they were, having some deflationary options, but PulseX, in my opinion, really has, for a main token, the best buy and burn of anywhere out there. And so buy and burn, lower transaction fees, decentralized nature, those are the three things that I think make PulseX a lot better than Uniswap. And I don't have time to go into every feature that I prefer in PulseX, but another one that I did mention were the stable pools, that your stable pools are going to be a lot better, almost double your APR currently than in Uniswap. And I'll even say there are other places that you could potentially earn even more percentages within the Pulse Chain community, in other platforms that have been built. But I really like that you can run this decentralized. You can run your own code, and you can put your tokens into an LP and make almost 5%. Now, at one point, that was 14% on stablecoins. So could it get back to that point at some point in the future? Sure, it's certainly possible. I mean, what happens if people are starting to sell into stablecoins? What's one way that you can keep them keep that money in the ecosystem? Well, increase the amount of APR for those stable pools. So I think there's a lot of future benefits and future growth that's going to happen with PulseX. And I don't really need to mention a lot of them, because I think Fast Abdul did a pretty good job about Richard Hart's master plan. But I think that we continue to see upgrades with PulseX. We continue to see better interfaces, better options, and I think it'll continue to grow. I think there's a lot that needs to be built, but it's already, in my opinion, superior to Uniswap for many reasons, and only improving. So the future is bright.
It's a great rundown, yeah, and a great segue. We got Fast coming up back for why Ink Token is awesome. So you kind of set him up for that. Great as well. Good job, Bing.
Thank you. I'll stop streaming. I'll stop sharing here.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me. Y'all can find me on DGen Roundtable Sunday nights, flagship show 8 p.m. Eastern time. We also do Whiskey Wednesdays on Wednesday. If people want to come join the show, have a drink or not have a drink, and then we do book clubs on Fridays. So stay positive out there. Good things are going to come.
Stay reading. Stay in the ecosystem. If you'd like to stay for the mad gains, stay for the tech, stay for the community. A lot of good stuff. Thanks. Shout out to DGen Roundtable. A lot of great content. Appreciate you all. Thanks, Max. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. We're just getting warmed up. What are we gonna do for this? You know what? Let's do Hex Girls. We haven't seen Hex Girls for a while.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, and so many coins. Which coin is the best? Is it too late to buy Bitcoin? Why must cryptocurrency be so confusing? When you need clear answers, go to Richard Hart. The smartest man in crypto, Richard Hart. Richard Hart started mining Bitcoins on his graphic card in 2011. Richard knows his crypto stuff. Crypto Smart with Richard Hart. Check out his YouTube channel.
And Richard also made the Ink token. Is that correct? They're telling me he made the Ink token. Is that correct, Fast Abdul?
Well, I'm not sure you could prove that, but I do believe he is behind it. Yeah, it has.
Pulsechain devs, PulseX devs. Remember the A team, the B team. Remember the.
Yeah.
If you've been deep in the weeds, if you remember the red team, the blue team, the A team, the B team, all whatever he was talking about back then, who's going to ship first? We're like doing all this stuff. Oof. Deep in the weeds. I doubt he threw any of that away. Like, if there was a blue team and he went with the red team, like probably there's something sitting on his desk right now that could be deployed in a second. Who knows? There could be a giant whiteboard in a war room that has a schedule of the futures coming out, staged over time for the most fundamentals when it makes sense in macro environments. We don't know, but I'd certainly like to think that may be a possibility.
We don't.
Take the greenest logo, by the way, the greenest logo, the first ink talk of the day. Wearing my shirt. Take it away, Fast Abdul.
Okay, so let's talk about ink. Ink is pretty cool. It's the only core token that was only given out to basically true believers, right? Like there was no VCs for ink, no team wallet. Every token was earned or bought. The token itself has no mint function, right? So there was nothing pre-minted to anybody's wallet. There was no pre-farming, and it has a fixed emission schedule. And we'll go into that in a bit. So with none of it being pre-mined, most ink holders are farmers or believers, right? They're people who believe in the ecosystem or believe in the token. If they received it for free from farming and they have it, like that's a great example of diamond hands, right? Like they had every chance to sell it and they didn't. There's some huge ink whales out there, and I believe those guys or gals are pretty solid. It has a lot of staked LP too, right? Like there's LP providers, big whales who are supporting ink. It doesn't seem to have an option to go below $1. Like there was huge buy pressure around that range when it went lower. I think it could go much higher. As far as Richard Hart core tokens, it's one of the ones with lower liquidity, meaning that it could pump quite a bit higher with less insertion of cash, right? Just a rough numbers, but like if like $1 billion came into ink and there was 80% sell pressure on the way up, we could see a $3,000 ink token, which would be pretty cool. I think that would be make the PulseX farms pretty interesting. And I think the Pulsechain ecosystem needs a token like that has a higher price tag on it to sort of show the world that like, yeah, we don't just have 10-cent tokens, 50-cent tokens, sub penny tokens. Like we have $1,000 plus token in our ecosystem. And I think ink is the ideal candidate for that. I may be somewhat biased. That's possible. As far as the token itself, it's been adopted by multiple protocols. Ink Printer has a stable coin that uses ink as collateral, a fork of Liquidity from Ethereum. I think there will be more adoption for ink. There's other protocols that have used it as a reward token, etc. as well. All ink comes from PulseX. So it has an inflation where every day a certain amount of ink is printed by the protocol. That inflation was turned down by 97%. Right, so it's a huge decrease on the supply in the market, making it exponentially more rare. I think that's going to do great things for the price. There is a possibility that the inflation could be turned up in the future. I don't think that's likely to happen until we're at what Richard perceives to be the top of the bull market. It would be right now. We want lower liquidity, I think, so that things can pump. When we get to the top, maybe we want higher liquidity, and ink is the perfect tool for that. So if at that point in time we had a $3,000 ink and then the inflation went up, there'd be a huge amount of liquidity to float into those LP pairs on PulseX, giving us a soft cushion as we move into the bear market. I think that'd be good for a lot of people, and ink is the perfect tool for that. As far as the token itself goes, like it has great meme potential, right? It has a fantastic logo. It's got great colors. The name is very simple. The ticker is very simple. I think it could be something that gets adoption in the meme world if done correctly. So we could get some meme teams on that and get it out there. So I prefer to own ink than a dog branded item just about any day. So why not have some fun and games set around ink? And there could be other things built on top of ink that burn it, that gamify it, all kinds of things. The part that I'm really interested in is what it says in the code. And I mentioned this previously, but we can go into a little more depth. Like it says right in the ink code that it could be used as a DAO token when the community is, mature enough, right? And distribution is spread out enough. And that DAO could vote on things like what gets to be the next farm on PulseX, which farm pays the most yield. Like it could vote on silly things too, like changing the logo color, but that's not what people are interested in. So I think the future for ink is going to be something like that, with it being a DAO token, or with it having a single-sided staking option, right? Which could be definitely something that could be built. And having the reward token of the ecosystem have additional utility on top of just being able to sell it would be huge. One thing that I think would be cool, and this is kind of a PulseX thing, kind of an Inc thing, but like we have this community built that was basically built off of Hex, right? And Hexagons know how to do one thing really, really well, and that's the hold, right? Oh shit. Oh, I'm still here. Good. My computer just flashed off for a sec, but we're continuing on. So with the with PulseX, like what if there was an option to not just stake your LP in the farms to earn ink, but also to lock it for a period of time? Like what if you could commit 3 months, 6 months, a year of having that LP in the farm, and in return you received a larger portion of the ink tokens that went out on any given day? I think that would be a cool add-on that would really resonate with the Hex community in particular. And that would, as we move through, different cycles from bull into bear and back into bull again, the option to have liquidity that was locked in the system that was rewarding people in ink for doing that, which would give Richard a single lever to pull to support the community, right? Like you want more LP, you want more liquidity for the tokens as we go into a bear market. You can increase the price of ink, and that will result in more liquidity flowing into the system, which would be huge. But like I don't think we should count on that being the case. Certainly, there's enough interesting things just about the token by itself. When we look at the LP options that are there, the additional protocols built on top of it. But I think there's room for some upgrading. And like I said, some of the upgrading is built right into the code. We have a relatively low market cap token here, and it has an asymmetric upside, right? Like the potential for ink to pump over $1,000, in my opinion, is greater than any other core token, right? Now, part of that is because it's starting at a higher price. But when we look at the chart, like ink's been $80 in the past. I think it would quite easily return to $80 myself. But like to have it like go up to $300 to $1,000, as far as the amount of money that's required to do that, it's much lower than it would be to bring Pulse up to like a penny. It's going to be something that's would be a great lever to pull to when that marketing comes out to get people interested in the community. Because do you want to farm for a token that's worth $1, or do you want to farm for a token that's worth $1,000? And I think that $1,000 plus price point would really draw in the masses as far as that goes. So yeah, that might be one of the levers that gets pulled. Some camera trouble there. But the long term, I think, is that ink is going to continue to be a core part of the ecosystem. There's no reason that those PulseX farms will ever go away. But the inflation on ink could continue to get lower and lower. Right now, it's down by 97%. There's no reason it couldn't be down by 99% or more. So, making the token exponentially rarer as we go. Making the inflation on ink less than the inflation on Hex or on Pulse, for example. We know that PulseX burns itself, which is fantastic. There could be something set up where ink gets burned as well. It could even become deflationary in the future, right? Via third-party protocols or something that gets set up via PulseX itself. That would be pretty interesting. So when we look at similar tokens and how they've done on other chains, I think the most obvious one to look at is Cake on BNB. Cake did fantastic, right? And brought mass adoption to that chain. I think ink could be the lever that brings mass adoption to Pulse Chain. We just need a couple extra features to make it a little bit more interesting to engage the big players. And yeah, we're off to the races.
It's an interesting balance always with ink because we've seen the inflation be slashed just like with Hex and stuff too. Except this was with direct knobs, with PulseX and stuff versus just OA staking with Hex. But how do you balance the, hey, if you're not going to pay me, I'm not going to liquidity provide versus, hey, this token's super rare. It has to be price go up season, right? Like there's no other rational explanation.
Yeah, I think you tie it into other things that are worth money, right? So that that whole DAO concept of you need this to vote on which farm pays the most, right? Or even on like another thing, like what's the next core Pulse chain protocol that gets launched? Like if Ink token was the thing that decided those things, it would be interesting to whales, right? Who would, want to hold a lot of ink, and they'd have reason to. Or the single-sided staking thing, right? Like you have something with this community that you can stake, that you can lock for a period of time to earn something extra without impermanent loss. Like that's a hot concept.
Hot. Ink token, greenest logo I've ever seen. They're telling me it's the greenest logo as well. Amazing.
It is indeed.
Fast Abdul, I will see you back in a little bit. Looks like you're back on the builders panel. Builders, we love the builders. Builders so good. Yeah, see you soon.
Thanks, Max.
Fast Abdul, he's all over the conference today, especially today. He's all over yesterday too, but he's got a lot of says a lot of smart things. Got a lot of good words. Says good stuff time to time. A lot of good stuff. Let's do a quick one before we get into the next one. You know what? Let's pump it up a little bit. Let's pump it up, not with rockets up. Let's do a dance. Here we go.
Let's see if they can talk to Kendrick Lamar one time.
We're all going to be on Hexco dancing, having a good time one day. Certainly hope so. All right, bringing in the next speaker, Ben, talk about real world assets. How's it going, Ben?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Of course. Glad to have you at the PulseX conference, day 2. And 15 minutes of yours, sir.
Thank you so much. All right. Well, in October of 1964, Nikita Khrushchev, one of the most powerful men in the world at the time and the leader of the Soviet Union, was called back to Moscow while he was vacationing in Georgia. He gets off the plane, he walks into the terminal at the airport, and he expected to see his normal entourage, which would have been a driver, a couple of bodyguards, maybe a couple of allies and friends in government. Instead, he walked into an almost empty airport. Confused, he walked up to a desk and asked for a phone. Back in those days, people actually had phone numbers memorized or carried something with them so they could call people. And he punched in the number to his office. The phone just rings and rings. Nobody picks up. So he calls his undersecretary, and the phone number's disconnected. So he proceeds to go down the list of all of his allies in government, everybody who should be picking up the phone, and realizes that every phone number has been disconnected or changed. The Presidium, which was the managing body of the Soviet Union at the time, had figured out how to remove Khrushchev from power by making just one little tweak in technology while he was out on vacation. A career in politics, all the leverage that he had, all the hands that he had shaken, all the babies he kissed, gone with just one little change. All they did was just change all the phone numbers in the government while he was on vacation. It's a great Cold War story and a great story about technology because it reminds us of a critical truth. Technology is a powerful tool, but it's only as strong as the networks, the communities, and the systems behind it. In the world of RWAs, real-world assets, tokenization is an incredible tool, one that's transforming how we interact with assets like debt, real estate, and more. But it's the communities, the builders, founders, visionaries, all of you, that make this technology meaningful and the values that you bring with it. Tokenization is just code. It's a movement driven by people who believe in a more transparent, accessible, and equitable financial future. Technology can amplify power, yes. It can solve problems, yes. But the source of power is always in the people who wield it and the values that they bring with them. There's a conflict in the crypto space right now around these values. And I want to take a second to draw your attention to one particular case out of the Southern District of New York that RH brought up earlier today. Tornado Cash is an open source protocol that was published by a developer named Roman Storm, and he's currently being prosecuted for publishing this software. The case has huge implications for free speech. If found liable as a money transmitter, which he is not, because he never held custody of anyone's money, it would suggest that anyone publishing anything on the internet could be held liable for how their users use it. It would be like me reading an article online in the New York Times about something, choosing to commit a crime related to that educational content or opinion, and then the paper getting sued for it. This is a disaster for First Amendment rights. There is an incursion into crypto, not only of government overreach, but the TradFi infidels are coming as well. We are under attack. The hot wars of the last century have first mostly gone cold and are now shifting to the digital and legal frontiers. We invite you to that frontier with us. I'm Ben Gotchberg. I go by Midas on X, and I'm the founder of CVRE. After a 10-year banking career, I became a contractor and then a real estate developer. I drive a 10-year-old truck with a seat full of tools. I own 2 chickens. I've been hit in a crosswalk twice because I believe in attorneys and the strength of the United States justice system, and I'm absolutely obsessed with the real-world applications possible between real estate and crypto, and I've spent the last 10 years dreaming about it. So, what are RWAs, and why do they matter? For those new to the space, simply real-world assets are tangible or financial assets that have been tokenized. We break them down into tokens and people buy them. But if you're a crypto native, you know that it's more than that. We're talking about liquidity, we're talking about ability to transfer, and more than that, we're talking about the way it flows cross jurisdictions, time zones, economies, and currencies. It's a big deal. Let's look at where we are today. According to recent data, the tokenized RWA market is growing rapidly. Of the 5 largest types of RWAs on blockchains, corporate and private company debt leads the charge. I think the market cap right now is like somewhere between $50 and $60 billion, depending on the time of day. Real estate has had about $5.4 billion of real estate tokenized. But interestingly, we've had over $1 billion of failed real estate projects so far. This tells us 2 things. First of all, the potential is massive, but the road is going to be a little bit rough. Tokenizing real estate is complex. The thing's illiquid. It requires trust, not just in the asset class itself, but in the people involved. And yet these challenges are exactly why we're here. We want to push the boundaries of what's possible. Now, let's talk about the winds of change and what's happening and why a lot of us are putting our foot on the pedal. Paul Atkins came out on national news media, CNBC, just a couple of weeks ago and said, the SEC has been standing athwart, it's a $5 word, athwart, against innovation. And he believes that the United States should be putting their foot on the gas pedal with crypto entrepreneurs, especially in regard to tokenization. This is a signal from the federal government that we should be all gas, no brakes. And we expect new rules as soon as September on the subject. I am surprised that more entrepreneurs and builders don't see this as a clear signal. Obviously, there have been very clear chilling effects over the last several administrations from the SEC. But I believe it's go time. I'm going. You should go too. And it's not just regulators that are taking notice. Traditional finance is charging into tokenization as well. Vlad Tenev from Robinhood is making moves. Many of you saw that he tokenized securities in Europe just over the last couple of weeks. I personally am not a huge Robinhood fan. I was in the GameStop trade, as many of you were. I don't personally trust what they're doing. I know they just want my fees, but look, they're going to onboard a lot of people into crypto. They're going to bring a lot of capital in our direction. And even though the TradFi infidels are going to take some fee money out of the space, they're going to bring a lot of dollars in as well. And then once people get here, we can yell and scream about the traditional values of crypto and about self-custody. Mainstream finance is waking up to the power of tokenization, and that's mostly a positive thing. So why does this all matter? Tokenization democratizes access. Right now, the average player would never be in the room for an OpenAI IPO or a SpaceX IPO. You need to be a wealthy insider to get a piece of that action. Guys like Larry Fink and Vlad Tenev, they're talking like they're going to narrow the gap between the super wealthy access and the middle class access in some of these rooms. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if they try, that would be a positive thing. And if there is an opportunity for us to narrow that gap here on the frontier on PulseChain, if we can take some of that software and bring it out here and white label that stuff to give the average Joe the opportunity to get a piece of that action, I'm down to clown. And I think we should give it a shot. But let's be clear, the road ahead is not without challenges. Tokenization's promise, faster settlements, lower costs, broader access, these all come with risks. As we saw with real estate, failed projects show that not every tokenized asset is a winner. Some failures come because of poor execution. You've got all this third-party risk in it. You got scams, you've got lack of transparency. And even the SEC Commissioner, Hester Pierce, reminds us that tokenized securities are still securities. So we need to build with compliance in mind. We don't know what that means yet completely, but I'm watching for it, and I'll be paying attention to what the government's going to say. This brings me back to the Khrushchev story. Technology, like tokenization, is a tool, not a magic wand. It can unlock incredible opportunities, but it can also create vulnerabilities if we're not careful. Over-reliance on tech without strong community and clear rules can lead to isolation, like a bumbling Khrushchev in an empty airport. That's why platforms like PulseChain are so vital. Here, we're not just coding smart contracts or minting tokens, we're building trust, collaboration, and shared purpose. PulseChain's community, fast-moving, innovative, a little wild, a little vulgar, is the perfect place to tackle these challenges and turn RWAs into a cornerstone of the future. I wouldn't be building anywhere else. So, what does the future look like? First, it's about scale. Bitwise's Matt Hogan, he's talking about the stock and bond markets like he's going to get all of it. It's like $257 trillion. If you get just 1 to 5% penetration, you're talking about a multi-trillion-dollar industry overnight for the bankers. I don't really think that money's really going to come to us, but the bankers are excited. So maybe you get some trickle-over effects. I think we're mostly going to get software out of that deal, and that's positive for a lot of reasons. Second, I think it's about collaboration. Traditional finance is coming. The infidels are coming, but crypto natives will always push out the frontier further and further. PulseChain, with speed, with community-driven ethos, the Wild West of the crypto world, a place where 1 year feels like a lifetime of innovation. If you're here with your first $100 in crypto, trying your luck on a meme coin, or if you're here like me, trying to build an RWA project, you are part of this frontier. We're not just tokenizing assets here. We're building a city, ecosystems where anyone can participate, create, thrive. As a founder on PulseChain, I've seen firsthand how this community embraces bold ideas. I've spent years in the trenches, navigating highs, feeling pretty low in some of these bear markets, from the euphoria to seeing a lot of projects fail. And my work has taught me that trust is actually the currency of the future, not just in code, but in people. And that's why I'm here, not to sell you on a token, but to invite you to a grand experiment on PulseChain. And I'm talking to you, the sidelines, the people who don't have any money here yet, the entrepreneurs who have built a business somewhere else and are ready to come out to play. Let's build a city together. Whether you're a crypto native or just stepping into this world, pack up some liquidity, hop on a horse, ride over the bridge, and come west. I'll bump out to you here on the trail somewhere. The future of RWAs is bright, and it's ours to create. This is Midas from CBRE, and I'm signing out.
Wow, well done, Matt. Well done.
Oh, thanks, Max.
Yeah, great setup, great presentation, and awesome. Thank you for joining us for the conference. Nice to meet you as well.
My pleasure. Would love to talk more. I guess I'll see you in an hour or so.
Yeah, you're going to be on the, let's see which one, Builders panel. There we go. Yeah, you'll be back soon. All right.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. Good to see everybody. We'll talk to you soon.
Of course. Thanks. See ya. Whoop, hit the wrong button. I only did it once today so far. I'm doing good. You know, these 6.5 hour streams, super streams, I'm start calling them. Conferences are basically super, well, I guess they can be super streams the way I set them up. Oh, only hit the wrong button once today so far, but it's going to happen more because there's many more panels, and the panels are when people are coming in and out. I'm clicking, I'm like waiting to see if they're going to go or not. All kinds of fun stuff. We've got a great one coming up. I'm excited for the marketing panel. A lot of great people in the green room waiting for it. What are we going to do in the meantime, though? Which one? We're going to do 10,000. It's time for 10,000 X. It's time for 10,000. We're going to do.
X is not complete. Project not complete. They're not the same thing. Promise returns and go build something. How much X is Bitcoin up now? 1,000 X over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000 X. Smart fucker I am. Everyone else cries and whines like a little bitch. 1,000 X over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000 X. Smart fucker I am. Well, then it was fucking designed. 10,000 X, it's impossible. How can he do that? Listen, you stupid fucks. Everything else is up higher. Bitcoin did 2 million X. $1,500 fucking dollars.
Woo! Love it. I love it. I love that song so much. Welcome everyone. Marketing panel. You're going to tell us how we're going to get the next 10,000 X. That's what they're telling me, right?
That is true. That's true.
I love it. I love it.
I think it's all up to SJ.
We're all depend on SJ. She's the marketing whale.
We're betting.
Oh, Lord.
She's the PulseChain CEO. You're the new PulseChain CEO. Marketing well, PulseChain CEO, leader positivity. Let's do it.
It's felt like that a few days. Not gonna lie.
Logistics engineer.
Yes, logistics engineer.
Yeah.
Mick B Crypto. How's it going? I don't think we've met before. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Hi, hello guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Nice to be here, guys. I'm a Filipino Mexican, so I am from the Philippines. So basically, that's me, and it's my first time to be here. And yeah, glad to be with you guys in the marketing panel.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love to see people from other countries and everything joining us. So that's amazing, man. Philippines. I've been there once. I'm trying to think one of the islands. Can't remember which one exactly, but I had a good time. So awesome.
Great. Maybe it's Boracay.
I cannot. So I was trying to think of it. I cannot remember. If I find out during the stream, I'll let you know though. But yeah, had a great time. And the food, of course, is amazing. Great stuff. Glad to have you with us. Whitney, Queen of Millions, is back. How's it going, Whitney? Good to see you.
Hello. Thanks for having me, Max. So I'm so thrilled and to be with you all, and just we get to unpack more of the marketing side, because I just think so many people don't know about PulseChain, and I love just when you're talking to more, especially for me, I love talking to the women about crypto, and they're like, "What's PulseChain?" And I'm like, "Oh, let me tell you." Also a sign that we're just so far ahead. So the community is constantly the social fabric to be like, it's just a matter of when for all of us. So thrilled to chat more on this panel.
Let's go. I won't take too much time on a couple of introductions though. I know Nick was here yesterday, Crypto Hitman, Triple Dad, glad to see you both back. And of course SG and then Steve from PulseCon Store. First time I think I had you on screen as well. So welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me, and hello to everybody.
And I posted in the chat for the second time here too. I've been told, it appears there is a free PulseX t-shirts going on during the conference. So If you want to check those out, feel free. I think Pulsecoin Store has something to do with that. Ooh, beautiful. Love it. That's the one. I like it. Good stuff.
Awesome.
So appreciate that. Appreciate that as well. All right. I'll leave you all to it. I'll be back in a bit. See you soon.
All right.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know where you guys want to start. I mean, I guess I'll just jump in and just say.
I'm wearing one of Steve's shirts.
That's awesome.
I think Steve's doing some awesome marketing work, right? Go over
2XL.
Yeah, 2XL. You've seen my order. Go through a little bit of what you're doing, buddy. I love what you're doing. We had you on, Pastor Abdullah and I had you on our show, right? And we're trying to get you support out in the community because the shirts that you're sending out from your own pocket it's kind of unbelievable.
Yeah, we were on a couple of weeks ago, weren't we? I'll just explain to anyone who hasn't heard our story. We set up about April 2024 as a merch store, only for Hex, PulseX, and Pulsechain. The idea was to promote Pulsechain. We all come from a background of digital marketing, so Facebook, Instagram, Google, X now. We've spent, and we've been in a lot of years. We've probably spent millions of dollars in digital advertising on other stores. So we thought, we got the three partners came together. Thought, why don't we market Hex, Pulsechain, PulseX on merch? So I don't know if you're aware, it's quite difficult to advertise crypto on social media and stuff like that. So what we primarily do is advertise apparel, so shirts. And sometimes you probably notice that every time we do a promotion or a giveaway or run ads, we've got the URL in hex.com. So we can advertise the brand, and that's what we're aiming to do, yeah. So we've obviously, with the markets being down and everything, we've been doing a lot of giveaways over the last maybe 16 months. So a lot of people all over the world now own stuff like this, and we've been giving them away basically. So that's our short story.
Nice.
That's awesome. I know you've worked with other projects and given out free t-shirts for them as well. I think like PTGC and UFO and some of those guys, some of the best performing assets on Pulsechain. And I think that's important too, outside of just the blue chips, because ultimately what gets people into any chain, whether it's Pulsechain, BNB, Solana, or whatever, is green candles, is success stories, and is consistency. So doing that and kind of really polarizing or magnifying the success of some of the on-chain innovation of Pulsechain and why people should get over the bridge, I think is important. And you guys have done that as well. And really that gets to my biggest point, that green candles are the best marketing for any chain. We see Ethereum showing strength here. Usually when that happens, Pulsechain starts to turn green. Unfortunately, right now, Ethereum has all this strength, but we have this massive Pulsechain whale selling. But I think ultimately getting whales out now at these lower levels helps those green candles comes and helps tell more success stories moving forward. And that's where you get the flywheel and the momentum of onboarding new users to this chain, bridging in new capital. Right now there is a very cult-like community over in Pulsechain due to the success of Hex and due to the sacrificers of Pulsechain and PulseX. But we got to get out of the echo chamber, and we got to get people from other walks of life, no coiners, BNB chain, BSC chain, Solana, Ethereum, to make their way over to Pulsechain, see the light and see the opportunity. And only then are we really going to be able to expand the network growth and really see number go up, which is, I think, what most people here want to see.
Steve, going back with your shirts. So I have a community of over 200 ladies in crypto. That's what Queen of Millions is for me. And it's a lot of either no coiners or ladies who wanted to take this crypto market seriously for the first time. And naturally, we're all very Pulsechain heavy. And so one thing that has been quite cool with you doing a lot of these giveaways with the t-shirts is I've had a few ladies who are they shared some of your free shares of shirts out into the group, and they were so proud to get the shirt arrive into their home. And I think it's green candles are a really great onboarding tool, but also just having those social evidences where ladies can go out into the world and wear their colors boldly. And then my ladies love going up and like they cross paths with different guys who are either in crypto or in tech, the tech side of things. And then they start breaking down the smarts of why we're actually in the space, the liquidity game, all that stuff. And then people are like, wait, this stuff is like, why haven't I heard about this? So I find that there's a really great tipping point when we can just have more of those, like wearing a shirt is being like, I'm proudly wearing my colors, and let me go be that lighthouse to other people. And whether they're ones who get it in, or when green candles start to go, people could be like, I had social evidence and proof that that person was real, and like that's a pulse chain investor. Like I actually need to get into the game. So thank you for doing your part on the t-shirt.
We love feedback like that. That's brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also those people know who to reach out to. Like, oh, I saw Queen of Millions wearing a PulseX shirt. Now I'm hearing about it on Twitter. Maybe I should DM her or call her, you know, whatever the relationship is, and she can walk me through the onboarding process. And that makes sure people don't get paralysis by overanalysis. If they have somebody to go to who can onboard them with a 30-minute call, they're going to get it done and they're going to get their toes wet. And then they can do it on their own moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
So aside from shirts and green candles, right? Finding some marketing that everybody can lean into with success, I think is the job of this not this particular panel, but the Pulse Chain community as a whole, right? So right now, I believe marketing wise, because I'm a technical sales guy, right? And I've been in tech for a very, very long time, and now I just do this full time. And marketing is the antithesis of sales guy, right? We want to go over to those guys' cubes and smack them around all the time, right? It's just the way it is. What are you guys doing over here? Why aren't we getting leads? Where's our marketing? Where's this, right? So I believe that we have in Pulse Chain a spray and pray method of marketing right now, whether it be through socials, t-shirts, green candles. Pulse Chain tour was awesome, right? All of those things that we're all participating in, and just trying to find one of those things that seems to click, right? Seems to check a box with other people. And then I believe all of us would just lean into that and just go like a tidal wave in that direction, right? And that's usually how marketing is going. We're kind of hit and miss right now. I absolutely love the Pulse Chain tour. I met you, Whitney. I saw you on a panel there, which was really awesome. SJ's been involved in setting almost all of that stuff up. And I went from California up to Seattle, Portland, Vegas, all over the country doing Pulse Chain tour stuff. And I think that has been awesome. We had cars and Lambos driving across fully wrapped in Pulse Chain gear from coast to coast twice. So green candles are the ultimate marketing tool, but how do you get those without relying on what everybody seems to like to call Sack Daddy? I'm a builder on this. You're going to see me on the building, doing some building stuff here in this conference. I never relied on Sack Daddy. I was fully prepared for him to maybe never come back ever, right? And still thought that with groups like this and everybody that RHMAX has had on this show, that we could take this chain to a level of success without Richard Hart. It's not optimal, but it could have been done, I believe. Anybody else have any other ideas on marketing that we could be doing? I know SJ's doing some stuff with this new thing that's getting mailed out to people that are newbies. I think that's awesome.
That's what I was going to say. Maybe SJ can kind of expand on the hint from Richard Hart with this massive physical mailer that's going to be happening, where millions of these physical devices that have a battery on them probably tell a story, probably maybe have some kind of gift card. You know, maybe you can shine the light on that, SJ. And that's kind of Richard Hart's attempt to do what he's been telling people to do and go the postcard route, which he did rudimentary postcards for Hex back in the day. And I think this is going to be next level and potentially could be very big for the masses and have great timing as we see Ethereum start to show strength in the Ethereum strategic reserve catching on.
Yeah, so as far as shining a light, I mean, the number one thing I want to say is that when you look into the numbers, into metrics of what kind of marketing hits hardest, it is true that direct outbound marketing is the top way to get people interested or looking at a product or a thing that they may have never heard of before. And I feel that that's really the main cause or the main reasoning for this endeavor, is that we want eyes on this that have never seen it before, right? We want people that have probably never heard of crypto or like don't even know what Bitcoin is. We want PulseChain, Hex, and Pump Tires to be their first like entry into what even is this stuff? Like, how do I wrap my mind around, this new financial tool? And the fact that this is going to go in, from what I understand, to millions of homes, right? Like, I've heard anywhere from like, in the US, 1 million to like, if it's successful, right? Like if the first few shipments go through fine and these end up at people's doorsteps and like, a little noise is starting to get created, then I've heard of up to 100 million of these devices are going to get sent around the world. So it's something huge. It's a gigantic undertaking. And being that we are in DeFi, right? We are taking the ideals of no middleman seriously, right? And we're trying to do this completely decentralized, like on our own, from it getting shipped over here to, getting to people's doorsteps. So that's, some of the most prominent ideals behind like what we're trying to do and what's being talked about for this marketing endeavor. The biggest update that I have right now is that the first container is nearly ready to hit the water. And I'm expecting that we'll hear that it's been shipped within the next few days. I'm hopeful to be able to, let you guys know that that's what's happening. Logistics for the US in terms of like that kind of stuff are nearly figured out in terms of the shipping aspect of it. We are currently trying to look into printers that would print the marketing details on the outside of these packages or on labels. There's still a lot of moving pieces, right? And we do have 2 other charities that are being created in the US. So it feels like things are moving along really well there. The other update I had is that there's a charity in the UK that has been filed. It's not been granted yet. And we know that the Australia team's working real hard. I've been seeing some awesome tweets from those guys about how they've been meeting up and discussing all these marketing endeavors. Australia, from what we understand, it might be a bit hard. Sorry if I'm breaking up. Australia might be a little bit hard. It might be about a 6-month process until their nonprofit or charity is defined. And yeah, we're still just kind of plugging along and doing this step by step as we go.
Yeah, and when you say the container, this is like the shipping containers, guys, that are like 40-foot long, the big metal containers that you see on ships. So not just some small pallet or something. So that's really exciting to see. I think targeting the US market and the UK market is a smart choice. And then hopefully there's somebody within the PulseChain community that could help target the Asian markets. Obviously, the printing and the language and everything would have to change for those markets. But I do believe that the Asian market and the India market are big market share participants of crypto. And hopefully we can get something sorted there as well.
Yeah, I agree. The more the merrier, honestly. And as we start to see success and start to understand how this process is going to work moving forward, I think it'll be easier to, figure out the logistics in those places.
I would like to challenge some of the guys out there in this crypto community to start setting up some meetups, right? You have people like Whitney, who are Queen of Millions, right? SJ just put together, and so Whitney does meetings with her group all the time. I've seen her posted on Twitter. SJ, I just went to her meetup this last weekend, right? I think face-to-face stuff is awesome. When we had dinner, SJ and I met a guy named Teddy. Teddy, I hope you're watching this. Teddy's first tokens he ever bought was ink and PDI ever. That's his first crypto. That's his first entry into this market. And I thought that was amazing and a little odd. But Teddy, you're awesome. I hope you do well with both tokens. I think that McBee, I think that your community, believe it or not, I'm part Filipino. I'm the biggest, whitest Filipino you will ever meet. Right? People never believe me that I'm Filipino
Great.
until I start listing off food at some of my family reunions. Right? But
Great.
the Philippine community is deep into crypto, and most of them speak English, right? It's not a Tagalog freaking country, right? Almost everybody there speaks English, and I think that some of this shipping container could go over there. So because definitely this current marketing drop it has an English focus. What do you think, bud?
Yeah. Hi. Hello. Hi there. Can you hear me, guys? Okay, great. Yeah, definitely it's worth noting that while as they have been saying, yeah, I think the Asian market and the Philippines itself is really deep into crypto, right? So for me, I have a community and I also shirts in here. I think you guys have mentioned all the things necessary for marketing, right? So I actually there's nothing new under the sun from all other communities, that is from Bitcoin when they started it. And yeah, for our community, definitely what Richard has been doing with the container shipping container. Yeah, hit me up, SJ. How can I help? And yeah, definitely it's worth noting that yeah, we as a community here in the Philippines we are thriving and vibing with all the crypto stuff in here. So sorry guys, I cut out. It's 1 a.m. here in the morning, by the way. Hello guys. So yeah, yeah, glad to be here, guys. And yeah, all the marketing needed. I have a T-shirt like this one. I have leather shirts in here in my in my bag. So all the marketing that is needed. And actually, I have also Filipinos are heavy in Facebook. So I have this every Tuesday and Thursday na activity, or should I say an event online, and telling people and guide them in how to do crypto the right way. So yeah, thank you for asking, brother. And yeah, you have to eat adobo one of these days.
Oh, I've eaten adobo, pancit, all of it, buddy. I'm down for the Filipino food, 100%, 100%. I don't drink, so I didn't get this belly drinking. Let's eat.
All right.
I swear, SJ, thank you so much for sharing the updates. I feel like that was everything that we needed to hear and so much more. But I think it's when we get in this feeling of like being an insider, or it's not even insider, it's just like you are in the know. And the benefit of hearing like SJ's updates is like, because we're so decentralized, we don't necessarily have the roadmaps that a lot of centralized cryptos have. And so when we can bring our community together in spaces like this, or in community form in real life, there's a different part of exclusivity that people feel, and it's not even exclusivity, it's just like people are actually opting in to know in this digital era where there's so much information, where you're like, you matter, you're in the know, you belong. And I find that's the biggest transformation that keeps Pulsicans and Hexicans in the space, even when green candles aren't here. So I've definitely helped within my community. I have found that when women find, so like, I think the benefit that we have within the Pulse chain space too is like, it's a network. There's a reason that there have been many coins that have been built within the space. And so you don't have to be strictly just core coins, but you can get into spaces and really fall in love with your investing strategies. So personally for me, I'm not really shilling here, but just like there are certain printers that have been really great for my ladies to be like, wow, I understand what's going on here. I'm making more money for myself. Like there's a certain strategy that has them really be like, I don't want to leave this chain and I belong here. And so I find and invite you guys, like if you do host your meetups too, wherever you are in the world, it's like, let people in on certain strategies, gamify this for them so they can really like fall in love and be like, whoa, I'm early to this. And I get to like print coins, or I get to have a strategy in this kind of like bear market energy for the network that really puts them ahead for the next few months as well.
I really like the face-to-face marketing, right? It's the best in my opinion. I am going along with and supporting the outbound marketing. I just love the face-to-face stuff because you get a read from people. You get success stories like Teddy. Imagine how a guy who just has been on Twitter or X, right, and sees a meetup that SJ puts out, and he's never met any of us before. The guts it takes to just drive up to a group of people and say, "Hey, my name's Teddy. I bought ink and PDI," right? It is a good group of people, and that guy got treated well throughout the thing. I gave him a Brian McGruder Hex hat from Vegas. You have one, Whitney. SJ has one, I think, right? So he's got a hat that not many other people have. We got to hook up with Josh Wu, who's doing his form of marketing and memes, right? That's a thing that we haven't touched on at all. Do you guys think that the meme culture out in Twitter, the Twitterverse and socials is helping or hindering, or what do you think about that?
I'm one of the people who believes that anything built on chain is a net positive. Now, does that mean that all of them will do well? Does that mean that some will go to zero? Does that mean that some are outright scams? Of course. And, that's just the nature of the beast. But understanding, how network activity and economic power is really generated by people coming here, whether it's the meme that gets somebody to bridge over, whether it's the developer building a new yield printer or a new DeFi platform that people can utilize and kind of make them more sticky users of the Pulse Chain network, or whether it's the next great fundamental play building over here as well. So, I'm a big proponent of it. Of course, you guys got to follow the right people. You got to learn how to do your own due diligence because, again, not all of them will outperform the blue chips. Some of them will go to zero. Some of them will be scams, but that's on any chain. But without the existence of economic activity on chain, it's really hard for the underlying chain to do well. And why I like Pulse Chain, I was really early to BSC. CZ follows me, Binance US follows me, Binance follows me. I made a killing there, and Pulse Chain feels like the early days of BSC. You're watching the first protocols be built on this chain. You're watching the first DeFi yield be built on this chain. You're watching the first cult-like communities being formed. It was around Bear, it was around PDI, now it's around Teddy and PTGC and the alien community. This is what it is like in the early stages of the chain. And although the blue chips have been down to the right, they haven't got much help from the broader market. And until recently, Ethereum was also down and to the right. So I think, the meme culture, that's a subcategory that does do its part to bring economic power, bringing new people to the network. And that's what you need for a network to thrive. You're not going to love everybody here. You're not going to love every project here, but you want them using it. You want them generating fees because on Pulse Chain in particular, it's a very benevolent chain. There's a ton of PLSX being burnt. There's a ton of PLS being locked into liquidity pools, something that hasn't been seen on any other layer one. And I think that is why I have such a positive outlook for Pulse Chain. And why I think conviction and consistency is key for everybody watching this. Whether you have 100 followers, 100,000 followers, or a million followers, have conviction and consistency. Even when there's red candles on Pulse Chain, still get up and do your daily update, your weekly update. Show the project you love on Pulse Chain. Tell people why they should own PulseX. It isn't always fun, but the consistency is what will bring people to the chain. And everybody on this panel is showing that consistency. Red day to day on Pulse Chain, but still showing up for this PulseX conference.
Very cool. Good points all around, everyone. I got to make one more, call to action. Mick B had said, what can I do here? Being, actively worked on right now. The best thing that you can do, and this also goes for people in the US, figure out what it is that is going to get us the best rate for shipping. Right. Most of the time that's going through a charity or nonprofit, which is why these entities have been created and that that marketing money is, going to be donated to these nonprofits and charities. Right. Because that's usually what the best funnel is to get, the mail out with the best rate. And when it comes to the US, one of the biggest things that we're kind of trying to figure out is the wording. Right. Like if you know anyone, I guess that my call to action just is like, hey, if you know people working in the nonprofit sector or that have done mailers like this for their nonprofits or charities, like get them in touch with us, right? That's a big piece of the puzzle that we need help figuring out is how can we word things on the outside of these mailers so people are stoked about what they're seeing on the inside and what are the rules? Like what lines can we cross or not cross? Like where is the line in terms of how to word those things?
Amazing marketing panel. I've been able to take a little bit of a break and then also listen in even if I take a break, I usually take my phone with me and listen in. And you guys are killing it. One of my favorite panels of the day. Well done. Well done.
If anybody would like to work on doing some meetups, some face-to-face meetups, SJ has a room for Hex meetups for people to organize across the country. So
what's the Telegram? I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, put that in
shout
chat.
out to Will Stevenson. He set that up.
I've been interested in doing a meetup in the Bay Area, Northern California. So if anybody that's watching this would like to do a meetup in Northern California, I'm all for it. Could be from Sacramento to Bay Area. I would be in 100%. I drove to the LA one this last weekend, so I'm in if it's in within 8 hours of my circumference.
What is the t.me/ what is it, SJ? Or anybody know?
Hex_meetup.
Hex_meetup. All right. If you want to do Hex meetup, there's a bunch of different local groups and stuff as well. I'm not on Telegram much these days, so I defer to you all on all those pieces. But I think there may be some, maybe a Washington, maybe a Seattle meetup coming up soon as well. So that should be fun. Never know.
The Pacific Northwest group, or you guys meet up all the time. You guys are tight.
We need to meet up more. We definitely were killing it for a while, but now we don't meet up nearly as much. But hopefully we'll have one soon. So we're definitely out there doing events and all that stuff. But you know what? We get a bunch of green candles. That doesn't just mean price go up. That means community probably go up too. People are going to feel a lot more energized and be like, you know what? I got some extra money. Let me go rent out a bowling alley. Let me go set up an event. Let's do a poker night. Let's, all that fun stuff. So excited.
Can I say one more thing before we end on this? Because I don't think Steve is going to do it. Right? Steve needs help with all these shirts. He has shipped out tens of thousands of shirts on their own dime, right? Not only the shipping, but the cost of the shirt. Every time there's a free shirt that comes out for a project or an event, he did this one for our stream, right? They're covering the cost of those shirts. There is a donation address, even if it's half the price of the shirt that you guys get sent to you for free. Send them some USDC, send them some tokens. I placed a bet with Hex Ray Vision, Pulse Ray Vision, and I sent all my winnings to him, right? So if there's any way that you can support those guys, those shirts are all over X all the time. They're all over on the other socials and YouTube. They're getting a lot of recognition for our chain, and he could really use some help.
Can I just say something as well? We've been doing this for 16 months now, and we finally got a retweet off Richard. Well, that day was crazy. For the first time, that T-shirt, I think we sent 900 of them out. Like one tweet off Richard cost us about $15,000.
Well, I'm with you. I got the first at RHMAX from Richard yesterday as well. So I'm same boat. Let's do it. Let's go. I've spent probably about $15,000 on T-shirts this twice as well. Please, price go up. Price go up one day. Price go up one day. We'll see. But no, you guys are putting in amazing work. And yeah, Richard doesn't always acknowledge all the amazing stuff going in the ecosystem. And, not that I try not to have expectations he wills either. So, but when it comes, it comes. It's great.
Sorry, Max. I just want to say thank you to SJ, because every time we ask her for help, she's there. She's brilliant.
Aww. Shout out
CEO
to you.
PulseChain.
Putting in the work. Woo.
CEO PulseChain. Oh wow, SJ. Yeah, again, thank all of you so much. Again, I'm glad to meet you, McBee Crypto. The Philippines putting in good work there. It sounds like as well. Whitney, of course, Triplet Dad, Crypto Hitman, Steve, T-shirts, SJ, keeping us up to date. Appreciate you all. Thank you. And I put the link in the chat for the PulseX store. Free PulseX T-shirt going on during the conference. Make sure you get it or you won't get one. So there you go. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Max.
Thanks.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Rugged.
I rugged myself.
Taking over.
I rugged myself. All right, see you later, SJ.
Bye.
Bye. It always happens during the panels. I can't click it's like this game theory deal going on with the buttons. There you go. All right, you guys get to listen to my one talk during this one before we move on to the next segment. Let me see if I remember how to stream again. I've been super streaming for too long now. All right, so this is a very important segment. Hopefully, it'll save people a lot of money from security, privacy, super important thing. I've talked about this for probably as long as I've been streaming. I've been doing security streams, privacy streams. I have a whole series. Go to gorealdefi.com. I'll put it in the chat and click on the navigation icon down there where it says security and privacy. I'll just go to it real quick and show you. Gorealdefi.com is where you can also get access to the official apps, verifiable security, all that stuff. Navigation, privacy, security. I got entire playlists, hours and hours and hours of clips and content and streams. And I even did a security week a while back as well. But this one came up recently. I'll drop this in the chat, which is a good one to riff on a little bit. So this person's a Cheetah Western. Shout out to Cheetah Western. I just lost $11,990. My first time trying Internet Money Wallet. It wasn't working PulseChain Bridge, so I figured I'd use CalSwap. So this is an important part of the lesson to be learned here. I couldn't remember the website, so I Googled it, and I clicked the top option. And it was a scan that drained my entire wallet. Again, it sucks losing money. Again, I hope Cheetah even put in the comments there. Hope you make it back and so much more. But let's not take this example in vain. Let's not forget about it. Let's take this and be like, reinforce. Do not Google for anything that you could possibly connect your crypto wallet to. If you do, it could lead you to a scam site. Google isn't filtering. It isn't 100% perfect. I'm sure they try to make malicious stuff not come up in the search results, but they're not perfect. And you can see from examples time after time, it's not the first person it ever happened to, and it won't be the last, unfortunately. If you Google for links to crypto websites, especially ones you connect your wallet to, that's the flashing alarms. Do not connect your wallet to anything that you Googled for and found the link to immediately without extra verification. Now, what does extra verification look like? Could be a whole bunch of different stuff. It could be double checking with the trusted source. Kind of what I described here in the quote piece here. Go ask someone else if it's a legit site. Maybe if you share it with a friend and say, "Hey, is this legit? Is this the URL you have?" All that stuff. Looking for the official accounts, looking for the X, looking for the Telegram, whatever stuff. I try to stay away from Telegram because it's very hard not to get scammed there as well. Plenty of legit projects, and I know it's a huge communication hub, but it is they try their best too, I guess. But it's just very hard to not get messaged by scammers and stuff on there. But the biggest thing you can do is bookmark the site itself instead of Googling for it. If it's a new site you never heard of, you got to get it from somewhere initially. Do not Google for it. So again, go to the official account, the X account. Make sure it's not a scam X account as well. Check the names, check the URLs. Go to the GitHub if it's a project. You can also go to virustotal.com. It's a website I've talked about a lot. You can give it the URL. You're right here. Give it the URL and be like, "Hey, it'll tell you. You can give it files, you can give it URLs, websites. It'll tell you if anyone's reported it or if any other malware detection engines and antivirus and stuff has found it being malicious. It can give you a score, and that it works for websites, works in files, and a lot of other things as far as those pieces go as well. So VirusTotal. And then honestly, this is, GoRealDefi is my site. It's been going strong for about 2 years now, has verifiable security. You click verify hash. I don't Google for the official sites. I don't Google for PulseChain Bridge. I go to GoRealDefi and I click Bridge, and it takes me to a view of the bridge. Looks exactly the same as official apps. You can go to the official apps. You go to pulsechain.com. You go to bridge.pulsechain.com as well. It's going to give you links. And I'm not going to get into how the bridge, how GoRealDefi works. I did plenty of content and just Google RHMAX, how GoRealDefi works and all this stuff too. But you can go to the official links. You can download it right on your computer. You can do all these things, but do not Google for PulseChain Bridge and click on websites. Again, what I like to do, I don't Google for any of these things. I don't look for them. I have bookmarked, my website, GoRealDefi, been running again for 2 years. Has a bug bounty program even? Have any valid submissions for a bug bounty program either in the last 6 months or a year? And I click on Bridge, I click on the Hex app, I click on Exchange for PulseX, Explorer for the Block Explorer, all that stuff too. So that is one way. Like, funny enough, some of these, if it's done well, and it has, this has verifiable security, click on the hashes, you can compare them, what they're supposed to be. It pulls everything from the official sources. It just gives you a view into the app itself. If you get internal server error, just refresh, because it's probably just multiple people using it at one time. So just click refresh on that if you ever see that. But it'll tell you what the official links are. It automatically updates to the latest ones. I've covered this many, many times on the show. Again, if you want to go through a full walkthrough, how it works, all this stuff, just look on YouTube and X. I did long form posts about it as well. But again, I'm going to say it one more time before I move on. Do not Google for anything that you would connect your crypto wallet to, because it may look like an official site. It may have all the things that look like it. May have complete copy, but it could be talking to another contract, not the real one, a scam site. It could be trying to trick you into giving access to your wallet to then take your money and all that stuff too. If you just click, there's always this user interaction. It's not like you go to a website, your wallet's going to get drained immediately. Technically, not true. You have to click buttons or make a prior approval, which you may have done as well on another app that could be compromised or malicious and stuff too. So do not Google for this stuff. Bookmark it, check trusted sources, check the official accounts, all those pieces too, because you do not want to lose your money. You don't want to lose something. Again, if you lose $1,000 in Pulse or Hex, what if we do 1,000x, a 10,000x? That's a lot more money than it used to be. So you don't want to, don't put yourself in that position. So hardware wallets can help with a lot of stuff too, but you still got to check the numbers. You still got to, it's not going to save you from this type of attack, but it could help you, do the different confirmations. I talked about hardware wallets before. I think of them as 2FA on your phone, two-factor authentication on your wallet. So they just give you an extra, like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? That way, if you have malware, if you run Windows, which I recommend you do not, and you have malware in your computer, then they can't just mess with your wallet and stuff. They need a physical approval on the hardware wallet to do transactions. It's great for that. And it gives you secure seed phrase generation. So when you do generate seed phrases, that you're able to do it on a secure device that doesn't have any malware on it, and all that stuff too. So hardware wallets, they're not a panacea. They don't solve everything. They are a great tool. But if you still click the buttons, you still get your wallet drained. So if you have a hardware wallet, take that into account too. Next point, don't use Windows. I'm going to keep saying this a million times. Do not use Windows. Windows is like the bad street. It's got the bullet hose and the stop signs, and you don't want to, you don't want to take your family there because there's, the playground don't look too great, or, it's got just all kinds of riffraff going on in the streets, and you just want to drive by that neighborhood really quickly. Windows puts you on the internet with that kind of view. If you use anything other than Windows, iPad, Mac, Linux, whatever, name any other operating system, you're going to remove yourself. Simply put, remove yourself from a ton of different malware and stuff that's going to affect Windows, because most people write malware and viruses for Windows. So if you don't use Windows, those viruses aren't going to affect you, right? Unless they're work across multiple systems and stuff like that. So it's one of the most basic things you can do is stop using the thing that everyone writes viruses for. I know it sounds like common sense. I know it's hard. I know there's a learning curve. You can start off getting a MacBook, getting a Linux desktop, getting a Linux laptop, whatever. Use a little bit at a time until you transition. But you don't, if you keep using the operating system that everything is being targeted, then it's an uphill battle, right? So don't use Windows. Avoid it if you can. That's going to make things a lot safer. But still, again, don't clicky all the buttons. Verify these things. I have a ton of content on rhmax.org/blog. You can also check out as well, a bunch of long form content on that. But really, you should just be binging. If you're interested in security and privacy, just go to GoRealDeFi, click security, click privacy, and binge a ton of those different videos on specific stuff. So stop Googling. Get the link from trusted source, bookmark it. I like GoRealDeFi for a lot of PulseChain stuff. And then, unlimited approvals. Everyone's curious about that. Again, if you trust the app, that's kind of like an app-based thing. I'm not going to go too much into that, but it can be annoying versus not doing it and all that stuff, but it's kind of comes down to like how much you trust. Like I trust PulseX much more than some random dApp out there. So there's that piece for like the random approvals. Anyone curious about that? But I'm going to go into depth on it right now. Revoke.cash, if you want to check your permissions and stuff, revoke.cash. You can see what permissions you have, what approvals you've given. You can revoke it. You can do a lot of that stuff with revoke.cash as well. So check that out if you want. What else? Keep your browser up to date. It's another one. You can't get, if your browser is the thing that's browsing the internet, it's browsing the bad street, right? Like avoid using Windows, use something else. You may be going down the nicer street. People are out, waving at you, having a good time. There's lemonade stand. Everything's, a little bit better. There's still some shady people around, but it's a lot better than the Windows side. Your browser's old browser, out of date. It could be vulnerabilities in that. You could get malware could be taking advantage of that as well. So another thing, keep your browser up to date. And then for privacy, I'll just touch on it real quick. So that's a lot of security stuff. You can use Brave. I like Brave. Some people don't like Brave. I like Brave for ads, blocking ads and all that stuff instead of Chrome, Safari, especially on mobile. Desktops, it could be this or that, but on mobile, I think it's been a game changer for a lot of stuff. Proton Mail instead of Gmail. Again, Gmail, it's like a huge, what I heard recently, 75% of the world's email or something like that. Big company, they have every incentive to not make things very private as well. So I wouldn't trust that. If you have an Android phone, Graphene OS, there's different privacy, different security focused OS and stuff. You can try that out. Graphene OS, just Google for that. Google for stuff you don't, connect your crypto wallet to, or I guess GPT it these days. And then Signal or Simplex for text, instead of text messages, iMessage, WhatsApp. They're still big companies, control them, maybe safe, kind of still corporate stuff. Simplex, Signal, they're more, community-based, more privacy-focused for that piece. There's a whole bunch of stuff, different stuff I didn't cover. VPNs, not for security, do nothing for security. Basically, just change your IP address. Good for privacy if you're interested in that, doing that stuff. But also depends on the VPN provider. Again, I did entire clips and videos and stuff on VPNs and their limitations, but not for security. For privacy, but not for security. That's like the biggest thing. You can use Tor, you can use proxy servers and all the like old school stuff like that as well. Burner wallets, I'm not going to cover that, but that's another piece as well. And that's some of the major stuff. So again, if you take nothing else away from this entire talk, avoid Windows and don't Google for things you connect your crypto wallet to. I'll end it with that. But if you want to go down, bench more stuff, go over to DeFi.com, click security, tons and tons and tons and tons of content and commentary, to a bunch of different guests and stuff that have talked about it as well. So that's what I got for you there. I'll drop Go Real DeFi. Man, that was the quickest 15 minutes I could possibly do on this topic because I did hours and hours of that content. But let me do a transition, and I'll bring the next speakers up here, do their talk. And what we're gonna do for this one? Let's do the money gun. Here we go.
Wow. Neat. Don't leave home without it. Yeah.
Welcome, gentlemen. How's it going?
Hey.
You have a money gun to talk to us about. You got anything money gun related?
Thank you so much,
buddy.
RH. We really appreciate the invitation. And those last 15 minutes are vital. Crypto it's so necessary to be safe and secure. So thank you again. And a big shout out to you, Max, for bringing the community together. Hey, everyone. We're excited to be here and to share what we've been building for the PulseChain community. Over the next 30 minutes, here's what we're going to cover. A quick intro to PulseX and the PulseX team, a deep dive into 2 game-changing utilities we've built. These aren't clones. These isn't repackaged DeFi tools. They are original PulseChain native creations. And we're going to wrap it up with 10 minutes of Q&A. At PulseX, our mission is simple and bold. We're building best-in-class tools that empower individuals and communities to prosper, to thrive, and to gain financial freedom. We're helping to create a parallel economy here on PulseChain that's fully aligned with the ethos of PulseChain, the freedom chain, an economy free from the restrictions of traditional financial institutions. Now, the PlusX team has 6 co-founders. Artem, our CEO, has deep business and finance experience. He's been leading a team of devs dating back to 2017, specializing in market making for early ICOs. Haunted is the founder of Up and UpX tokens. Dave, also known as the Professor, is a retired math professor and a wizard in cryptography and tokenomics. Bas is our traditional finance veteran. He's an expert trader and our in-house AI bot developer. Doc is a crypto analyst, UX UI designer, and our resident Swiss Army knife. He's a jack of all trades. And myself, I specialize in marketing. I founded and sold a multi-million-dollar marketing agency, and now I'm focused on bringing PlusX and PulseChain to the world. We have all been part of PulseChain for years. We believe in Richard's vision, and we're fully invested in PulseChain, and we're building Pulse native groundbreaking utilities as we speak. Now, the first tool I want to introduce to you is Validator X. Validator X delivers the highest yield of any liquid staking protocol on PulseChain, and according to Grok AI, the highest of any EVM chain, and it's native to PulseChain. Now, if you're not interested in validating, please stay on for the second part of this talk, which is groundbreaking, the ability to be able to take any token you love, any PRC20, and earn yield on it. Now, to tell you more about Validator X I'll bring up Doc and Bas.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it, sir. Welcome, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well out there today. So today, we're going to dive into the best way to stake Pulse on PulseChain, which is Validator X, and we're also going to touch on Validator X strategy. As we get started, one thing I want you to ask yourself is, why would you keep seeds in your pocket when you could use them to grow a forest? This is a metaphor for what we're going to talk about. And if you like Pulse, you should ask yourselves, why would you just let it sit stagnant when you could stake it in Validator X and multiply your Pulse units with zero risk of impermanent loss? Validator X is not just a staking platform. It is a system designed to help you maximize yield, grow your Pulse bag, and maintain complete flexibility. It's not a fork of an existing protocol. It is a fresh build, and it's been running flawlessly since launch, which was almost 6 months ago. Bas and I are going to walk you through how it works, why it's different, and how you can start earning a great yield on your Pulse today. So, Bas, could you do a quick rundown on what validating is, sir?
Bas, your mic might not be open, brother.
Well, until Bas jumps online, Dave, do you want to jump in for him, or I can run with his slide?
I'm right here for you, brother. So validations are the backbone of the blockchain. They propose new blocks, they verify transactions, and they keep the chain secure and decentralized. But running your own validator can be complex. And for PulseChain, you need 32 million and a stable node, constant uptime, and the technical know-how. Validator X was created to simplify this for us.
Right, thanks. So yeah, I mean, this is where liquid staking comes in. And with Validator X, you can stake any amount of Pulse, and you immediately start earning validator rewards. After you stake, you can claim UPLS, which is the liquid receipt token that represents your staked Pulse. There's no lockup period, there's no penalties, no unstake fees, and you can move or use your UPLS whenever you choose, such as using it to provide LP or using it in our newest tool, LPX, which Haunted and Dave are going to talk about next. The UPLS receipt token is a PRC20 token, which is fully immutable and verified. The only way it can be minted is by staking Pulse, and only the UPLS holders can redeem it for the underlying Pulse. So I'm not sure if Bas is back. We'll see, but if he's not, Dave, could you run with the next slide on why people are choosing Validator X?
Absolutely. This thing was built for everybody because there's no minimum stake. You know, regular validators, you take 32 million. There's no deposit fees. There's no withdrawal fees. There's no hidden costs on this. It's audited. It's battle tested. We're running over what, 3,500 active validators flawlessly, 100% uptime.
Yep.
And if you started staking since inception, earlier this year, your APR would have been approximately 2.22, a little over 22%. That's by far the highest staking yield anywhere, and definitely on PulseChain. Importantly, 91% of all validator rewards flow directly to you as the staker. This is the purest form of validator yield, shared transparently and fairly. Doc, why are people using this?
So, I mean, look, I believe Validator X is fundamentally different from other liquid staking options. Here, you're not getting diluted with inflationary tokens or unnecessary incentives. Every PLS reward is real, and it's directly increasing your stake's value. Your rewards are automatically compounded, and new validators spin up each time 32 million Pulse has been accumulated. The continuous compounding is one of the reasons we offer the highest APR. With regards to the 91% of yield that you just mentioned, it's important to note that this means all validator rewards. We don't just share one pillar of the rewards, we share all three pillars, meaning we direct 91% of the block yield, the attestation yield, and the sync committee yield to the stakers. Essentially, we broke the status quo by offering the lowest liquid staking fee in all of crypto. We broke the record. This setup means your position keeps growing automatically without needing to claim or reinvest. And as Validator X spins up more and more validators, our chances to build blocks and boost rewards keep rising. It's basically legit set it and forget it compounding. Dave, could you touch on the receipt token, please?
Absolutely. The UPLS receipt token is fully backed by validator rewards. You can hold it, you can transfer it, you can use it in DeFi, or exit your stake at any time after the 48-hour cooldown period. Unlike most tokens that inflate and dilute over time, UPulse only appreciates as more pulse is earned and added to the system. This is why UPulse constantly goes up in value against Pulse. Basically, we see no reason why you shouldn't be staking your Pulse with VX and holding this raw PLS. It just makes no sense. Let them grow. And I'd like to touch on the transparency if we can. Can we jump to that next slide? Here we go. So it's at the core of what Validator X is all about. All validator rewards are visible on chain. Every new validator, every block reward, every block built is fully transparent. We at PlusX took the transparency to another level. We have a bot system that's constantly running in our Telegram room, and it tracks most of the stats you could possibly imagine in real time and by way of queries within the room. Here's a slide where we have a screenshot of a block build where Validator X was awarded 96 million Pulse in just this one block. The smart contract immediately spooled up 3 new validators with rewards gained from this block. We are unaware of any block with higher Pulse rewards than this one here, and we claim the trophy for the largest block reward until someone else can show us another block that was larger than ours. But the chance of hitting a block like this while solo validating is like winning the lottery. But with VX, with Validator X, the chances of building a high-value block, it's just a matter of time. And 91% of that 96 million went right to the stakers. This protocol is built to maximize value for the stakers, not for the insiders.
Thank you, boss. Yeah, I mean, with the amount of validators we're running, we pretty much build a block every 100 seconds. So here's a look at the Validator X user interface. It's sleek, clean, and easy to interact with. You simply input the amount of Pulse you wish to stake, hit the stake button, confirm the transaction in your wallet, and you're good to go. You'll see the units of UPLS that you'll be able to claim after the 48-hour cooldown period has passed. The 48-hour cooldown period is essentially a security feature, and it's a way to ensure people don't game the system. With that being said, as soon as you stake your Pulse, you start earning yield, not when you claim the receipt token. So let's touch on Validator X strategy, or VXS. I like to think of it as your personal yield automation tool. VXS allows you to control exactly what happens with your Pulse yield, automatically and on-chain. You can direct your Pulse rewards to DCA into a token of your choosing, or you can elect to burn a token to reduce that token's supply and support a token you love, right? I mean, it's crazy. Basically, what we've done is we've given any token the ability to have an automated buy and burn. You can also harvest your Pulse yield partially or fully, all without touching your principal. VXS unlocks a new level of strategic control for stakers, and we're unaware of any other liquid staking protocol that offers this level of freedom and flexibility. Here's how it works in practice. First, you stake Pulse and then claim the receipt token as usual. After you claim your UPLS, you can build a custom yield strategy. You're actually building your own smart contract that interacts with Validator X. And once you've built it, the contract executes your strategy automatically. That means there's no manual claims and no repeated approvals. It's fully automated, and it's a smart contract created by you. And here's a quick look at the VXS user interface. We don't have time to do a deep dive on it. In short, you've got several parameters to set up, both in the strategy tab and the executor tab. For the record, we are here on the PulseX conference. All buys that are routing through VXS go through the PulseX V1 or V2 router, which means it supports the PulseX buy and burn. In this next slide, we're going to touch on the TVL currently held in the PulseX ecosystem. We're running a grand total of 4,516 validators, which is 144.5 billion Pulse. At the current Pulse price, yesterday when I ran these numbers, that was about $4.7 million. At SAC rate of 3 zeros and a 1, that's basically just under $16 million of Pulse. In LPX, the tool that Haunted and Dave are going to talk about next, we accepted approximately $3.2 million of assets were deposited into those pools for a grand total at the current prices of just under $8 million. To me, this means our users are confident in our protocols and the team. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, so in closing, there's never been a better time to get started with liquid staking with us. Validator X isn't just about earning yield. It's about helping build Pulse chains, supporting the decentralization, and creating real value for the people. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Jay.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Doc. Doc, I have a question for you before we move on. A lot of people think of validating and they think, okay, it's great for the infrastructure, but how do you make money validating? Can you give me an example of how someone could use Validator X to actually make some gains, to make some money?
All right, let's do a thought experiment here. Let's pretend someone has, we'll use easy numbers, 10 grand worth of Pulse, and they want to make some yield. So they come over to Validator X, they deposit their Pulse, and they start earning Validator rewards immediately. Currently, since the inception, the APR has been about 22%, but let's drop down to 20% and assume that they stay in for a year. So now they've earned $2,000 worth of Pulse on their 10K. But let's use the 10X here for easy numbers. People like X's, right? So let's imagine that Pulse does a 10X over the course of that year. Now the $2,000 you earned in yield is worth 20 grand. So,
wow.
So with that 20K, you basically doubled the amount of your initial deposit just in the yield alone.
Wow.
And you've still got your principal. And if it did a 10X, you've got 100 grand in principal plus 20K in profit and yield. Amazing,
Doc. Amazing. Someone could essentially really have passive income just validating. I mean, this is amazing, Doc. Now, I want to hand it over to Dave and to Haunted to talk about LPX. Just like with Validator X, LPX is a Pulse chain native build. It's on no other chain. It really is a revolution in liquidity. And Dave, Haunted, take it away.
Hey everyone, welcome. Today we're going to be talking about LPX, a new liquidity protocol that actually works for you. Whether you're holding PLS or just launching a new token, LPX helps you earn yield and support the chart without being glued to your screen. LPX is a game changer for Pulse chain.
Yeah, I don't know. Haunted, right there, you said something very important. You said LPX works for you, and that's what we need to make sure everybody learns from this presentation today. Existing LPX work for everyone else. They allow others to do as they wish with your tokens. You assume the risk as the LP provider. But with LPX, it's different. And we're here to show you how LPX works for you. But first, let me give you just a little bit of background on where it came from. A centralized form of LPX was used by our team while acting as market makers since 2017. Our team has worked with hundreds of tokens during the ICO craze, and they figured out what really works. Now, what we've done is we've taken that profit logic and built it into a smart contract that anyone can use. You don't need to be a whale anymore to be a market maker. You're just joining us with, or you launch an LPX.
Right, and being a market maker takes a lot of money, and it is a lot of work. Now we all can be market makers with LPX, and now market making makes a lot. We all know market making makes a lot of money. So let's get into how it works. LPX sets the trading range, just waits. If the price moves up, it sells. If it moves below, it buys. Simple, that's it. No emotion, no FOMO. It just keeps rotating profits into strength, into a stronger position.
Yeah, so hey, so maybe some of us are familiar with what market makers do, but let's show you a couple charts in action of what's really going on here. So you can see our chart. We have two tokens. We have Up and Up X, and it's real important that I want you to hear. Validator X is not a token. LPX is not a token. These are protocols you can use. It's like Uniswap. You can come in and use Uniswap. They did eventually put out a token, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a protocol that is a market maker. And you can look at the chart here, and we started LPX with our token in about November, and you can see what it's done with the chart. And I think what's important is that you look underneath that and you see the additional volume we brought to PulseChain. All of those trades happened on PulseX. So by participating in LPX, you're helping the ecosystem as well. So if we take a look at this next one, yeah, check this out. Here's a 15-minute chart. This is what LPX does. Look at how it handled this sideways market. It sells on strength. It buys on dips. When I first started seeing us selling tokens, I was anxious. But then I watched LPX buy back more than it sold. And it became obvious that LPX is the game changer. Everybody on PulseChain needs this. And with every trade, it builds yield.
Exactly. And it's not just sideways. It holds up in every kind of market, or all kind of markets. On a downtrend, LPX doesn't panic. It waits. And then it starts buying once the price moves out of the no trade zone. And as you can see in this chart here, that it also is still selling and buying. So it's still locking in profits in a downwards trend. And it also boosts confidence in people buying into the chart. If you go to the next one in an uptrend, this is a 1 hour chart. And if you can see, same thing, it's also locking in profits. It's doing that, the loop. It's selling high, buying low, but even in the upwards trend, locking in profits every time. And the chart is moving up, and you're making some mad gains. So so when the price goes up, it sells, and when the price dips, it rebuys, like having a smart trader on autopilot. Look what happens when a shark exits in a single click. In the next block, LPX goes to work and buys to protect the price. Having a protective whale wallet gives the community so much confidence in our tokens. This protective force is what we want to see for all of tokens on PulseChain.
Yeah, so you guys saw the chart. This thing buys and sells, and it protects your chart price. Now, some of you guys are thinking this is a liquidity system similar to V2, and you're worried about impermanent loss. You've heard that phrase, and we've heard it a lot in this conference. Well, yeah, that's what typically, wrecks people in traditional LP. But LPX doesn't expose your token like V2. That we are not doing that. LPX only enters the market when there's profit to be made, and the no trade zone adjusts automatically to match current conditions. So, and then here's another huge benefit. Not only do we avoid the impermanent loss, but we also put a stop to these pump and dumps that you see within our ecosystem. LPX actually helps reduce those. It sells a little when things move too fast. It uses the profits to buy when the price dips, and that softens those crashes. And the community notices this. People feel more confident when there's a smart system backing them up. So this community coordination that we build with LPX is like a symphony of positive price pressure for your tokens.
And just to be super clear, Dave said LPX is not like V2 or V3. LPX isn't Uniswap. Uniswap V2 and V3 are passive. They don't care what the market's doing. Your tokens are always at risk. LPX is active. It only trades when it makes sense. Plus, you can customize it. You want tighter ranges, want more yield, LPX gives you those tools. Here's something people miss. LPX doesn't need a busy chain to earn yield. It feeds off price movement. So the more volatile your token, the more LPX can earn. And we all know that Pulsechain has a lot of volatility. There's a lot of volatility that works for you.
All right. And unlike other liquidity systems, you don't even have to have a pair. You know, some people don't participate because they're afraid of having to buy the second side. You can use just what you hold. You know, the tokens you love. You got Pulse, you got Hex, you got a meme coin. Great. Put it into an LPX. No need to match it up with anything else. That alone makes it so much easier to get started. Joining an LPX is simple. You let the tokens you love earn you a yield. But if you want paired liquidity, you have that option. LPX, I mean, we have so much flexibility. It works for you.
Dave said it, LPX has options. It works for you. There's 4 types of LPX pools. There's a single, a dual, a directional, and liquid. Single-sided, you only need 1 token. The dual, you set both sides and you can set a range. A directional, if you want to sell on the way up or buy on the way down, your choice. And liquid, where you need to provide both sides, and it has a tighter no trade zone. LPX lets you customize your position so you can trade or exit like a V3.
Yeah,
Dave.
and within those pools, you have managers, you have solo pools, and you have immutable pools. And all right, so you have all the flexibility to grab the type of LPX you want and set the settings you want for that, whatever mode. And so a quick recap here for you. What is LPX? It's an automated market maker. It buys low, sells high, avoids impermanent loss. It makes money from the price swings, not from the volume. It creates yield and acts like a guardian well for your token. With a profit logic engine, LPX builds confidence, pushes prices higher, and strengthens the whole Pulsechain ecosystem. All RH tokens are going to benefit from the LPX liquidity protocol.
LPX is a game changer. If it sounds like something you want to be part of, here's where to go. We are all looking forward to helping you grasp the many options LPX offers. Here are the parts we have for you to join. So just come and join to TME. This is the front end of the pools. You can have all the pools that you can join. You can click on the pool that you want and continue from there. So, sorry, Dave, can you continue?
Yeah, no problem. So yeah, we showed you our socials here. You can go to plusx.app to join. You can come to our Telegram room.
Thank you.
Are we still there? Yeah, t.me/UPABNS. And back to you, Jay.
Max, how many minutes do we have for a Q&A?
2.5. Yeah.
2.5. Well, Max, do you have any thoughts? Actually, why don't I ask a quick question to the panel, Max?
Sure.
Because, people have all the RH cores, PlusX, Pulse, Hex, Inc. They also have the pump tire memes. How can LPX help you get yield without pairing it to another token? Maybe Dave can pick that up. I mean, this is quite amazing. You could take the tokens that you love and start earning yield.
Yeah, exactly. We launched this thing a few days ago. We've got tokens trading on it. We have Pulse, PulseX. We got all the RH coins, Inc., Hex, eHex. All the pairs are currently working for members that have found us, and they found us early. You come in single-sided. You take your tokens, you place them in there, and they're sitting in a smart contract, and they're basically looking for an opportunity to sell high, buy low, and that's the game. And it's been proven to work very well. We've had ours running since November, so ours are running about 8 months now, and the yield is incredible. We started them off with just a single token, and you don't need a second side. This system, we've always talked about having single-sided staking on Pulsechain. It was something that Richard had talked about. Well, it exists now, and it exists through the process of a market maker. And there's no inflation token here. You're not getting a token that we minted out of thin air as the yield. The yield is real yield. So if you go in with Inc. token into an LPX, your yield is going to be additional Inc. tokens because it trades high. It sells high, buys back low. So when it sells, 50 Inc. tokens, it buys back 54 Inc. tokens. And the system, has a no trade zone of 2.34 is a system we set up with a pair for Inc.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
Thank you, my friend. Max, I want to say again, a big shout out to you. Thank you for bringing the community together. We're here to build. We're here to stay for the long term. And by the way, LPX works with Will in 4 weeks. LPX, you can start a pool with any PRC20 token. Thank you, Max. We really appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave, Jay Gold, Doc, Haunted. Appreciate you all building on PulseChain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good one. All right. Building. Got some builders, got a lot of good stuff. Oh, what are we on to now? We're going to continue with building. I'm just looking at the schedule here. Got LPX on that one. And now we got the how to build on PulseChain with Triplet Dad. Right on time. Let's see who's in the green. He is in the green room. He's in the green room, and he needs an intro video. He needs a transition video. What would he want? Which one would he want? You know what? We haven't did a hex game for a while. This may be pretty good. Let's do this one.
That's why they hit us with a Wells notice. SEC versus RH11 until they notice in the back of the court. We're just professional. We don't care. We got them already simple songs screaming out. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money sacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. For some reason, yo, they hating no heads. It don't matter. We got each other's back. Now we can flex. Forget a market cap. Heads could burn all of that. RH spinning in the front, psyops in the back. We stack, burn, flip and trade a little crypto. Made of the platforms famous cause the DeFi is all we know. SEC sending their letters and marking their posts. They didn't expect RH11 to come and dispose. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money sacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. PulseChain has made it clear it's the new L1. Keeping gas fees low on Ethereum, case 1. PulseX your way into crypto. Regulations gonna take things slow. Everyone knows we stack, burn, flip, and hold every bit we own. Richard Hart got the vision. 504 heads can grow. INC incentivizes us to run the show, while the SEC installs in the status quo. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money sacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto. Smart contracts running, DeFi is trust. This is PulseChain game, you don't believe in us. SEC tried to talk, so we had 11 witness. The bear is the real test, SEC is just fitness. We taking over, no time to debate. Check your contract over, the audit said it was fake. You got the keys, and you collect all the fees, and you're not locked, so you probably pull liquidity. Hey yo, this is the future, crypto on lock. Hex is the first CD on block. SEC stepped in to stop the clock, but the validator is running the code will never stop. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Money sacking up, yeah, watch it explode. Heads post INC, post as we hold. Richard Hart versus SEC for crypto.
Boom. How's that intro?
Very nice, buddy. Love that one.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
The only other one that I like that I play on my show all the time is the big giant Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. I know. I was trying to find that the other day. I wanted to clip it. I wanted to post it, and I couldn't find it in time.
I'll DM it to you. I have it already clipped for you, bud.
All right. I like. Man, I could use that right now. Actually, if you have time, send it to me. I'll upload it so I can play it during the conference. I love that one.
I'll send it to you right away.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, you got 15 minutes. Lightning talk. How to build on PulseChain. Triple Dad taking us in from there to the builders panel. It's all yours, sir.
Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. So, I'm going to go through building on PulseChain, but it's going to be from a different point of view. It's going to be from my point of view, right? How I got started in building on PulseChain. And some of this may resonate with others out there that are interested in building on PulseChain that may not think that they have the skills or anything like that to build. Number one, I can't write a line of code, right? That's not my forte. I have been involved in tech for quite a while. I could put blinking boxes where they need to go and configure Cisco routers and stuff like that, right? But from a tech point of view, I don't write in Python or Solidity or any of that kind of stuff. I just know how things work, and I have great ideas, right? And a lot of you out there that I hope are watching this may have some great ideas that you would like to put out on PulseChain. So building is not just putting a DApp together or finding something to fork or anything like that, the first question I have asked several people who said they're going to build a project, right, is do you really, really want to do this? Because it is very, very time consuming. If you have a idea or a token or something like that, a DApp that you would like to put out there, produce, it is not a set it and forget it type of thing, right? You can see from everybody on here, Fast Abdul, even Haunted and those guys, right? Those guys are in chats all the time, right? They have built a community around them. So building is not just building a DApp or a token, it's building a community. And that is what actually puts your token or project winning side, losing side, right? That the community building within this ecosystem is like none other than I've ever been in, right? And I was a degen prior to being on Pulsechain. I made all of my SAC money from Phantom and BNB farming back in the day. And that's how I got introduced. And I actually got introduced to Pulsechain by a degen on YouTube. Said that he had played around with Hex, got his start in Hex, and that there was a new blockchain coming out called Pulsechain that Richard Hart was doing. Then I did a deep dive on Richard Hart. And from that point, I was just in it, right? I did nothing but Richard Hart stuff basically since the SAC time to now. So one, building a community is first and foremost. Ty and I and another group, a group of people, Haunted was included in that. We just started doing videos. I streamed with Haunted, and we did his Haunted strategies, right? We did that. We did a lot of educational videos on bridging and stuff like that. And that was building a community around us. And then we were picked up by the Power City crew, and we started doing sacrifices and stuff like that, pooled sacrifices, which built our community even more, right? So building that community is key. With the Power City guys, I started getting a feel for getting the feel, wanting to build something of my own, right? So we branched out from the Power City guys, helped them build some stuff, helped them with their funds, and we started doing a couple of projects of our own. It is very difficult when you first start doing this to get in the mindset of thinking like a dev, right? Everything that we have built has been ground up builds for the most part, except for Barista. But interfacing with devs and artists and stuff like that, this is going to be something front end UI devs is going to be something that you are going to have to make part of your daily routine, right? It's not easy. It's very, very time consuming. If you have a 9-to-5 job, this is going to actually tax you quite a bit. It just is. It just is. We at one point in time had 3 dev teams working on 3 different projects. Those dev teams are always open and available to anybody else that we talk to. When we find dev teams that do what they say at a reasonable price and on time, we lean into those guys and we make those guys available for the rest of the community. It is my goal to keep good devs building within Pulsechain. Going from let's just say I think my camera just blinked out. Sorry about that. That leans heavily on community building around that token. There's forking of other projects, right? That's being done quite a bit within the Pulse Chain community. Forking other projects is awesome. A lot of those utilities had followers on other chains, and it is easy to get users on Pulse Chain with something that people are familiar with. So if you see a project out there that has not been forked, and I'm not disparaging forking at all. Forking is awesome, right? There are other utilities out in the ethos that have yet to be forked on Pulse Chain. You have Buck, who brought in several different forks of Balancer and that sort of thing. You have Fast Abdul forking Convex, right, or whatever his thing is a fork of. I believe it's Convex, and the other one. There's quite a few forks of Liquidity out there right now that seem to be getting a lot of traction. I love all of those things. They bring eyeballs and users to this community. And if you see something out there that is yet to be forked, bring it on over. If you have an idea, talk to us about it. There's a lot of people here that will help you from beginning to end with bringing projects onto Pulse Chain. I'm doing primarily ground up builds. Those are very, very time consuming. They are expensive to do, but we have launched now, I think, 7 projects with very little funds. Most of it now is our own money, and 3 of those are on Ethereum. 4 of them are on Pulse Chain, and we actually have Bistro on Sonic now. So we are trying to build an ecosystem. So that's, if you're looking at building an ecosystem, that is also very, very time consuming, right? And I'm not trying to get everybody down on this, right? I'm building on Pulse Chain. I'm a very upbeat guy, but it is, if you are looking at building something that's complicated, right? Expect to be, when people say it's 2 more weeks, that is a real thing. I can't tell you how much that's a real thing. What is AJ saying in here? Marcus is nervous. Yeah, buddy, a little bit. I'm on screen here. But if you are looking at building an ecosystem, that's going to take forever. Absolutely forever. We have taken pieces and parts of our ecosystem and launched them periodically throughout this 2 years ish that we have been up and running, and it's gone fairly well. The audits are important. I can't stress that enough. If you're going to get any type of user that is questioning it all, right? And Richard Hart has kind of drilled that into us, right? Get audits, make sure your code is verified, put that out there so everybody can see it. Faces on the internet are awesome, right? If I'm going out shaking hands with people, I like to have that as well with the other dApps that I interact with. The other thing that I would probably recommend is going and joining into a paid group. I am in Randy's group, and I didn't go into Randy's group because I need help setting up a wallet, or I want to know what meme coin is going to do well today or tomorrow. I'm in Randy's group because I'm in there with a bunch of like-minded people, a lot of builders, and I get advice from those builders on a bi-weekly basis. We have monthly or weekly meetings twice a week. And those people advise me on what I'm doing and what I can improve. You've recently seen some updates on some of our dApps, right? The barista or bistro dApp has been completely UI updated. So take advice from people that you trust and implement those ideas. When it comes to let's start with something else. When it comes to getting these things going for code, right? When it comes down to putting it together, code for your dApps, trust your devs. You can paper napkin ideas out, give it to them, let them run with it, and go from there, right? I don't really have any more to go on other than that with building those particular things. When it comes to core infrastructure, right? That's the part where we have actually had some issues with core infrastructure, RPCs, that type of thing have been absolutely brutal for us. So I would recommend, if you're going to do some building on PulseChain, to do so and get some of the core infrastructure that we need to make PulseChain work properly. Bridges and interoperability, those are all kind of getting taken care of by Liberty Swap and RH and that sort of thing. But if you have an itch you want to scratch, and it's for building on PulseChain, infrastructure is what we need. The devs' complaints are almost always surrounded around the things that we have, the tools that are needed to build not just RPCs, but oracles, right? Getting price feeds on PulseChain is a pain in the butt. Price feeds are vital to almost everything that we build on PulseChain. So we do have a little bit of price feeds right now coming up with Fetch. I'm not sure what Stu's going to build here, but with Stu, I'm not sure when that's coming out. DeFi primitives are still missing, so algos for native stables and that sort of thing. We're actually having to get price feeds from different dexes and that sort of thing to even have price feeds within some of our stuff. Analytics and explorers, the guys from Midgard are doing absolute wonders with that.
Shout out to Midgard.
Shout out to Midgard, 100%. How you doing there, Max? Sorry, I kind of botched it a little bit there. I was getting caught up in my notes. Apologies.
No, I was just waiting for Dev. When price go up, Dev, when price go up. It's the meme with the little cane poking the PulseChain price.
Exactly. You also want to try to scale for long-term growth, right? Some of these projects that we've built and the others built have growth opportunities in there for the long term, right? Things that Fast Abdul has built has have different tokens and different tokenomics, and we have a lot of things that are going to be actually going into and working with Fast Abdul's projects. What do you have on this, Max? Any
on
ideas on building itself?
On the building, yeah, I think there's something that Kong talked a little bit about yesterday. We riffed on was like, you don't have to build a token, you don't have to fork a project that has all these stuff. You don't have to do a sacrifice. You can. There's all kinds of different ways to do these pieces. It can just be stat sites. It can just be smart contracts that do other things that help the ecosystem. It can be a token. It can be built on Hex. It can be other things too. Yeah.
We did a sacrifice, right? We had a little over 400 grand. 400 grand doesn't go very far if you guys are looking at building 7 or 8 dApps. If you're going to include audits and marketing and that sort of thing, with all of that, it is actually not enough money to build that many things. So we've actually taken up the mantle and have started paying for a whole bunch of dApps on our own. We are actually in the process of building an RNG, right? A random number generator is one of those core things that almost every other chain has. And it's vital for things like gambling sites, things that Jacob is building, right? Jacob is building the Mafia game, and every one of those things that happens within that Mafia game is a dice roll, and that's an RNG. So that core infrastructure that I spoke of, RPCs, bridging, RNGs, Oracle services. Those are the things. The stuff that Midgard's building. Those are the core things that this ecosystem needs to assist builders in building easily on Pulse Chain.
Well, don't talk about everything, Triple Dad. You got a whole panel coming up.
Yeah. Well, those are my favorite things right there, because those are the hindrance typically of what we do. My main point on all of this, though, is if you have an idea in your head and you think it's going to play well on Pulse Chain, make sure that you're building the community around that prior to building, right? Richard Hart had a community before Pulse Chain existed from Hex, and he built that Hex community prior to Hex being out, right?
Prior to Hex, he had the Bitcoin community.
Exactly.
We almost had a CFD community, if you know, you know.
Exactly. So build your community before you build your project. That is the main thing I would like to get across there. There's a lot of people within this ecosystem that could have built long ago. Johnny Chaos is a prime example of that, right? Just recently did he come out with a token, which is funny to me. He could have built something long ago, right? The guys in the Discourse Syndicate, those guys could have built something long ago. There's a lot of communities within this within the Pulse Chain ecosystem that are prime for building, and I hope they do so. If you need any help with building anything, let me know.
Well, let's talk to some of them. Let's get them in the room. Here we go.
All right.
Ben's back. We got Dave from PulseX.app. Crypto Kong is back. Also, Doc, another one from the PulseX ecosystem.
What's up?
Get versus back.
Yeah.
From the PulseX. A little bit of feedback there. I love hearing myself. Let me keep talking.
Somebody's got their computer on.
Oh, it was Ben. There we go. I was like, who isn't muted yet? Who's still got it? Anyways, Fast Abdul's here. Tim, do you want? Are you? Tim's. Do you want to? I can't hear you in the green room. But can you tell me if you want to come join her? I think you said no, but you're in the green room. So let me try. Please put one of the. I'll hang out. Okay. Tim's back as well. And let me unmute Ben real quick. Unmute Ben.
Yeah, it's the last panel I won't be available for.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Did I get confused? I thought you said you meant not this panel. But anyways, all good. Ben's having some Ben's getting that worked out, and we'll get into it. But you guys get into it, and then I'll check in with Ben in a second too and get him unmuted. Take it away. Builders. Biddle stuff.
Johnny Chaos is in the chat. Every time you say his name on stream, I think he has a bot that brings him in. Welcome, Mr. Chaos.
I think he is a bot. Pretty sure.
No, I met Johnny. He's real. He's as real as he gets.
Yeah, so we all jumped on this panel for a reason to talk about why we're building on Pulse Chain, and there's probably a couple things we might want to bring everybody's attention to. It's like, why would anybody be in crypto in the first place? Why would they go to DeFi? And then the great question is, why are we building on Pulse Chain? So that's probably a good place to start this conversation off. Anybody want to take the lead on that?
Sure, I will. I'll start off with why I chose to build an NFT brand on Pulse Chain. We need some excitement here. We need some fun here, and we need a way to onboard youth here and how to bring in people from other chains, right? DeFi is cool, making money is cool, but in a bear market, none of that happens. So we need to find a way to keep people entertained, educated, and engaged, right? And that's what 404 Monsters is going to do, right? We're creating a encapsulated ecosystem that represents Pulse Chain and Richard Hart. So while he called them stupid JPEGs, we decided to just come here and show him how smart they are, right? They're not stupid. They're needed. Art is needed. right? But I just feel like we need something cool. And the reason I really came here is because I must be crazy, right? Like I could have went to other chains, but I said if we go up against the grain so hard, we're either gonna fail hard or we're gonna go super big, right? So that's why I encapsulated all of these monsters and made them represent the core tokens and color palette. So now we kind of made a call to action for the community, and we're just waiting for people to lean in. And what was the first part of the question? I'm sorry, man. I'm kind of
No. We're just getting everybody started with, why should people watch this conference and join crypto, and then in that lane, why are they going to join DeFi and not a centralized exchange? And then, of course, why PulseChain? Why not one of the other EVMs?
Okay, so the reason why people should come to crypto is because everything is going digital, no matter if you like it or not. The reason why you should watch this conference is because anything with utility needs to be shared, and you need to watch it because you don't know what you're missing until you see it, right? So you need to give consideration to this and the people who take their time to share the cool stuff that's being built. If all the cool stuff is not being seen and interacted with, it's all going to go to zero. And that's pretty much my cliff notes on those for now.
Well, Liddy's kind of a prime example of that point that I made of building a community before you build a project, right? And Liddy was all over Twitter and Spaces and everything that had to do with NFTs, and he was in it for real. Came on the cigar show with us, talked about his project. He has built a community first. I see a lot of the UpX guys in here. Haunted was really good at that, building a community around himself before he built the project. It was pretty good.
I would chime in just to say that the reason that I'm building on PulseChain and in the space of DeFi is simply because Richard Hart has made a way available for somebody who has no coding knowledge to actually create a store of value and define that value and bring actual real world liquidity and success into this space. So, I mean, that's why I'm here, and I'm very happy with the results.
And how long have you been here, Tim, before you decided, hey, I want to do a token?
I've been in crypto since 2011. And the only reason I did a token is because the guy that I hired to build my house overheard me in a conversation at a New Year's Eve party. He's like, bro, you know a lot about this crypto. We need to start our own coin. And I had no idea how to do that. And then a couple weeks later, Pump Tires launched, and I went back to him. I'm like, hey, if you still want to do a coin, I'll show you how to do it. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And things just went from there.
Nice.
I think with PulseChain, the main reason for builders to come here is there's pretty much one reason, and that's community.
Yeah.
It's the best community in crypto. It's full of fanatics and crazy people and cult members. Why would you go anywhere else?
Well, you know what, you talk about the community. We are definitely battle hardened. These people, the people that are still here, they've gone through the ringers on this thing. But, some of the other more technical reasons are, we don't have the OFAC compliance issues that you have over on Ethereum. Over there, 47% of their blocks are censored by those people that are, controlled by the government. I mean, so what Richard has given us is a true freedom chain. And that's one of the reasons we're building the PlusX ecosystem over here, is because of the gifts that Richard has given us with this EVM. It's not like the other EVMs. This one has that legal protection that no other EVM has. So we have that regulatory moat. And so some of those reasons are reasons that new builders might come to our chain. And, not to mention all of the upgrades that Richard put on here with, the faster block time and the cheaper fees. But yeah, Richard and his freedom narrative, I think, caught hold of a lot of people. And I think that's what the community is. And those people don't go down easy. I mean, we charge the fucking hill. So, when you have that kind of a community, and then you have the kind of a chain that Richard has built for us, I think that's why our community is unique in the world of DeFi.
Absolutely agree. How's my audio, guys? Am I still giving you feedback? Do you hear me okay?
Great. Sounds
good.
Okay. Sorry about the feedback. Hey, Liddy. Hi to New York. I'm glad to finally put a face with a name. How you doing?
Hey, Ben.
So the
Pleasure to
reason
meet you.
the reason I'm building out here is exactly for those reasons that you cited. When I was watching Richard Hart back in late 2020, early 2021, I was watching a guy who not only was incredibly smart, but he could talk for like 3 hours, and you were watching him in real time build this army of people who believed in real decentralized values. And he was out on the fringes building something that was truly special, and that got me excited. And I didn't have a means or really the technical knowledge to put that in play until the last year or so. I knew what I wanted it to look like, and I have a plan for what I want it to look like in the future, but there really wasn't a place to do that until recently, and that's what gets me excited.
Good points.
I appreciate that, man, because that's really, so backstory on me. I started 2021. I was involved in Olympus DAO, Alpha Climber, right? The early DeFi programs. I didn't know much about Hex. My friend Hex and Pulseris told me, hey, come here. You know, the community needs somebody like you, young, energetic. You could bring the fun. Then I found out about Richard. And I just started watching all his YouTubes, watching him demolish people with his debates, and the way he spoke and the way he was able to convey the messages and just rally troops and be a true motivator, but do it in a fun way. Like, he was always just so fun to watch. And even now I kind of play those videos back, and it motivates me. And that's what made me want to come here, not only to put my money, right? I invested in Hex. I sacrificed big time, put like 10 grand into the sacrifice. And I got to tell you, after I started building, and I didn't really care so much anymore about like what my bag is doing at the moment, because I'm here for the marathon. This is not a sprint. And I just kept having fun building and meeting new people. And I agree with you, man. Like the excitement that a good founder could put into people, it's missed, right? And we really need that. And people need to kind of give Richard his props, man, because he made education fun and entertaining, and we need that. You know, a lot of the chains need this. We're only going up for a certain amount of the cycle, right? We're going down more than we're going up. So we need to find a way to keep people balanced, even keeled, and entertained. Have some fun, you know? Like when things are red, everybody's going out screaming, fudding, all this stuff. But if we have fun things to interact with, well, you know, it doesn't really matter what the situational landscape is.
I think part of the struggle is we've got to remember that there are a lot of people who aren't used to holding for long periods of time. Crypto is still a really young industry. We don't have a lot of people here who are used to making investment decisions with time horizons that last longer than 5 years. This industry is completely new. And so those of us who come from places in life where we have made investment decisions that have 5, 10-year, 20-year time horizons, we've got to exercise some patience and do some education and keep people in the game. Because if we can keep people cycle over cycle, we create some really special moments for people.
And the tech can help with that, right? Like you know, like when builders come onto the chain and they build something, they can build things that will help people hold through multiple cycles. You know, staking things, like liquidity things, LP things. Like there's definitely ways people will make money in the bear market on Pulse Chain. I'm really looking forward to, you know, I know it's going to be 4 to 6 years before we see another bear market, but I'm looking forward to, at that time, farming stable coins on Pulse Chain. There'll be no reason to leave the chain. Keep your stables on the chain, make, you know, 10 to 30% APR. Maybe that's a bit optimistic throughout an entire bear market, and then be ready to deploy when the bull starts again. That's the plan.
Yeah, the T-share was a real revolution in crypto. And, you know, the first time I heard Richard Hart talk about the prospect of earning yield on a crypto, I just knew if this guy builds it, it's going to work. Because I mentioned yesterday, I had lost money trying to earn yield in years leading up to the launch of Hex. So it's like I was primed, like you said, Ben. Having long time horizon is something that I was actually looking for. And you know, now we have it here, and now we have an entire infrastructure for building other things in relationship to that. And it's just really exciting space to be in.
It really has created a strong foundation. And I I'm harping to people any chance I get from outside of the crypto world, even inside of our own community. I think people take it for granted that you can hop into some of these spaces and have 200, 300 people who share similar values and similar ethos, who have hung around for 2 or 3 years during a bear market on a single chain with a single set of products speaking the same language.
Yeah.
There's not very many other places in crypto where you can go and find that. Is there? I'm not going to ask you to name other places where you can go and find that. I can't think of any other community like it anywhere in crypto.
Centralized systems don't create community. That's the strength of DeFi, is we're in a place where we can connect with one another by exhibiting our talents through dexes like PulseX.
I'll
We
take
have
a
like
stab
these
here
core-
real quick about why I think people are building here and what makes, this chain a little different. It's like a regulatory moat. It's the only L1 with, a US court level, basically proof of separation. There's more freedom to innovate here and release new products. Its block censorship is much better than ETH, which is 47% OFAC compliant. And, we're fully EVM compatible without all the layer 2 hack risks. Pulse inflates from the validation, but what people don't realize, or maybe they don't look at, is the amount of pulse that is in circulation and in liquidity pools, which is like almost 500 billion, right? 20% of that has been burned and removed from circulation. Yes, people can add to the liquidity pools at any time, but this is an interesting fact when you look at the circulating supply, that there is a reduction. We, like you guys have mentioned, it's a resilient community. These guys have been through hell and back. There's content creators out there. A lot of you guys pushing content like nonstop. And there's the underlying thing of the treasury here, like what top 1, 2, 3 ETH treasury. So all of these things make it very interesting. And our team believes that it is probably the best chain to try to build a parallel economy on. And if I could just throw it over to Dave for a second to kind of give his intake on why he may think Pulse Chain would be good for building a parallel economy.
Well, and when you talk about parallel economy, some people get a little confused on what the hell that means. But basically, anything you can do in the traditional finance world, we want that availability through DeFi, and we don't want to centralize control. We don't just crypto, and then somebody else still has to give you approval. We want you to be able to do all of those economic, tangential things that you do on the outside. Those things that are important to you, whether it's getting a loan, getting insurance, borrowing, trading. We don't want anybody controlling any of that. We want to open on the blockchain. When you go to a centralized exchange and you look at their order book, you don't know how much of that's real or fake. On a decentralized chain, you go to PulseX and you pull up the LP pair, those tokens are there. Yep. You know they're there. Unlike a centralized exchange, I don't know how many Bitcoin Coinbase has. They can tell you, they can publish it, but it's not on chain. And that's where DeFi comes into play. And if you can build an entire economic model so that people can participate in the economy regardless of their geographical location, that's what we're about on Pulse Chain. We want you to have the freedom. I don't care what your government says. Richard fought that battle for us. You have the freedom to participate in this economy, and that's what the court case said. This is a private entity we have here. It's not a public blockchain. We are a private group. They don't have control over us. We can control our own selves. We're trying to build a financial tool so that everybody, no matter where your geographical location is, you can participate in the global economy.
On this panel here, we have represented almost every facet of building on Pulse Chain. Maybe not the utility RPC guys like what David Fetter would be nice to have in here right now, because he builds a lot of validators. Yeah. But Tim, you've done a coin on pump tires, right?
Yes.
Fast has forked some of the more complicated protocols on planet Earth, right? With 2Fox, Bribery. And as well as ink printer. That one is, seems like it's getting to be old hat. People are getting used to doing that one now, right? The Liquidity forks. We've done ground up builds. The UpX guys have done ground up builds. And when we had Liddy on here, he's doing NFTs. There's something for everyone to build on Pulse Chain. If you have any ideas that go within those genres that I just mentioned, including the utility side stuff that David Feder is doing and Alex is doing with his RPCs and all that stuff, come talk to one of us, right? I may not have got it out as eloquently as I possibly could on my little 15 minutes, but that is what Pulse Chain needs. 100%. It needs builders. We have more stuff being built on this chain than any other chain. You can go over onto Sonic right now, and even though they just got listed on Coinbase, some of those chats are ghost towns, and they're fighting just as much as the people on Pulse Chain fight, and they're smaller fights because there's not as many people. It's baffling to me how many people we have in chats on this chain. It's crazy. The community is awesome.
I'll say one thing about kind of the question that got asked earlier in terms of like why should you or why should someone or why should anyone build on Pulse Chain? Like I think I have a few kind of answers or points to this, and like my number one point would be, and they're kind of 2 points together in a way as well. But I think the number one thing is there's nothing really stopping anyone, especially if you're an experienced Ethereum developer, Solidity developer, or if you know any of the development on Ethereum or any other EVM chain. Like there's nothing really out of the ordinary or really stopping you from coming over to Pulse Chain. And then that kind of ties into like the second point of what is Pulse Chain, right? I think most people here would probably agree it's maybe a little bit of a higher risk, higher return kind of altcoin play. So if you look at it like that, like, I mean, if you're building on Ethereum, chances are you're going to need to be ultra competitive with all the products on Ethereum. You're going to have to market to those Ethereum guys, which could be, I don't know, maybe more difficult, maybe less difficult. I think if you're on Pulse Chain, you can get first mover advantage, right, in terms of finished product on chain. Number two is like you get that high risk, high return of like if Pulse Chain is successful and you set your roots in kind of while everything's low, while everything is in the bear now, and users adopt your product, by the time things pop off, like you'll likely see that, you know, that same adoption that comes onto Pulse Chain also come into your projects that, I mean, all the builders have built here on chain as well. So I'll say it's kind of like that feedback loop of like you're building for the chain, but I think the chain will also kind of like build for you back in a way in terms of like providing more of a community and more of a like a support and kind of solidifying your roots more on chain. But yeah, that'd be kind of my point is like, I don't think I mean, if you know Solidity, if you know how to dev on Ethereum or EVM, like there's nothing really stopping you from coming over. And in fact, like there's almost incentives, right? Easier I want to argue it's easier market to break in, right? There's probably I see Let's shaking his head. But yeah, I do think there's plenty of opportunity here on Pulse Chain, especially compared to other chains as well. So
I also
wanna
think
touch
that.
on that real
Oh,
quick,
go ahead,
since
buddy.
I've been rug pulled myself, so I just have something to say like instantly to that. Yeah, I mean there is more market here, and it's better to be organic and start from the ground up. But maybe for us in specific, like there really is no market, right? Like it's hard for people to lean in on NFTs right now, but you know, that's just because there is no real standard of what a real good NFT is, or what is the utility, or like what does it do besides it just being the art part, right? But the cool thing about that is right now we get to build and change the sentiment and recreate the wheel, right? So that's why we came out with the 404 contract, which fixes the liquidity within NFTs, and now you could sell directly in the chart or mint right from PulseX. Like, so we pretty much cut out the middleman, and we don't suck middleman D. Like Richard said, we don't need to pay anybody to make us a launch pad or to bribe us in with the, we'll give you this and you give us no. Like we do our own thing, right? But I also want to harp on the fact that this is what early looks like, right? Like the benefit of being early is like now we get to tailor make our communities and we kind of curate who we have in here, right? And that's way better than letting the gates open, because we've seen in America how what happens when you leave the borders open, right? Like we leave terroristic threats, and that could happen even with any projects in Web3. So like it's way better to stop people at the door. Who are you? I'm Alex, right? That's Ben. And then we really get to see who everybody is. And then on top of that, you really get to see who your founders are. You get to see people quit and cry, right? And now these people up here, these are the legends. These are the people that people are going to speak about years from now. Like, yo, Ben didn't quit. Fast was there every day. Tim was killing it. Triple Dad, right? CryptoCon. Like, we were all here and we all weathered the storm regardless of the battlefield. And I feel like this chain has just turned beasts into monsters, right? Like, we were already beasts, but Jordan Peterson said it best: be a monster and then learn how to control that, right? So now we're kind of just the pioneers of the chain, and we're going to be rewarded, like you said, right? Later, the community is going to lean in hard because they're really going to respect the people that stuck around, especially when we've seen so many disappear, right? Like, I don't want to name names, but we all know who these people are, right? So later when we're winning, they're going to come back and try to grift you guys and say that they were here the whole time. That's when we make fun of them. That's when we make fun of them, right? That's when we be monsters and just boots and neck. Boots and neck.
Liddy always gets me pumped up. I want to add one more thought to that. With how dovish the administration is, and with how dovish the SEC has been in this administration, I am shocked that people are not in more of a hurry to build. And I am shocked that people are not being more aggressive. And I am shocked that we don't have more traffic on chain. I think as soon as people realize what's going on over here, we're going to have a flood of traffic, and we're going to have to deal with a lot of education all at once, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
A traffic jam at the bridge, I hear. Could be. That happened one time. That happened. I remember that. Gents, awesome panel. Appreciate all the builders out there. There's plenty more that couldn't be on the panel today, but appreciate all of you out there putting in the work, marketing, onboarding, giving people a reason to use the Pulse chain outside of just the gas token, the buy and burn, the premier store of value. Okay, there's pretty cool tokens on the core too, but there's some great projects out there as well. Gents, I appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you for hosting, Max.
Yep.
Thanks, Max.
Yeah, thank you, Max. A lot of hard work, buddy. Appreciate it.
I would say any day, but not any day, just sometimes, just every once in a while.
The Konnichiwa is in your DMs
good.
on Twitter.
Yes, thank you for that. They're going to Konnichiwa that soon. Thank you, sir. See you guys.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
Be back soon.
Take it easy.
Boom. Oh, I did it. I didn't click the wrong button this time. Yes. It takes a lot of mental fortitude and concentration, but I did it. Must have been the Konnichiwa. I was channeling the inner Konnichiwa. Anyways, let's get Mick B Crypto back up here. Let's do a quick transition. Let's just do an opening thing. Let's do it. Let's just do a quiet chill. Here we go. Mick B Crypto, welcome back.
Oh yeah, I'm back, brother. Yes. Hi, man. How you doing? Yeah, glad to be back here.
Doing great. Saw in the marketing panel, and now you're back for community building on Pulse Chain. So excited to hear more about it.
Yep, indeed. Glad to be here again, Max. I just want to say out loud to you, man, that great job you're doing here, and people come together in such conferences, and yet again here we are for this is my first time, by the way, so definitely I don't know what I'm gonna say, but yeah, I'll be speaking to the heart. And with the Pulse Chain community that I'm building, or that we are building, yung panel natin, the panel that a while ago was the builder, so here I am as a panel in building communities. So definitely, guys, we have to start somewhere, right? So yeah, I am not a dev, I am not the founder. So one thing to consider is to really put the word out there to people to understand in how we can build a community, right? So building community takes a lot of effort, and to make a solid community is really to let people know how to do crypto the right way. So yeah, with this, when I say solid things, you have to let people understand that yeah, the fundamentals of things. That's what I mean with when I say solid, right? So parang hindi maganda yung aking background. But anyway, yeah. So we have to understand that solid foundation of the community is really to have to equip them with the right knowledge and understanding and all the education needed, and to do all the uh, do it yourself research. I say DIY, right? So yeah, at the beginning I was kind of, I don't know where to begin with. And when RHMAX asked me, yeah, if you could be talking about the Pulse Chain community building. So yeah, I've been building since 2018. I am a Hexagon OG before pre-launch, by the way. And yeah, I've been talking to people, reaching out to friends, and telling them how to do crypto the right way with the Hex. Before, I was telling them that yeah, you have to hold your crypto, and you have to hold it for 15 years. And we heard crypto is not just about trading, right? If you are into SOCMED, almost Pinoy influencers are into the trading stuff, but not all. But there's really people who are into trading, and I could really see that uh, over the internet, or you can see the trend on YouTube that people are into trading. But if this all trading for all these things, then definitely we're not going somewhere, right? So I think building community like the Philippine community that I am building, I can only speak on my on the community or the Pinoys that I'm building. So you have to consider the 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 geography or the people that you are trying to build, right? We Pinoys love on Facebook. And yeah, I am reaching people on Facebook, but I am still on other segments like X, like on YouTube, right? So I am restreaming it, and I'm using Restream to reach more people, right? So there's no better way to do it and to reach more people over Sockman. So I think definitely, guys, we have to do something and to really work for the community, right? Again, I am the network. I do understand that from the beginning, that I am the network, that I am here on my own volition, and I'm here to help us, all the people building on Pulse Chain, all the founders, and all the things that you hear. And yeah, and I said to myself, how can I help? I am not a dev. I don't know how to code. So yeah, definitely talking to people and sending the right message to them in how to do crypto the right way by installing non-custodial wallets, right? Like by having I making contents on how to do video tutorial in sending Gcash. That is an e-wallet, by the way, here in the Philippines, and send it to the internet money wallet and buy Pulse using internet money wallet with their swap function. So these are just the basic things that you have to tell the people and to let them know that yeah, crypto is not about trading, right? We heard to change the monetary system, to change the financial system. We do understand that crypto is a vertical. It's a complete. It's a vertical system, complete system already. It's a payment network. You could do DeFi stuff in here, right? You can send and receive all around the world, right? So you could just imagine the tech that could change how we deal with money, we as a community, especially here in a country in which, yeah, we are kind of, should I say, on the brink of social economic, like in the world, by the way. So yeah, it's worth noting that changing the money system and changing how we deal with money, how we interact with money as a people doing this for goods and services is one thing that we are really, or I am personally pushing to people, that we have to fight inflation, that we have to understand that money is really for goods and services. And yeah, those are the things that I'm really passionate about and talking to people. Yeah, I have these events talking as Triple Dad was saying a while ago that yeah, the best thing is really to see people in person in real life, ILR, right? So yeah, we have to begin with something, right? In the community, oh man, the last thing you could do is to, man, sorry my word, but to shit talk your bags. Like I don't have to name names, but yeah, people are crying over an ex, and yeah, I have watched the stream before, and here you are you're kind of against the grain and kind of different tone at the moment, knowing that maybe some of these people are all over leveraged, right? And yeah, might be over invested in things. And yeah, I keep this is part of me doing on the on building the pulse chain community, at least here in the Philippines, right? What I'm saying is, if you're hearing this, I'm talking to you right now, that wherever you are, yeah, in this globe, you have something to do, and you could do it right by having saying the fundamentals of things, and maybe you could later tell people, yeah, on the speculative part of this one, right? So yeah, we as a community, me as an individual can add value, right? So that I was saying, from all my stream, how can I add value by telling people that's part of you adding value, the right things they have to hear in crypto, not just about trading, not just all these mga scams, and yeah, some are kind of really new into the space, and some are really gullible and don't understand where to begin with, right? So yeah, let me check my background. I have to change my background. Wait lang, guys. Kind of clunky here. So as I was saying, yeah, I have a green screen. So going back to the topic, so that is rebuilding the pulse chain or the Pinoy community. Yes, I was saying, been here 2018 during the pre-launch. Yeah, I got my T-shirt. That's the first T-shirt. That is part of building the community by having to market to people, to talk to people. Yeah, and I am not. I am not a dev. So yeah, you have to ask yourself, how can you help to the community that you're in? Yeah, price is just temporary. We have a price dump, and here we are, RHMAX, all the people, right? Wild SJ, the builders are here, and yeah, price is just temporary. With the pulse buy and burn, with the pulse also burning its supply. So yeah, we're here for the long run. One thing to consider, by the way, if you are building community, is to really tell them the delayed gratification mindset, that this is not a get rich quick scheme, kumbaga. So yeah, I'll be speaking in Tagalog, Taglish, Tagalog and English, by the way. So Tagalog is the national language here in the Philippines. But anyway, so yeah, again, this is the opportunity of a lifetime for me to make a difference, right? I am in my mid 40s, right? So yeah, I was asking, and you should ask yourself also, how can we leave a difference in this life? We are not here forever, and yeah, and I do believe that this community has a heart and a soul in providing the gateway, the floodgates to be open for people to come into crypto by doing the crypto the right way, by doing real DeFi, go real DeFi, as RHMAX has been putting out these URLs on his website. Yeah, I'm here for longevity. People are, yeah, wanting to consider for us in the positive community is, I do promote good healthy living, right? So these are just the things that I'm putting out there, content on social media, especially with yeah, sorry. Here. So that was a habal-habal, guys. So sorry for the background noise. So I was saying, so yeah, it's we can make a difference, one way or the other. You could be a builder, you could be a founder, yeah, you could be an investor. And for me, yeah, I love to talk to people, to reach out to them and tell them, these are the things that make my heart skips, right? You know, I have read this quote that something that will make you scared most probably is your calling, right? So I think this is my calling in crypto, right? And to teach, to build a community that is a solid one by teaching them how to have custodial wallets. These are just the basic, some trivial things, but yeah, could really make a difference in having a capital efficient market, because you have to consider some of this capital could be put into scams, right? And yeah, we have to reach out to other communities, right? We don't have to be just pulse chain. We just have to talk to other community and to talk to them, to be liberal with them, and not to be fighting with them, right? So we have to get out of our echo chamber. So that is one thing to consider from the non-crypto guys, much more easier for us to talk to them, so they don't have any biases. But if you are in other communities or other crypto communities, you just have to be vibing with them, and yeah, listen to them, and you just have to fight. What's the best crypto there is? We have the best tech already. It's all fine and working well. Just telling them that yeah, we have the best tech there is, and this Pulse chain, and we have Liberty Swap Finance that is bringing capital in, and all other people building on Pulse chain, right? So this is part of the building of the Pulse chain community. So yeah, I'm encouraging everyone, yeah, if you're hearing this from around the globe, around the world, to reach out to people, talk to family. Maybe we could start small. Maybe you could start from the office or from over social media. For me, I'm doing this in real life. I'm doing this in 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 social media. I'm streaming. I am not a streamer, by the way. So people ask me, yeah, why are you doing this? Am I paid of doing this? No, I am not. I am doing this for free. Again, I'm saying on my stream that this is not financial advice. This is for educational purposes, right? So one thing to consider also is the regulatory framework in your country. So yeah, that is one thing to consider if you're building a community, that you'll not be asking for money, that yeah, you'll not be putting addresses, especially crypto wallets, for people to send you money, just to give you how. Hi there, brother. I think my 15 minutes is up.
Hey, no worries, no worries. We're enjoying it, man.
Yeah,
we
man.
really appreciate you out there doing the community building in the Philippines and just onboarding hexagons. I love to see all over the world. I mean, we've got people everywhere in the Western world, in Asia, in everywhere in between, and it's really inspiring and to see people out there putting in the work. Again, you said not getting paid. It's amazing. So really appreciate you and the work you're doing out there.
Yeah, likewise, brother. So yeah, you are my idols. I look up to you guys. You are like my heroes, because I could not stream, right? We don't have Starlink technology before Starlink. So sorry, I have a background noise.
Okay, no worries. We enjoying the chicken and the car and all that stuff. Awesome.
Yeah, indeed. You have heard of the habal, right? Yeah. So man, thank you for the opportunity to talk to your platform and to talk to people around the globe and to be part of the community. So this is me helping the community out, building the Pulsechain community, the grassroots movement that is. So again, guys, thank you for listening, and I hope this is not just the last, and yeah, definitely will be here and for the long run.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, McBee Crypto. All the best. Have a great rest of your day or night, actually. Thanks for hopping on.
It's early morning. It's early morning here, by the way. I woke up like at 12. Yeah, it's early morning, 1 a.m. And yeah, I've been waiting like 2 hours for my yeah, man.
Thank
that's
you.
dedication and conviction,
that is
brother.
dedication. Yes.
That's dedication, conviction, brother. So I'm here for the long run. To all Pinoy Haxican, I just want to give a shout out to my Pulsechain community here, the hip hop cryptos, the chill riders. We have the crypto lolas. Yeah, all the other communities, the Alpi farmers. I'm teaching people how to farm, of course, by holding their keys, by the way. So yun. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. God bless. More power to you, brother, and to all the Pulsecans out there, Pulsecans. Yep.
Thank you very much. Have a great one. See you later. Awesome. Love it. Love to see the community building. Love to see people from all over the world putting in the work. You do the work. That's what I like to do. I like doing the work. I mean, it gets tiring doing the work. Years and years doing the work. Spend your own money, trying to pump up the community, doing what you can. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I just keep doing. Hey, I'm tired. Keep going. Let's go. Let's do it. It ain't done yet. Is it done? Is it finished? Have we glory yet? No, we're not. Keep going. That's what I like to do. Anyways, let's do a quick transition, and then we'll get into launching a live token on Pump.Tires. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited for it. You know what? We're doing rockets up for that one. Let's do it. All right, Pedro, how's it going, man?
Going well, man. And you? What about yourself?
Doing fantastic. I've only got one set of glasses on as of now, but so you've doubled it. You could have
Yes.
put them on a double.
Yes, exactly. Man. I'm gonna launch a token on pump tires with you, so I had to. It was like an obligation, I guess.
I love. Oh, you need me to be here? All right, I can be here if you want. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
if you want to, I guess. I don't know, man. If you want to stay, please be my
I mean,
guest.
up to you. Usually, I'll leave it if you want to have a conversation about it. Otherwise, we can. If you just want to do your own solo talk, you can. Just let me know. But
Okay.
What do you like? I'll come out. I'll come back and I'll give you a few minutes. How about that? I'll come out. I'll bring out. I'll go out. I'll come back in a few minutes and we can talk about that.
Okay, sounds good, man.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you soon. All right, guys. So I guess we're launching a token on pump tires. Are you guys excited? I am. I created a meme precisely just for today. Glad to see you. Some support in the chat. Thank you, Jamie. How are you doing, sir? So let's do this, guys. Let's fucking launch a token on pump tires, and I'll talk about it while we're doing it. Let me share the screen. Let me. I think it's this one. Yes, there we go. Pump the tires. Right. Okay. So right now I cannot see your comments or anything because I'm looking at the screen. So if you have questions, just drop them in the chat, and RHMAX can, I guess, pick up on them later, and we can have a chat about them. But basically, this is I guess you're looking at Pump Tires, right? Pump Tires is an exchange where you can launch meme coins, as you guys probably know. There's a lot of meme coins here. You can see 1,320 pages, so it's a lot of them. This is special because this is basically a bonding curve, right? And what the bonding curve means is that when you launch a coin, you basically, and I can show you before we even start doing anything. It means that basically I'm bonded, right? So when you don't get an option to basically get all the supply without paying, right? Without paying for it. So I guess this is the best way to kind of describe how it does it basically. The special thing about Pump Tires is that you basically get the exchange to launch your token on PulseX if it gets enough adoption, right? So if it gets enough buyers, basically, it will reach a point where it is launched at PulseX. I actually should have researched before what's the number of tokens that need to be bought before it's launched, but I guess we'll figure out together. I don't remember by heart. So there's when these launched, there were 21 coins. 20 coins actually released by the let's say the one initial address, right? So everybody assumes, and we always say it was Richard, obviously. So those are the RH memes, I guess, that were launched on Pump Tires. So we can launch the coin now, I guess, so you guys can see. Basically, you can choose this is like a normal platform to launch the coin. So basically you're going to choose the name, the ticker, and then if you want, of course, you can upload the image, and it's optional, right? You don't need to be the first buyer of the coin. Yeah, I guess basically this is it, right? So let's choose an image. I think it's this one. There we go. I made this meme for today for RHMAX PulseX conference in honor of the RHMAX PulseX conference. So you can, I don't know, let's give it a name like PulseX conference. And let me put the X and the ticker. What should the ticker be? Let's give it. Can it be RHMAX? Is it okay? RHMAX. I'm just gonna do it anyways. All right. If it's not okay, just pop up and say no. Don't do it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do it. I guess. Yeah. I guess that's it, right? I'm not gonna buy any tokens, right? I'm gonna do a, let's say, fair launch without buying any tokens, so that you guys can buy them. Remember, this is the launcher, because I'm sure that there can be imposter tokens while I'm doing this, right? So So yeah, basically this is it. We're gonna launch the token now. So oh sorry, man, we can create. I guess wait. I guess we can create a description before this. I haven't launched the coin, by the way. No, it's botched. Sorry, let me reload this to see if it did it. No, it was there. Sorry, guys. There we go. It's still here. Perfect. So let's do maybe the description, like meme coin in honor of RHMAX first ever PulseX conference. Yeah, I guess this is okay, right? Yeah, let's do this. All right. So now create. Normal. Let's do 10% more, just to be the. In this case, I wouldn't need this, but I like to spend fees. You guys know I like to spend fees. I like to help PulseX, and in this case, pump tires. So, actually, PulseChain, because I'm spending the fees in Pulse, I guess so. But I'm helping the chain. Spending more fees is good. All right. So transaction completed. It's here. Look, there we go. Now we have a token like buyers. Like let's buy this. Now I can buy. Now I feel I can buy what 1 million. Is it 1 million? All right, let's do this. Boom, 20% more just for fun. Let's go. I have red. I want to buy. I want to pay higher guys price just to cut in the line if I can. And participate in the degen stuff. Let's go. So the dev is buying after launching, as you guys can see. Fair lunch. Let's see if I can buy, because sometimes this gets botched. A lot of people are buying. You see, it's already bonding curve progress. Yeah, perfect. Can this go away now? Oh, failed. You see, everybody's buying, guys. You're not allowing me to buy. This is not good, guys. This is not good. Let me buy again. Let me increase the gas fee that I'm paying. Let's see if I can just pay a little bit more gas. Let me try to pay actually much more gas. Boom. Let's see if I can buy. Let's see if I can buy, guys. You're too crazy. You're buying too hard, so you're not allowing me to buy. That's not cool, guys. Come on, allow the dev to buy just a little bit. But yeah, basically this is how it works, right? It's failed again. Come on, are you kidding me? All right, I need to let me increase my slippage. Did that not increase my? Yeah. I forgot to increase my. Let's do 10% slippage. Crazy slippage. I don't mind losing 10%. I just want to buy the fucking coin, guys. At this point, I just want to buy it, right? I just want to buy it. Just allow me to buy, because I just want to buy it. But let's see if I can buy it. But anyways, this is how it works, right? This is pump.tires. You launch a meme coin and people go crazy. And finally, I forgot to adjust the slippage before, you see. So I received this amount, right? Because of slippage. It was less than what I was expecting, but it is what it is. And boom, now I have some tokens, and it's progressing, I guess. King of the hill progress. So when we reach 100%, basically we become the king of the hill, which is a very good sign. It means we'll get the attention, because the king of the hill will appear here, right? This is the king of the hill right now. So we're gaining traction. It's looking good. It's looking very nice. Let me open the chart again. Oops, sorry. I minimized. Let me open it. You can see there's like some other coins here, but our coin is doing better. We already have some sellers, somebody enjoying some profits. You can see here some addresses, like probably bots, I guess. Let's see where the bots buying. You see, like some bots probably just buying, because they're not buying much. See, they're not buying much.
All right, what's going on there? How's it going, everyone?
Yeah, man. People are dumping now, man.
Whoa!
Like, why?
Whoa!
They're already dumping, guys. Come on, you need to pump this shit.
What
are you guys doing?
Dumping the thing.
Come on, I'm gonna leave the chart open.
I saw the chat. They're like, no. It's funny because you're like, I'm not gonna look at chat, and then after you said you're gonna call it RHMAX token, chat's like,
Sorry,
no,
man.
don't do it. Let's do something else. They're pretty fervent that they know I don't do meme coins, but this is you were doing it. It's a demonstration of the.
Everybody saw that. I did ask before, and like it was a fair launch anyway. So it's like
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
fair game.
This
It's fair game.
is not my token, obviously. This
Yes,
is a
of course,
demo
of course.
for the PulseX conference. So.
Exactly.
Very cool.
But I think it's pretty obvious, I guess, right? I hope you like the image that I created. I used like a few of the Giga memes. Like he made like very cool memes about. I don't know if you remember the Richard Hart Pepes, and I used those as a reference. And
yeah, there's RH Pepes. Yeah.
Yes. They're amazing, man. There's like an amazing collection, like 4 or 5, and I used that as a reference. And ChatGPT created this one, and I thought, yeah, it looks cool enough.
That's funny. It is. I think the interesting again that on the tech side, the bonding curve, king of the hill. How people understanding how that works. Why it's maybe you touch on that just for the last minute or so. Why is this good for Pulse Chain? Why is this good for PulseX?
Like amazing question. So I think this is amazing. First of all, this was shared by Richard Hart. So this is like the first thing, I think, critical point, which is he accepts this. This is not like a bad technology. This is actually great technology because of the bonding curve, because it makes you actually buy the coin, right? You cannot just like get like free coins. You cannot win free coins, right? You need to put in the PLS. Then after that, it burns PLSX, right? And you also burn PLS, right? Because when you go to PLSX, it just burns PLS as a normal coin. So I guess that that for me that's the technically, right, that's the fair that's important point, I guess. In terms of what you can do, right? The meme coins that are launched there, they're basically I think they're like they're cultural things, right? They're very important for adoption. I know a lot of people, like especially in our ecosystem, ignore this because everybody likes utility, like Hex and stuff, right? Which is fine, absolutely fine. I love Hex, right? But at the same time, I absolutely love memes because I understand the memetics. I understand that there's culture involved. There's moments there in like for example the Pepe memes that Giga did, right? They're full of nuggets of history, right? About Hex, about Richard streams, etc. So I think they're like they're important because of that, because they kind of explain the history of something, right? So it can be because of that, right? Or it can be just because it's a meme, it's something fun, but that attracts people, right? That attracts people.
I think one important thing to this too that if we haven't expressed it yet too is, hey, I can mostly ignore memes, but also I can acknowledge. I can have the two ideas in my head. I acknowledge that could onboard people to the ecosystem. There's all these pros and cons with them. That there is this art, there's this storytelling, there's all these different aspects. Just because I'm not interested in NFTs either, but I totally see how Pulse Chain needs all these different things, and people are interested in different stuff, and that's gonna bring people, give people whatever they want to play with. So I think that's important for everyone to understand too. Even if you don't like something or you're not interested in it, it still could be good for the chain, or at least the people out there want to do it. Yeah.
Because you attract people, right? Like imagine, like the people that buy memes, the number of people is much greater than the people who are actually interested in utility things. This is just the reality. It's much easier to attract people because of a meme than it is because look at how X works and T-shirts and blah blah blah. Because people get lost and they're like it's hard, etc. It's much easier. Look at this fun meme that I have here. Look at this Pepe frog, and people are like, oh, I like that, and they buy it, right? It's easy. It's a limited supply, and that's the reality. That's how it works, right?
I want to see the T-shirt. Look at this Pepe frog. Oh, I like
exactly.
that.
Exactly, because it's hard to explain a T-shirt, but it's much easier to just show a Pepe frog, and people, bond with the Pepe frog because they understand the culture, right? So, and people undervalue that, and I don't. I think it's actually very important. And I was so happy when Richard, released Pumped Out Tires. I was extremely happy. I was like, man, I'm not sure why he didn't launch it before, honestly, because I think it's needed. We need some these kind of mechanics, at least to teach the people in Pulse Chain that memes are important, and we should not put aside, right? Not put aside people who like memes, because those people are actually a huge community on other chains, right? So if they can feel loved here, that's going to be awesome, I guess.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Great demonstration there. I don't think, has anyone ever did a live? I mean, I'm sure they have at some point, but a live token launch.
Probably.
But at a conference, maybe not. It could be first.
Maybe not. I'm not sure. Maybe if this was the first one, man, this was awesome. And thank you for the opportunity, actually, because this was fun. And again, I love the technology. I think it's important that it gets more adoption, and hopefully it will.
Will do. Well, thank you very much. Great contribution to the conference, and nice to meet you as well, Pedro. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Max. Bye-bye.
Yeah. That was awesome. token launch again, not my token, but it's in launch in spirit of the PulseX conference. Pretty cool stuff. My AirPods died again, so awesome stuff. And I'm hearing out of one ear right now. Totally okay though. My mic is working today, and that's what's important. We got to do this sci-vive panels next. We got to do the sci-vive video. Richard, here we go.
Have digital tools, right? Good voice recorder, cool lapel mic, sounds a million times better. It's like under $100, right? If you record enough cool thoughts, eventually it turn into a book. Ask me how I know. Much of sci-vive was transcribed from recordings that just popped into my head. And if you have a great thought, you shouldn't lose it. I mean, how many great thoughts do you get in a year? 100, 200, 20? Well, you know, if you're in the shower and you're coming up with great thoughts, man, you better capture those, or you'll, you know, all of the best ideas you've ever had will be lost to just forgetfulness, you know? If you don't care so much about recording the great ideas you've had, maybe your offspring and your kids, or, you know, one day you become a thought leader, hello, then maybe people care about what you think more, you know? And it's important to have those things written down. So that's my tips for the day. Good talking to you guys.
Hello, thought leaders. Hello.
Thought leaders. I like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking about something similar to what Richard was saying a while back with, like, you know, you've got all your streams, Sami's got all his streams, fucking Joe Rogan's got all his streams. What if we like took AI, transcribed all of it, and turned it into like Wikipedia pages with searchable functions and features and shit? Like everybody could have their own sci-vive, everyone could have their own thing, and then I don't know. That's what I was thinking. But thanks for putting on this conference, bro. This is awesome.
Yeah, of course. Well, I think it's coming. What you said there. I think with AI, we're going to have that one way or another, whether it's by default or people launching it and all that stuff too. But yeah, no, it's been a great. I love your background, by the way. Sci-Fi, Mind, Body, Spirit. I wrote quite a bit about that on the blog as well, and you guys have covered a lot on DGen Roundtable. So fun stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
Quick announcement too. SJ, I think she's going to join us a little bit later. Hopefully, I don't know, she thinks she's feeling very well today. So we appreciate her, the time that she gives, and she's miss sci-vive for sure. But hopefully she'll hop on for a little bit. In the meantime, though, I'm curious too. Litverse and Daniel, what have you all read sci-vive? What is maybe some things? What do you know about it so far? And I'll drop some links in the chat while we're talking to you.
So I'll go first. I haven't read it. I'll be completely transparent, but I have heard that it's all about.
You are choppy. You cannot make it out.
No problem. Hold on.
I can't hear Litverse very well at all. I'm not sure if it's a microphone or like
Anyway,
try getting closer to your microphone. Daniel, I think you had spoken about sci-vive on our last panel for the what was it, Max? You made the
last month.
Can I hear anyone now?
Oh, yep. Max, we can hear each other. We're good.
Yeah,
you can't.
And I can hear you, Max, too. Yeah.
Maybe it is me. Everyone's talking about
tell him in the private chat.
Maybe headphones died again.
Hear you. Bam.
Yeah, it's me. It's me. Sorry about that.
We can hear you, Max. Yeah.
But Daniel, you were talking about your journey with sci-vive in the last conference that Max put on. Max, was it the Hex conference or a Pulse conference that you
the Pulse team conference.
Pulse conference 20.
That's right.
And
I mean, what I found it funny to do back then was actually to then take quotes from Aubrey de Grey and then make it parallel to quotes from Richard Hart's book, Sci-Vive. Because since he's been part of the Sense Foundation, 15 years ago? So they have some history, right? And there's clearly some interest there on both parties in this topic. So, and me as a crypto therapist, really interested in this as well. Also because when it comes to the crypto space, longevity and crypto space, is that really a match, in the sense that it can be kind of volatile, both for economic side, but also on the stress side, right? Dude, high risk, high reward, right? But that will also equal high stress. So it's definitely a thing that we should pay attention to and dive into. So it's really great that we do this, Max, because not much awareness is being brought to this But this is changing this. So yeah. But again, sci-vive is just a great thought-provoking book. So you can just take it in your own pace and then slowly consider, all right, what about this idea or suggestions and whatnot? Because there is definitely a lot of topics in that book. And it covers so many different fields, right? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, I got a quick pitch for the folks at home. Like, if you guys have never heard of sci-vive before, if you have no idea what we're talking about, sci-vive is the book that Richard Hart wrote, right? It covers the three big giant tenets that he wants everyone to kind of sort of master in life, and then the ways by which you master it, and then the ways that you measure it. So basically, like, are you tired all the time? Are you always fucking broke? Do you feel stuck in life? Do you got no motivation? You always feeling disrespected, wasting time on junk? This book solves all of your problems. It lays out a really nice, like, how-to guide to go from terrible life to really good life. So it's all on YouTube. SJ read it all. I know, and Hex Crypto Space, he also did an AI reading of it, but I think that SJ's is the really good one. And you guys can check it out over on Telegram at t.me/sci-vive, SCIVIVE. But it's a book that helps you through all of the super simple, obvious stuff in life. You know, brush your teeth, learn how to make a good apology, learn how to market things well to people. It solves all the super easy, basic problems. So that's like the generalized pitch of what is sci-vive. Ooh, yeah, there you go, Max.
Yeah. So Richard basically wrote down, or I guess he recorded speaking a bunch into, from what I understand, I think he's talked about it before, a lot of his audio recordings put together into books. So one book is sci-vive, the other book is Fix the World. And basically just a bunch of like his smart people stuff, bunch of, you know, how to do all these things better, and, you know, what life is about, how to make impact, you know, brush your teeth, like all the different like tips and interesting things that he's, you know, either popularized or figured out or otherwise throughout life. So really good for self-development. I remember reading it. I remember printing out, reading on the airplane when it was unedited back in the early days and stuff, like 2017, 2018. And since then it's been edited. It's not quite in print or anything yet. We hope to get this one day. That'd be pretty awesome. I was working on something for that for a while. Yeah, it's one of those like, hey, just like, you know, 9 secrets you need to win at life. You know, all these different, there's themes to it. There's a whole bunch of different like lore and pieces. I'll just put it in my blog. So rhmax.org/blog. I wrote a lot about this. It's been like 3 years. Like I was looking the other day, I'm like, did I write about this 3 years ago? Really, literally 2022. So I've got a bunch of different pieces of like breaks down my different commentary and different pieces around it as well. So we got a ton of content. A lot of people are interested in the community of it. It's just how to be, you know, I talked about it before, and kind of like what I like to do with the channel to be the best version of myself. I was into like self-development a lot before, kind of at the same time around crypto. So I don't know, maybe like that's how like Richard kind of tied into a lot of this too, which it was just like, I was interested in both, you know, making money and being able to like be a better me. So it's pretty cool and pretty underrated.
One of the underrated things about sci-vive is I think that, I was just about to say, shout out to Ivan on Tech. He's read it. He knows how to flush a toilet thanks to sci-vive. But one of the things I wanted to touch on is like, we've been talking, or folks on all the different panels today have been talking about how important it is to build communities in the crypto space, and PulseChain is the place to build, you know, all of these crazy little communities, because we've already got a super fervent and I don't know, radioactive audience or or group of people around us. But I think that this is what a lot of Richard Hart's stuff came from before he got into crypto. He was doing sci-vive, he was doing self-improvement, he was doing the pickup scene, he was doing all of this stuff long before cryptocurrency came. And so he already had a whole bunch of people that were already interested in delayed gratification, doing all of life better before he even started making all this crypto stuff. So if people can find a way to tap into that, like some of these old Richard values, everything that's covered in sci-vive, then they'll understand a lot of the stuff that's going on in crypto better, and they'll be able to take care of themselves outside of the crypto space and move forward in life that way.
And we have the audiobook version from SJ, who's done a ton of amazing work around it, include reading it twice, I believe. I think this is the second version that she's did, but she literally read the book twice and recorded it. It's like amazing work.
Am I good? Is the mic better or no?
We still cannot hear you very well, Litverse. It is
very low.
super duper low. I'm not sure where your mic
Hold on.
inputs.
I'm using headphones, bro. Give me a second. I just ordered a mic right now. I literally just bought a mic. Is it better?
Gotcha.
Not better?
Oh yeah, it's
Better?
that's pretty clear now, I think.
That's a
Right.
little bit better.
I'm
It's a lot
trying. I'm
quieter.
turning the mic up. I'm turning the mic up as high as I could. I just ordered a mic, so hopefully it comes through tonight. It says by 5, but yeah, man, I like what Richard did with this here, and it's like this is part of it and part of onboarding people to crypto. Like if we are more educational and forthcoming, right, with this kind of information and take the time, like in public and on stream, right? The content is key, but even in person, face to face, like we need to take the time and explain some of these things to people as far as crypto wise, and just the aspect of taking care of your mind and your body, right? Like Daniel and I, this is what we do. Like this is what we speak on. We were on the longevity panel, and I'm all about kind of like developing yourself. So I always tell people about fasting, about eating properly, right? About cold plunges and having fun. Having fun is a big part of not having stress, right? Like, so stress is one of the main killers. And that's one thing that really attracts me to Richard is he's all about developing people and helping you develop yourself. And like, you rarely get that, right? Like, the beautiful thing about Twitter and all of this crypto stuff is how often can you really relate to a founder? Like, when are you gonna call Nike up and say, yo, I want to speak to the owner? They're gonna tell you, dog, sit down. Like, what are you talking about? So the fact that we could even resonate and feel what Richard's doing and saying, not only through the book, but through his streams and everything, it's really impressive, man. And I hope I came across better than before, because these headphones are shit. Don't get Samsung headphones, guys, please.
We are locked in. We are locked in. We hear every word you're saying. You may be clipping from time to time, but we know how hard it is to say it, to get it out there. So we appreciate it, man. I just want to say too that I worked on a little mini project throughout the years. Do a little mini project stuff too. One was getting a ton of quotes and stuff on Goodreads and helping out doing stuff. I think SJ might have, I think she might have did some of that too, or otherwise. But I've been adding a ton of quotes on sci-vive. So if you've read the book and like to leave a rating, feel free. It's got a pretty good rating so far, 4.34 stars, 54 ratings, 14 reviews. And I added a ton of quotes, and these are different quotes from, actually, let me find the quotes. Different quotes from sci-vive. And where can I click on the quotes? Why am I not seeing this? Let's see, quotes, maybe they're at the bottom. But I added a ton, there we go, 242 quotes, there we go. So I added a ton of these, so people, if you're searching for the different quotes or the greatest hits or things Richard's talked about or in sci-vive and all that too, that these are, searchable, discoverable, and they are attributed to sci-vive and people know where they came from. So I thought that was important. And so if you want to check that out, that's pretty cool. There's a ton of different quotes and stuff attributed to sci-vive now on a book website.
We've also got, I don't know if you see in the production chat, Max, but we have SJ has joined us as well. She's ready to be brought up on screen.
Oh, good. Yeah. StreamYard is not helping me with seeing people in the green room with the layout. It's got, thank you for the heads up. SJ.
Yeah, bro.
The wonderful
Hey.
SJ. She's here.
Yo, everybody! I couldn't miss it. I'm not feeling tip top today, but I was like, man, how can the sci-vive queen not show up to the sci-vive panel?
We're talking sci-vive, and you were summoned through energy, I guess.
Absolutely, just enough to get my stuff up here. So
yeah,
totally awesome.
I was talking about Goodreads, and I don't think a lot of people have seen this or know about it either. But Goodreads, remember a while back, I think I was talking to you about adding the quotes and just having the review. And I think even had to go on there and be like, hey, can you add this book about this person and the thumb and all that stuff too. But just getting that out there to make it easily searchable and stuff. I think just little things like that, I think hopefully help people come across it.
Yeah, thanks for doing that work. I mean, the more eyes we get on this, the better. Again, in my opinion, this is the end game for Richard, right? Crypto is a stepping stone, in my opinion, for us to be able to sci-vive and to learn what that means and to, be able to contribute financially to that cause.
Clean. Yeah, I mean, we got like 12 minutes left, but what should people have heard sci-fi for the first time, don't want to read a book, don't want to listen to a book? Like why should they be interested in this? Whoever wants to take it, why should they be interested in sci-fi? What are the most meaningful parts to you all that you came across? And just what is compelling about this, Richard's one of Richard's books?
I mean, I think it's just it's got a little bit of something for everyone, to be honest with you. It's not one of those books you have to read, front cover to cover, right? You can pick it up and pick a chapter and just like, check it out. I'm hopeful that we do get a some kind of either PDF or more printable version of this, Max, like you were talking about, right? We both kind of done work on the editing end of it, making sure it flows better. And I have to kind of like circle back and find out where we're at with that. And what the last thing I remember, the last conversation I had about it was it may be a good idea to throw what we've got, the edited version so far, into chat, into a chat GPT or something, and see what it kind of spits out on the other end in terms of clearing up the language, making sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and periods and commas exist where they need to, because both of us did a whole lot of work in terms of taking it from the current version it is in the sci-vive Telegram, right? It's a PDF. It's if you guys are looking at that at any point in time. I was going to say, Max, I did the same thing. I printed it out like the first couple chapters, and that was I was going to read that on a plane, and then I was just like, man, like even just in the intro, I thought this deserves more than what we're seeing right here. So that's kind of why I sat down and did the audio version. I thought, man, like there's something in, even if I'm not going to agree with everything in the book, which, there are bits and pieces that I'm like, don't really necessarily agree with that. But, there was so much in it. And, it honestly changed my life. There were at least a couple sections in there that really made me rethink the decisions I had made prior to that point in my life. And, it encouraged me to move forward in a totally different way. And I really have become the woman that I am today, thanks to some of the knowledge in that book, 100%.
Here's the quick thing that I'll tell everybody at home, and you guys already all know this to be true, but you're not your best self. You're not who you could be. There's a better version of you every time you look into the mirror that looks back at you and is like, aha, I'm getting all the girls, I'm making all the money, I have a whole bunch of kids, I've bought the best cars, I've done whatever the metrics are, I've traveled to the most countries, I've found the most beautiful places, done the best experiences. The version of you that exists or that could exist out there doesn't exist because you're being held up by super simple, small little problems that you're not paying attention to. What this book does is this book identifies those tiny little problems, and it shows you your processes and the things that you're doing wrong, so that way you can fix the super easy, simple things. Everyone's going through all these things in life, trying to find, the big, huge problems, or the quick, fast, easy way to lose weight. And they're not identifying the easy stuff, and they're not focusing on the small, simple things. This book just shows you guys all of the small things. Like the biggest thing that I got out of sci-vive is how to give a proper apology. That's the thing that I keep falling back on. It's how to say you're sorry to someone when you've done something wrong. It's, you validate their feelings, you describe the thing that you did that was wrong, and then you talk about how you're not going to do that thing in the future. Whenever somebody's like, whenever something bad happens and somebody's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, and they just leave it at that, it's like that doesn't make the person being apologized to feel any different. There's nothing that changes in that person's life as a result of hearing that. But when you hear like, oh, I'm sorry that I burned down your tomato plants, you're valid for feeling bad that I burned down your tomato plants, I won't burn down your tomato plants in the futures because this, that, or the other thing is what I'm going to do differently. Then it's a whole different scene. So this book, it hones in on a whole bunch of little tiny things that everybody already knows, but it just reminds you all the great things that you need to be doing better. That's the super simple way that I would describe this book, and I think everyone should read it.
Yeah, amazing piece. Hopefully we'll see it in print one day as well. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, sure. And again, if you're not really a book type person, I mean, we are in the and age, right, where many people not really, maybe it's too slow for them, right? Or it needs to be more interactive. So like a while SJ said, like put in ChatGPT or something, interact with the book, so it becomes more conversation. even though you can read the book for free or listen to the book by a Wild HJ, also for free on YouTube, like you can see on the screen. But again, if you wanted to be more interactive and it becomes more in chunk size, even though that's the entire book's format as well, that's a way to do it as well. Because again, you can also overload yourself with a lot of information. Like you said, Will, it's a lot of things that you maybe already have heard, but you maybe forgot and you surely didn't integrate it yet. So maybe start with less and then start there, you know?
That's
So an
real quick.
apology is a great way to start. Value already gotten, I can hear. And then there's a lot of other stuff. But take it in your own pace. I will still say that's very key. But you were saying something, SGA?
Oh, I was, and then I lost it. Oh, yes, there's a point in the book where he actually says, you know, if you haven't changed your life in one way by after reading this book, read it again.
The whole purpose of
Right.
learning something is to change your life. It's not to just, I think he describes it as like mental masturbation or something. And he just says that like people that go out to learn things for the sake of learning, congratulations, you're essentially watching cartoons. If you don't do anything with the information that you gain, then like what's the point of learning about 18th century basket weaving, you know, unless you're going to go out there and weave 18th century style baskets and then give them to the world or something
Yeah,
like
and
that.
that's one of the main points in sci-vive too, right? Is this is not just for you to think about, right? Like these are all calls to action, right? Like thinking is so good in that it moves you to action. So if you're not taking action after reading this book, you got to read it again and figure out where you can take action in your life to become an even better person.
Or again, don't read the entire book. Start small, and then make a tiny action. Because as it also says in the book, actually, you don't need to be perfect, just consistent. So I think Tony Robbins also talks about this, that many people overestimate the value of doing something big, but not many times, and undervalue the opposite, right? Doing small things, but doing consistently, the value of that, you know?
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
been huge. That's huge for me. Like it
Yeah.
really inspired me to one of the quotes, and I can't think of the exact quote off the top of my head, but he talks about doing the hard thing first, you know? So that has really got me. Yeah, that's got me to just, you know, every morning when I wake up and I don't want to do the hard thing, I'm like, nope, do the hard thing first, you know, go to the gym. For a couple months, it was getting up and taking a cold shower first thing in the morning. And I thought, do the hard thing first, do the hard thing. Like that was a mantra in my head. So.
Well,
Yes.
and you had mentioned not feeling so awesome before you hopped on the stream yesterday. I want to give you props for hopping on even when you don't feel good, so that you can keep
Do the
talking
hard
about
thing.
those good things. Yeah, exactly. Do the hard thing, like showing up, doing these conferences. Max, it's not easy to put on 2 days worth of conferences, bro. If you need production support or something, bro, I'd be happy to lend you a hand in the future. But like this,
I was clipping last night, literally last night, true story. I was like, I was clipping. I'm like, I got to do it now because if I do it later, it'll just build up, and I don't want it to build up, and I'll still do it, but it just sucks more. You know, after streaming, you know, the whole conference, been 6-7 hours, and then, you know, take a little bit of break, do some stuff. And I'm like, I got to clip. I got to finish this week. I got to post something tonight before I go to bed. So I was there. I'm like, I'm so tired, but I'm going to do this. Like I will push through, and I will do this because I want to do this. And I just felt compelled to do it. And that's just kind of how I push through some things sometimes. Don't always want to. It doesn't feel good. But after I got all the clips done, I uploaded them to YouTube. I hit one on X so far. I got a bunch more coming, of course. And I got to do the same thing today. I was just like, man, I'm so tired. I don't want to do this, but I know, like, I want to do it. It's like, I don't want to do it because I'm tired, but then I want to do it because I want to see my impact from doing it. So true story last night. I was
you're fighting the immediate gratification is fighting your delayed gratification, and you're making
delayed
the
gratification. There you go. Yeah.
Of choosing the delayed gratification. Like tomorrow, you's gonna forget all about how tired you felt right now, but tomorrow's you is gonna appreciate all the traction and all the activity that comes as a result of you posting these clips.
Make future youth say thank you. I think about that sometimes too. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Yep. I'm done. We got 3 minutes here before we wrap up the panel. Who wants to take us out on anything I don't know. Looking forward to sci-vive. Anything new coming, SJ? Anything?
Yeah, I got a fun little thing. I mentioned this, I think, yesterday that I have access to VO3 now, and I've been kind of just toying with, what is it that I can do, kind of following in the steps of, I've seen, I think it's just Mike memes, and then Mr. Onizuka. Hope I said that right. Both of them just using that kind of tool to create these, 8-second clips and then stitching them together. So I'm gonna try and when I have time, consider doing some sci-vive quotes with that format and get some more eyes on it. Just get something different out there in the world, right? Like probably take my top 25 quotes and just see what happens when I'm working through a new media for it, right? Like I've done, I've done a whole lot on my own, right? And then had the community jump in, and we did 369 days of sci-vive quotes. And that whole, if you don't want to, listen to the whole book, that's a playlist on my channel. You can see the 369 days of quotes, and it's just little snippets of everything that I thought was kind of, just the most pertinent advice. But, and everyone's welcome to do this, right? Like, I don't own it. Richard has given us, kind of the, hey, take this and run with it idea. And I think that the more people that are putting this content out into the world and sharing these words and this advice with people, the better it'll be.
Yeah. Anybody kind of sci-vive related, but Richard's favorite quote? That's a trivia question often used. And if you don't know it, it's the persistence quote from Calvin Coolidge. Anybody want to volunteer to read it as we say goodnight to this panel?
Sure, I'll take this one. Nothing in the world can take the place of persistence. Talent will not. Nothing is more common than unsuccessful men with talent. Genius will not. Unrewarded genius is almost a proverb. Education will not. The world is full of educated derelicts. Persistence and determination alone are omnipotent. The slogan "Press on" has solved and always will solve the problems of the human race.
Press on. Let's press on. Let's do it.
Press on, bro.
Yeah. Will, glad you could join us on the panel today as well. Daniel, Litverse, how's your mic? I know you're trying your best over there. Doing okay? You got to get some new headphones.
I don't know,
gotta get some new. You got to get a mic, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna break these as soon as we're done here. I'm gonna throw these out the window, and my mic should be here in about like an hour or so. So I'll just use these for listening purposes and not so much for the mic.
No worries, it happens. I've had mic sucks for a long time, so I'm with you. Hey, you sound like you're in a bathroom. I'm like, bro, I'm not buying any more mics. I spent $700 on my last mic. I'm not doing it anymore. So we're good. Wild SJ, always appreciate you. We do not deserve, this community does not deserve the amount of people who have the unique talents we have, and especially you as well. You're fantastic.
Thank you. Right back at you, friend.
All right, everyone. Sci-Vive panel complete. Sci-Vivers, you know where to get the information. That's all we got. Have a good one.
Sci-Vive, everyone.
I knew it. The clicky button got me again. It's happened 3 times today, I want to say. I don't have AirPods in right now because they died. So wait on them to charge back up. Tough life here. Tough life. We get what we take. I got to check and see what panel's next. I know DJ's on it, whatever's next. Ooh, I know what's next. I see that. There we go. I like it. You know what, DJ? You're getting a special transition. Here we go. Konnichiwa!
Wow.
You got a konnichiwa. Boom.
That's old school.
Old school. That's Triple Dad who sent that to me. I was like, please send it to me. I will play it today. Send it to me. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
The good old days.
Yeah.
Before we wished you didn't. Well, I don't want to say that to me. I kind of outrage marketing. I don't want to get into it, but everyone's like, oh, it was so funny. And then now it's like, but the price, could we outrage mark and price go up forever? Could we do both?
Yeah. It's all par for the course, I guess.
Yeah. So fun. I mean, honestly, back then I feel like we didn't appreciate it enough. And then of course, through the bear market, we're like, no, is trying to point the finger to the calls of price go down. And there's always something out there. But anyways, shout out to Richard Hart, by the way, if you're watching the stream. We saw Ivan on Tech stop by earlier, asking about meditation session.
Yeah.
And I was
His
like,
tweet
no,
was
sir.
funny though today, but I think he meant it in a good way.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
No,
he wasn't mocking us. Like
he could be Hexkin, it could be a Pulsekin, it could be a
Yeah.
sci-vive. I don't know, but pretty fun. Anyways, Hex ladder staking. I'm excited to hear this one. I'll be in the background. Have a good one.
Awesome. If you could share my screen as well. I need the Hex Scout. Yeah, that's all I need. So welcome everybody. My name is DJ Cryptomatic. And welcome to my TED Talk. So I am, I never claimed to be this crypto expert, and I'm not. I'm just the DJ. I'm the community DJ. I've been doing it for 5 years, spinning music shows on Twitch, but also at the community live meetups here and there in London and Vegas and Budapest. I've been traveling around the community with my music. Maybe what I do bring to the table is some broadcasting experience, because back in my days of my DJ career, when I played club gigs and festival gigs and stuff, I also had my own radio show on an actual radio station. So, putting on a show, interviewing people, live streaming, that just comes, I guess, naturally to a DJ. So that's maybe a skill that I can bring to the table. But I do know my hacks and I understand T-shares. So RHMAX asked me to talk about hex staking and staking ladders today. This is very basic though, so maybe it's for people who just are joining us new, who are finding out about the stream. We got about 10,000 people watching at the moment, which is incredible. So thank you for tuning in. Follow RHMAX's channel on YouTube. That's very important. And so you see here, this is the chart of Hex. It's a lock chart. It's not that bad, actually. Like, people always say, oh, we're forever down. It's forever down. Does this look forever down to you? It's more a big sideways thing around the one penny mark for years. I mean, let's also not sugarcoat it. I mean, when you bought up here in the top of 21, of course you experienced nothing but 4 years of a downtrend. But if you bought down here, and DCA'd your way up, also if you've been staking for all of this time, then you're up, and that is what Hex is about. It's a staking coin. Like, nobody ever said in the community that you should buy Hex here and sell it again here 3 to 4 months later. That's not what Hex is for. Do that with Bitcoin or with Cardano. If you want to just liquid trade, don't do that with Hex and then get on our nerves on Twitter why the price is down. Hex is meant to be staked, and it's supposed to be staked out for years. So let me, again, for the people that are new, let me try to explain to you what Hex is. So Hex was Richard Hart's first crypto coin, his first invention, the first finished product on the blockchain. Started on Ethereum at first. We're now on Pulsechain, and it is a cryptocurrency version of one of the oldest banking products in the world that exist for very, very long times. And that's the certificate of deposit. So when you keep your money in a traditional savings account where it's liquid with your bank, at current conditions, how the interest rates are and how the markets are, you can earn between maybe 2.5 to 3, maybe 3.5% interest on that money. But if you go to the bank and say, hey, I want to lock this up for a year or for 3 years or for 5 years, the bank might give you 5 to 6%. And that's kind of, and when you have an emergency and you need to get that money out earlier during those years where you said you will stake it for a longer time, you might have to pay a penalty to get your money back out. And that's kind of similar to emergency and staking. Also, contrary to popular opinion, the bank is not working with your money, and you get the interest on that work. It's actually a liability for the bank. But what they can do is they can go to the central bank and say, hey, we are this liquid here, we have all this cash, which allows them to borrow more money, fresh money from the central bank, and they work with that borrowed money. And from the gains or the profits of that work, from that you get paid some interest. So that's kind of in a nutshell how this works. But again, I'm just a DJ. I only play the music. Like, there's no financial advice here. So Hex works similar, but it's on a blockchain. Even though here nobody is working with that money, we just printed out of fresh air. It's drawn ponies, really. But we, the community, we give that value. That funds are being locked up for a maximum of 15 years. You can stake it however you like, for 2 years, for 2 days, for 2 months, for a year, for 3 years, for up to a maximum of 15 years. And the inflation is kept at 3.69%. Bitcoin, when Hex launched, as an example, had around 8% inflation. So it even inflates lower than Bitcoin does, right? So, and this is how Hex works. Now, then, when it comes to the staking, there are several bonuses that are important to know. This is the Hex Scout website, which is a fantastic go-to, especially for new people, or if you try to explain to onboards how Hex and how staking works. I always send people to the hexscout.com. It has everything on here. Also has a staking calculator. So it's important to understand these two bonuses that are involved with Hex. There's a bigger pays better bonus and a longer pays better bonus. Size matters, we always have these sexual connotations around everything that we do here with Hex and Pulsechain. I'm not going to go into how the name Pulsechain started, but maybe Richard Hart, he was the email king or the spam king of Florida, as they used to call him, with Viagra and sex toys. So maybe it's all connected, but hey, the bigger pays better bonus is now important. How much? So this is kind of like when you start your staking ladder, you want to figure out how long and how much Hex you're staking away. And this is now up to everybody's personal preference. Everybody has a different time horizon, has also different funds available. So this bigger pays better bonus is actually only attractive for whales, because this only kicks in if we push this number here, I believe at 75 million Hex. If you have that much to stake away, that is currently $328,000. Then you can see here this percentage number going up. It's now 5%. So for the average user, the average Hexican, the bigger pays better bonus is not that important, but the longer pays better bonus, that counts for everybody, right? So let's say you have 1 million Hex. We want to stake that out, which is currently at a price of, this is P-Hex on Pulsechain, it's $4,695. If that is your starting balance, what you want to invest in Hex. And if you stake this out for the maximum length, which is Quattro Cinco, is the 555 days, that's 15.2 years, you get a longer pays better bonus on that stake of 200%, which means that even though your principal always remains 1 million Hex, the smart contract gives you a virtual additional 2 million Hex. And now it comes to the T-shares. So based on how much Hex you put into the smart contract, from that it calculates how many T-shares you are getting, right? So even though you only stake 1 million Hex, but you do it for 15 years, the contract looks at your stake as if you would stake 3 million. So it's the 1 million principal and the 2 million additional as a longer pays better bonus. So if you want to set up a staking ladder, it makes sense to start with the long stakes first. Why? Because every day the T-share rate, which calculates how many t-shirts per how much hex you're getting for your stake goes up. So tomorrow already it's a little bit less. In a week from now it's a lot less. In a month from now it's even more less. So how, again, no financial advice, but this is, I can only tell you what I'm doing. If you want to start with a staking ladder where you say every year you're getting something out, you have a hex stake ending, so you always kind of have funds coming to you. You want to start with the long stakes first. And this is also kept with the 200% for the 10-year mark. So if I'm pulling this back to just 10, 11 years, it's also 200%. So there's no difference between anything above 10 years up to the 15 years. The longer pays better bonus stays at 200%. It's only in the years lower than 10 years where this goes down and you get less bonus, right? So you want to start with those stakes that are above 10 years first, because right now you get the best possible T-share rate, and that is a graph that is forever just going upwards. It's these built-in pumpermentals. That's what we mean by that, is that the T-share rate continues to go up every day. So if you have the plan to set up a 15-year staking ladder and have something coming out every year, I have a yearly staking ladder, so that means once a year. It's like my little payday. I have a stake ending, and then it's 15 years, and then you want to go back 14, 13, 12, 10, 11. It's not advisable to do like with small amounts of hex or do daily stakes. I remember Hodl Dog in the beginning and Hexologist as well. They did daily stakes. They had a stake ending every year, and then on the Ethereum every day, and then on the Ethereum side, the fees went up so high for the transactions to end those stakes that this became financially unfeasible. So for me, I looked at this and said, no, I'm not doing that. So I'm waiting till I have a little bit of a bag together, and then I'm staking that out every year. And I'm still doing that on both chains, so on Ethereum and on PulseChain. Every year I'm starting a fresh Quattro Cinco, and have been doing this ever since the beginning in 2020. Oh, here comes RHMAX. Is my time already up? You see, once I start to waffle on this stuff, then but just to finish, another strategy is what some of the OGs have done, is that they didn't necessarily do yearly stakes no matter what happens. They did cycle stakes. So, if you look at the Bitcoin stock to flow model, which is this here, you always see a halvening, and 1.5 years later, there was a top. Halvening, 1.5 years later was a top. Halvening, 1.5 years later was a top. So if that continues, we have the halvening behind us, and we should now really see a crazy pump. No financial advice. So this might happen. And some of the OGs timed their stakes so that they come out around the top of such a cycle, which is another interesting staking theory.
It's a chart of future market supply, right?
Yes.
I hear Rich's voice saying that chart of future market supply, only crypto.
But this is how it works, and you need to make up your own mind what your personal time preference is, and that is really best to use Hex. It's not a short-term thing. It's not a get rich quick. It's a get rich eventually over a very long time period, and that is what we're living through right now.
Awesome, awesome stuff, man. I like the Hex token. It's
my 2 cents.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you, DJ. That's the last one you're on. Last talk you're on. Okay. I was looking at the panel.
Yes, for today. I was more busy yesterday, but thanks for having me again. And follow us on the What the Hex show every Thursday. This week we have Keith Waring on the show, which is a big one. He's an OG crypto influencer from 2017, like Ivan on Tech those times, and Tone Vase, and so Keith Waring. I'm looking forward to that one.
Awesome. What the hex?
What the
Appreciate you
hex?
guys talking about the hex token, all the good stuff. May the maddest of gains hit us very, very well this year. Hopefully, no more no more gradual broke syndrome. We need the sudden wealth syndrome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, DJ. See ya.
Cheers.
All right. Next up, Tim Benjamin, liquidity providing on PulseX. What transition we got for this one? What do we got? Let's do this one. I like this one.
This is the greatest thing I have ever seen in my life. This is amazing.
He's definitely pointing at PulseX. I'm pretty sure he's pointing at PulseX.
Yes.
You get the vibe too? Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Very cool. Welcome back. You get to lightning talk, liquidity providing. It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. All right, everybody. Glad to be back. And it's kind of ironic that I'm here to give a talk on liquidity, because even though I've been in crypto for over 10 years, the subject of liquidity was not one that I ever really heard talked about until Uniswap came along and Richard started talking about liquidity. And he gave an example one time of what that word actually means, because at the time I really wasn't sure. So the way he explained it is liquidity is something that is accessible and can be moved from one place to another. For example, you go to the grocery store, you're in the mood to buy some apples. If there are apples at the store, then they have liquidity. So your cash is on one side of the trade and the apples are on the other side. So what we have in the world of digital currency is that same scenario, except it's operating in a digital space. Most of the time I heard this word, it sounded like something that had to do with exchanges, which for most of my time in crypto didn't really pertain to me because I wasn't running an exchange. Well, now, thanks to PulseX, we have an exchange that we are running. So if you want to be involved with PulseX on a founder's level and have your own product, it's imperative that you understand what liquidity is and how it works. Mostly it's math. And I don't have the time to delineate on any mathematical formulas, but there is a man by the name of Crypto Sloth who has a series of videos on YouTube where he breaks down the mathematics behind liquidity in great detail and in a very simple manner that anybody with basic arithmetic understanding can see and figure out. One thing that has really come to me being a coin founder is the value behind being able to provide liquidity as a way of profiting from your coin rather than simply selling it to an exchange. Because when you sell a coin to an exchange, first of all, you're pushing the price down and you're paying slippage. And both of those things are a net negative to both you and the other holders of your coins. And as Bitfinesse just said, math schmath, hold the coins, only sell VIA LP, price go up. That's exactly the point that I'm making at. That is the alternative method of getting a profit from your asset, is simply by using that to be part of a liquidity pair where new buyers push the price up rather than you pushing the price down through selling. And one of the caveats to liquidity providing is the fact that you are vulnerable to something called impermanent loss. And that term can be kind of daunting because people are like, oh no, I don't want to lose anything. But look at it this way. When you provide liquidity on a DEX, you're providing a service and you're getting compensated by the DEX for that service. It's kind of like relating to the DEX as the store and your assets as being products in the store. When you provide liquidity, it's like you're stocking the shelves of the store. So the fees that you earn by providing that is your profitability, and your impermanent loss is essentially the cost of doing business. So idealistically, what you want to do is put yourself in a position where the fees that you're earning is larger than the impermanent loss that you would be experiencing from the cost of doing business. And not that this is financial advice, but something that came to me just prior to coming on the stream was that it just seems logical that if you're going to engage in liquidity providing, one of the coins that you would want to put up as part of a pair would be a stable coin, because stable coins are stable. They're not volatile. They stay the same. And the other coin that you would want to pair with that would be a coin that is a store of value, because store of value coins go up in price over time. And what would be probably better than that arrangement would be if you pair one store of value coin with another store of value coin, because now you have two coins that are pushing each other up in price. The big challenge to that is, how do you know a stable coin from how do you know a store of value from something that isn't? And really, the only way to know that is to get to know people who are founders of store of value coins. And I might know one of those guys. You get to know them and you find out that their whales are accessible, and you can get to know them too. You can find out what's making these people tick. What do they really want? What are they up to? How are they getting there? That's how you become acquainted with stores of value. So, as I said, the mathematics behind this is too complex to get into at this time. But, it's kind of funny. When PulseChain launched, I still didn't know anything about liquidity providing as far as the mathematics and the mechanics behind it. All I knew is I was pushing buttons and numbers were appearing on the screen, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is neat. It's like, but I didn't know anything about how that worked. As I said, if you really want to get involved with PulseX on a founder's level and really be piloting your own ship, as it were, you really need to understand the role that liquidity is, because most of these coin ranking sites, they list coins naturally by what is called a market cap. That stands for market capitalization, which is just a figure that you arrive at by multiplying the price of an asset times the total supply. And Richard has said that that's a vanity metric. It serves no good, doesn't do anybody any good. It's just a way of ranking popularity. However, there are other coin ranking sites like plsfolio.com, where if you click on the ranking menu, there's a drop-down menu that you can select, and you can choose which metric you want to see the coins that are on PulseChain ranked by. I personally click on liquidity because that tells me the real money that is involved with a given asset compared to just a vanity metric. Liquidity is a real metric because, again, that tells you how much movable capital is involved with that asset. And Goldkey just said most people should not be liquidity providing. And in a way, I would agree with him. Crypto Coffee made the same point yesterday on this conference. This is something you don't want to experiment with if you don't know what you're doing. You really want to do your homework, and you really want to just know what assets you're really dealing with, because again, you are vulnerable to impermanent loss, and you don't want to put yourself in a position where you end up, losing quite a bit because you got involved with a coin that doesn't have any real value proposition behind it. So, looking at coins ranked by their liquidity is more substantial than pretty much any of the other metrics out there, because it gives you a more solid understanding of what real value is behind any given asset. And so those are the main points that I wanted to bring up regarding this subject. Again, once you understand how all this works and the optionality it brings into this space and how you can tap into it, we really have a lot of power at our disposal. It's just a matter of harnessing it in a way that is beneficial to the system, beneficial to the holders, and just, is mutually beneficial to everybody involved, because that's what brings more liquidity into the system, more eyeballs, which is what we need, more participation, which is more prosperity for everyone. So
we have the power to liquidity provide and harvest fees, as well as the ink token with farming. So there you go. Yeah, I was listening. I'm like, is there a code in this message? Yes. You get it. Tim, what is, so liquidity providing? Yeah, there's a ton of tutorials. Coffee's did a bunch. I've had people on the show talk about it as well. Sounds like you've got experience with it. Yes. It is one of those deals where I think that, liquidity's been up and down. People, we can make the bull case of low liquidity, price can pump higher, all that stuff too. But it'll be interesting to see when Pulsechain, when we do hit that glory run and all kinds of fun stuff happen, and we're onboarding. We can't scale the onboarding. It's just too many people who ask too many questions. It'll be interesting to see how many more people liquidity providing and are choosing that versus or other services and stuff on the chain too. So exciting times ahead.
I'm telling you, Pulse does not have to go up too much in value before we start seeing some explosive results with some of these pairs. I mean, it is going to be groundbreaking when it happens. And like I said, we don't need a million X overnight to see some very big results take place.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Tim. Awesome stuff at the conference. And appreciate the conversation.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make it to the last panel talk. Something came up, but thank you for having me on for these talks.
Of course. No, that'll be good news to anyone trying to get in the Pulsechain panel, the last one of the day, I do believe. We got one more spot, sounds like. So let me know. Let me know if you want to hop on. Thanks, Tim.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Awesome. A lot of great content. Look at this great content we got at the conference. It's not over yet, though. We've still got another hour and a half or so, a bunch more talks. We got the next one coming up. Superman is up here to tell us some monster Pulsechain stuff. Let's get him a good transition. How about let's go with let's do dance. I haven't did dance.
Let's see if they think they can make them all one time. I remember serving some with you. From my level, but listen, nigga, listen, family, this the mama count. I'm a shower, my account, I'm just from a count. I say, with my zero, only fully in the living girl, like a bio western girl with my taste buds. Ooh, that pussy good, like you said, they know my taste buds. I can't wait to be with you. I let you think that I love for you, love me, thank you, y'all, and thank you. AM to the PM, PM to the AM for. If I drop your DM, you just gotta hate them for. If I quit your BM, ask the mama, say it's for.
Oh, that last one, just when he hits it, so good, so good. How's it going?
How you going, Max? Good to see you. And man, I think that dance transition was perfect since I used to be a professional dancer. So,
whoa, you did. That's so cool. Wow, you and RH got something in common there. There you go.
High school ballet, but it was certainly pretty awesome. I love that video of Richard. It is so cool.
It's so fun. It's I found the long form version of it, and I'm like, oh, this is so good. It's such a powerful, like fun, playful, just like confidence. Just there's so much into it, and it's just in one piece. So I always remember Hexo streams when I think you had one of the intros or something. You had it playing on repeat, And I was like, you know what? There's only a few things you can play on repeat, and that's the one that just hits each time. I could watch that about 100 times or so, 555 times, one of those.
I'm sure that's the most played. I'm sure of it.
So good. All right. Well, lightning talk, take it away. Pulsechain, get us bullish, man. Get us bullish. Nice to meet you as well.
Thank you very much. You too. Hey, everybody. Welcome. Today we're going to be talking about the monster thread, which is really, it's all about you guys. So it's going to be pretty cool. As you guys know, I'm the host of the Crypto Night Show. We have a professional team, and this is one of the publications that we put out. Our promotional lead is MVS Crypto. Many of you may have seen him out there on the X sphere and on Telegram. He is pretty much everywhere. And he's the editor-in-chief of the Pulsechain Weekly Monster Thread. And you can see number 10 here. This is edition number 10. And this is a professional publication. And like I say, it's all about everybody out in Pulsechain, which is amazing. So it's anybody could be on this monster thread, and it will give you an update of all the hottest news over the last week, which is pretty awesome. And man, we have got some really cool people doing some really cool things around Pulsechain, no matter what the topic. So the monster thread, as you can see in front of you, it covers everything from DeFi through to GameFi. It just is pretty much everything, all the latest things that are happening in that space. It also covers all the project teams. And so everyone gets awareness of a lot of cool things that are happening with the project teams. But probably even more important is it covers all the people doing different things. We have people, as I said earlier, I used to dance, but we have people that are doing singing, that are doing artwork, that are doing DJing. I mean, it is incredible space out there with the culture that's developing on Pulsechain with all the different people. And there's something for everybody. It is really amazing. So that is kind of the overview, is that it's really about you guys out there, and it covers the last week. Now, the thing I like about this is that if you are wanting to see what's happening in Pulsechain, is there anything happening, then you can come to the monster thread here, and you can get all the latest, hottest Pulsechain news. So basically, you're going to find out what events we're on and what projects are doing what is the hottest thing that's really trending on Pulsechain. It is really, really special, and we've got lots of different people in here. Now, a lot of stories often have Richard Hart in it, of course, the founder of Pulsechain and Hex, and all the cool things that he's encouraging, his leadership, which is pretty awesome. So there's a lot of things like that. So let's just go through. This is the 10th edition. So this has been going for 2.5 months. So pretty much since the end of April. And here we are. And there's going to be many, many more editions in the future. And you might just find yourself on there if you've been doing something in the public. And so, yeah, it is pretty exciting. So let's just go through just this one thread. Now you can go back and watch the other, read through the other 9 weekly threads. And so we're just going to go and have a look at the kind of things that are actually in the thread. So you've got a little news summary at the bottom. So this one here has Richard's house, Mo's painting, Pulsechain meetup, and much more. And this happens to be the 10th edition. So there's actually is a $50 Surf token giveaway. So Surf is from the Crypto Paradise team. They're a professional team on Pulsechain, and they've been doing amazing stuff. So you got a chance to win $50 worth of Surf there just by retweeting, following, and tagging 3 friends. So that's the first time there's been a giveaway, just as a celebration of the 10th edition, which is pretty amazing. So get in on that, and you might never know, get yourself entry on that. You can see at the top there, we've got Richard's helping hand, which just covers the fact that Richard was talking about the Pulsechain website. We know that Richard's been out and about doing a lot of great leadership on the Pulsechain, talking about the website, talking about digital deliveries and promotions, and many, many other things, new products and things like that. So Richard's really been doing great, and so it leads up with that. We also have people out there like Mo. Mo is an artist, and he's got a painting that is in progress here of Richard Hart, and you can see that is pretty amazing. So you can check that out. But I just think that, this is sort of people that we have in Pulsechain, and just giving us this really, really nice work. And it's all about you guys. That's what I love about this. And as you guys know, I do a daily show on Pulsechain and Hex, have been doing so for 6 years on different YouTube channels. And it's just been a privilege to be able to meet all people online, of course, and see all the cool things that people are doing. So this feels a real privilege to be part of a team along with MVS Crypto. And we have other people in support as well that are helping bring this to the frontier. So it's very, very cool. We obviously got stories like our Richard Hart's SEC milestone, which is pretty cool. We've got things about a Hex Scout helping Richard's promotions by setting up charities in the EU to get those promotions of digital products out. So pretty cool with the marketing. and next level website. So you got, cool teams like this doing cool things along Pulse Chain. If you were busy in your week, because everyone gets busy, you can come to this monster thread and you can quickly get a catch up. What happened last week? It's so beautiful. I think that's so good. And if you're actually wanting to onboard people, you can just share the monster thread, and you can share all of them if you wanted to. Say, hey, this is what's been going on Pulse Chain in the last 2 months. There's a lot of stuff happening, and you'll be really surprised at all the things. We often have to leave things out in each week because there's so much stuff. So it's pretty crazy. You got Gerardo and Paradise. So we got one of the themes that we're seeing across Pulse Chain, and that's what you'll see in the monster thread, is different themes happening in Pulse Chain as people are doing different things. So Gerardo on a Crypto Paradise show is just showing that, influencers going on other influencers shows, collaborations are a big thing that's happening right now between influencers. But more importantly, I think it's happening between the community. We're seeing so many of the community people get up onto collab shows where there's a big panel of like 6 to 10 people. It is really wonderful, and these are people just from the community that are getting up and expressing what they think about Pulse Chain, crypto, life, and everything else. So it was really cool to see that. We got Pulse Chain. We got, talked about we're having musicians and singers, where we've got horse riders as well. And of course, Crypto 7, obviously a big influence in the UK, has got his daughters and friend, Ailish and Abby. They've been working and winning in horse racing there for Liquid Loans, and of course a big team on Pulse Chain along with Pulse Chain as well. And I just love this because look at that. I mean, you just got the young people on Pulse Chain, and we'd like to see more of this, celebrating and getting involved into crypto, of course, into Pulse Chain in particular, and doing great things for Pulse Chain. So I just really love this. I think it's really cool to see stuff like this. And we've got more and more people. So yeah, across the generations, the Pulse Chain monster thread is covering. We have a new technology, basically Solid Trader from Solid X team, Firewhale, of course, one of the big whales on Pulse Chain, doing cool stuff along with Randy Alasky. So you can kind of see the sort of flavors that are in this monster thread. It really covers everything. And we just went from horse riding. To trading on Telegram on Pulse Chain. So that's how much variety there is in the monster thread. We also got Liberty Swap. Obviously, a big boom at the moment is happening in the bridging on Pulse Chain. If you haven't been able to be around, you'll be quickly find out that we got all these bridges doing cool things. We got Liberty Swap. We got on-ramps coming on. We got BanksX. We got Ramp Now. It is really a beautiful thing. What's happening on Pulse Chain right now. So yeah, if you think the market price might be down because we've got whales selling and things like that, you've got all this bullish money coming in through the bridges. So it really is cool moving forward. So very exciting there. We got big shout outs, big influencers outside of Pulse Chain are shouting out people in our community because they're so talented, like Brother KG from Internet Money. So really is exciting. Look, now we've just jumped from horse races and DeFi into the racing. So we've got car races going out there with Hex branding on them. And so you get to find out about stuff like that. It is really cool. So here we got pro driver drift Joachim winning there with the old Hex branded Toyota. So pretty awesome stuff going on in the monster thread. So like I said, there's pretty much everyone's getting covered. If you're doing something that can get into the newsletter, it might just be anything, but holding a gathering, it could end up in the monster thread. So we got also Pulse Chain getting shout outs from Space Auctions there with Scott Malka with 1 million followers. So, there are big influencers hearing about Pulse Chain and saying good things about it as well. And then, of course, we've got people going on to new platforms, not just X and YouTube, but going on to TikTok, which I think are pretty amazing. So we got really cool stuff happening there. Tiger Crypto God's getting onto TikTok. He's now got a following of 12,000 on there. And we're getting more and more people going onto new platforms, spreading the word about Pulse Chain. So really, it's got a bit of everything in it. Very exciting there. We also have projects that are actually ranking up on CoinGecko. So we've got PDC, the Grays one, the first DAO token on Pulse Chain, really ranking up on CoinGecko, and it's just going to climb in the bull market. We know that. So you're really just getting to see some of the successes that are happening with some of the project teams on Pulse Chain, which is pretty cool. We got Tam here, Hex. Amazing. We got, I must say this, one of the big things that we've seen with the monster thread is how many of our female Pulsekins and Hexagons out there are crushing it. They're crushing it. It's a mega theme on Pulse Chain right now. And they are so highly active. It's really amazing to see. So big shout out to all the ladies in the Pulse Chain. Yeah, so really cool stuff happening there as well. And we've had big Pulse Chain meetups. So a lot of people getting together as the community, meeting up, which I think is pretty amazing. You can see some cool pictures here of all these different people from Australia, from America and other countries. It is amazing to see that. And you can see many popular faces in here, including a Wild SJ. It is crazy how many people are turning up to these events. And you can see all the Pulse Chain and Hex, branding and information at this luncheon. So pretty exciting. With all these things that are happening. We've got Carrera, Georgia in there as well. See how many of the ladies there. It's wonderful. Really is wonderful trend. I really like that. And because we've got also other news jumping around with ETH dominance, Pulse Chain getting up on the ETH dominance and so forth. So that is a whole ton of stories that is in the monster thread just for this edition, just for week 10, which is pretty awesome. And then once you get down to the bottom of the thread, you get to the honorable mention. So these are a lot of different things that are happening in Pulse Chain that just can't make it into the thread this time around, but they get honorable mentions. So we've got Christo Sol, we've got Solid X, we've got the Coin Zone from Liquid Loans. Now look at, they're doing amazing stuff. They're getting out beyond Pulse Chain and reaching out people not Pulse Chain to get them onto Pulse Chain, and they're doing it at a large scale from Liquid Loans through the Coin Zone com. So they're getting tens of thousands of views on that. So really cool stuff happening, and we're highlighting that to you. So if you want to find out more about it, you can click on any of these links. Isn't that awesome? You can click on any of these links and go find out more about the people that really are the heart of Pulse Chain. And look, we all know we're getting ready for this bull run. We've got a few whales out there splashing around at the moment, but we know Pulse Chain is setting up. We've got the bridges coming, we've got the people getting active, and I think it's only going to ramp up from here. So you're going to see the monster thread get even busier with more people doing more awesome things on Pulse Chain, which I think is very exciting. Now, MVS Crypto is the promotional lead for the Crypto Night show, and he's the editor-in-chief of the monster thread. And so if you do want to get, to contact him about it, you can definitely do that. Now, once we go down, of course, it's a thread, right? It's not just a post. So that is what we call the main post with all the news. Then we get into the project teams, and these are some of the hottest teams that are active on Pulse Chain. These guys are proactive, so they're not sitting back. These guys are sitting forward. They're doing a lot of actions, a lot of innovating in different spaces, and we have a lot of different teams. So you find out a lot of the hottest things that are coming into the market at the moment. And of course, we got Axel Lending. They've come out doing peer-to-peer lending. So you get some really cool innovations. You're going to find out all the latest innovations happening on Pulse Chain, which I think is pretty amazing. And you're also going to get other teams as well that are jumping around doing DAOs. I think we've got Crypto Paradise in there as well. You got many other teams in here which are doing amazing things on Pulse Chain, which has got to get you pretty excited, right, Max? It is pretty exciting what's happening in the Pulse Chain sphere, as we say.
Pulse Chain's popping off. I don't know if you're not, you must not be paying attention if you don't see all the amazing stuff happening on Pulse Chain and just around the ecosystem. We got new builders coming in, new fiat stuff coming in. People are still building. People are still just out there doing conferences. I mean, just all kinds of amazing stuff. Macro is looking much better than it used to be. So I don't know if it's time. I don't know if it's time to be like, all right, time to go up. I know we've been doing a check on that for back and forth for quite a while now, but boy, I love the way the ecosystem looks. It
is awesome, and everyone's going to be able to find about it every week in the Monster Thread. It's this is the 10th edition, and we look forward to the 20th edition. So do something cool out there and get into the Monster Thread. That's all we can say.
There you go. You do the work. I like it. Superman, again, nice to meet you. I've seen your streams before. I clipped one the other day. It was really good. You did like a bunch of bullish stuff on Pulse Chain. I'm like, that is super good, and always great to see people put in the work and share stuff and all that stuff too.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and congratulations, Max. Really cool.
Yeah, thanks, Superman. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks.
Boom. Superman's there. We got Top Gun Hexadian up next. Going to talk some Pulse Chain before we get back into some Ink Bull stuff. We're wrapping up the day hard too. After Pulse Chain stats, we got Ink Bulls only. Ink Bulls only. The greenest logo you ever saw. Greenest logo you ever saw. It's about to get bullish up in here. And then we got Ink Money Printer. Last episode we'll talking about that one as well. So Briss is coming up soon, and then Pulse Chain panel. Then we're going to round it out. So can I get a konnichiwa for round it out?
Konnichiwa!
We got konnichiwa. So fun. Thank you, Triple Dap, for sending that to me. Now I can use it. It's great. So good. All right, Top Gun Hexadian. Let me know if you need anything to share. Otherwise, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Max. Always a pleasure. So, back again for day 2, this time, bullish pulse chain stats. What's got me excited about this chain? The fact that it's not a ghost chain. Everyone wants to say it is. Yeah, the price is pretty horrifying, probably scarier than any Alfred Hitchcock movie. We're working on it, but let's see how we're working on it, shall we? So, the chain launched May 13th, 2023. And by May 16th, we had our bridge active. Since then, over almost the last 800 days, I'm rounding, we've seen 1,398,639 unique wallets have interacted with the chain and come online. That's like, I think that's an average of almost just shy of 5,000 new wallets a day on average. Now, there are some fun utilities. If you want to go look at some of these numbers with me, there's fun charts and graphs. You can go to app.hex.win, I believe. Just let me double check that URL for you real quickly. Oh, apphex.win. So if you want to pull that up on another device or anything, you're welcome to. It's a wonderful, wonderful little database where you can get to see all these statistics. So from there and a couple other websites, I was able to pull together a whole bunch of things. So the average within at least the last 3 months has been about 10K active wallets per day. That doesn't seem so exciting when you've had almost 1.5 million actually interact with the chain. But today we hit 15K. When you start looking at it throughout time, the lowest ever was 8K a day. It's the slowest this chain has ever been, is 8,000 people using it in a day. Doesn't sound too crowded, but that's not a ghost chain. That's pretty active. And when you look at what the highest was, excluding the launch, because that was just crazy town, I'm not going to count that. But our highest active was about 45K a day, February 6th of 2024. If you look at the price chart, you'll probably see why people were very active getting in the chain, having a whole bunch of FOMO at that time. Now, when we actually start to look at these transactions, funny enough, the most transactions wasn't the launch of the chain, so I counted this one. The most ever was 977,801 transactions in a single day. That's a heck of a lot. I'm pretty sure that's from the 45K day worth of wallets. Those 45K wallets did almost 1 million transactions. The least busy it's ever gotten is 129,000 in the day. That's still a lot of transactions. It's a lot of sends, receives, swaps, contact calls. Like, that is a highly active chain, guys. You can see it. Like, it's kind of depressing that we sit in the lows of our activity far too often without too many spikes, but those spikes are pretty amazing when they happen, and they lead to some even more cool stats. Now, just to talk about the spikes a little more, just in this last year, since January 1st, the most ever transactions we've seen in the year is 711,000 in a day, and the least 231,000. So when I pulled that 129,000, that was back from almost when we first got our SEC news that they were coming after us. People were really depressed back then. Chain was brand new. Since then, seen a lot of growth. It's almost like our lowest and worst days are almost double that now. And so we've seen a lot of high activity, which has led to it being a deflationary chain. Overall, from the initial supply, it's been net deflationary. I think the first 6 or 8 months were deflationary, and then we started to see a little bit of reinflation to the supply through a little bit of slow use. But then I think about almost a year ago, it's gone a little more active, heading towards deflation and staying on the path of deflation. So when you actually look at it, a couple different places have a couple different numbers. The app Hex has 116.1 billion pulse burned. And calculating that of the total circulating supply outside of Richard Hart, that's 0.69%. I know, 2/3%. Doesn't sound too exciting, but basically it's 1/10 of what the PulseX buy and burn has done a little closer to 9.5% of it, but it's pretty impressive for a base chain that wasn't even touted as deflationary. So our PulseX, or DEX, is sitting at 7.4% burnt, and we've got another 0.69% of Pulse already gone in the last 2 years. This is actually pretty impressive, guys. Like, that's getting a lot of use and a lot of traction, even if people aren't valuing it as they should be yet. It's been a really bad bear market. But again, I mean, now there are several validators sometimes per wallet or per computer. So this stat isn't necessarily individual machines and individual people running it. But the total number of validators running is 52,055. Last I checked today, that number does change around a little bit here. They were paying, so the validators are paying about 9.61% yield. That is Pulse yield, not dollar yield. So if you put in 32 million Pulse, you might actually be able to expect about 3 million Pulse to 3.1 million Pulse throughout the year as your yield. So that's pretty impressive. That really is pretty impressive. There's pretty good yield there. And if people actually start valuing Pulse Chain as they should, as I believe they will, that's going to be significantly more. Right now, pretty much about 10% of the circulating supply of Pulse is staked as validators. And like I said, another 2/3%. So getting close to 11% gone. Well, I mean, the 10% validators is gone, but locked up off the market or burnt. Really starting to love these numbers. And then even though we don't have that many changes, or the changes are pretty subtle because it is a fork of ETH, there are subtle improvements. So a lot of people don't realize that while ETH is still holding a steady 12 seconds per block, Pulse Chain is actually rocking in at 10.2 seconds per block. I think almost 17% faster. Doesn't seem like a whole lot, again, but these little improvements matter a lot. I mean, when you're waiting around for transactions, just a little smoother, just a little cleaner. And right now, like, again, this chain isn't even being fully utilized yet. Even with all of this activity, the average block usage is only about 50%. We're not even filling these things up in general. So I can't wait to see what these numbers look like when we finally start kicking off, which should be soon. I mean, I've been eyeing up the Bitcoin price just like everyone else has, and extra bullish stats on Pulse Chain. I'm not sure if it counts as a bullish stat, but Jim Cramer did come out bearish on ETH since we're directly related to ETH. I'm hoping that means that's bullish for us. So yeah, and then yeah, I get into some of the more obscure things of how much this chain is used. Like, fun facts, there's 183 million smart contracts on this chain. Now some of these are copied over from Ethereum. And now out of that, though, the wild west, right? Only 43,000 out of 183 million are actually verified contracts. So that's a little sketchy. You always got to be careful what you want to connect your wallet to. Unverified contracts can have any amount of code in them. You can't verify the code, so you could be running anything when you connect with an unverified contract. Now, with Pulse Chain, we've had some issues with people trying to figure out how to get things validated. So we have had some contracts later be validated that weren't to start. There is a process to go through and make sure all your hashing is correct. I am not aware of it because I am not a dev. All right, I don't know what this process is, but does exist. This chain is popping off. We have all sorts of apps and bridges that are forming for it. I mean, we've got Liberty Swap Finance, we've got Coast, we've got the Pulse Chain bridge. More fun facts is that there's actually about $1.5 million of liquidity between Pulse and PulseX that are actually bridged out, providing liquidity over on the Ethereum side, which makes a nice little connection there. So we all seem to be in stasis, holding mode, probably disbelief mode, waiting for that pump. But this chain is active every single day, and through the SEC, through Interpol, through every imaginable bit of FUD you can really have over the last 2 years, it's still never gone under 129,000 transactions in a day, never less than 8,000 wallets using it in a day. This is real organic grassroots activity, not a bot army. This isn't like the chains where you've got 10 VCs and 100 bots running around making all the transactions and all the market making. This is an actual organic chain. Sometimes there's various arguments about whether it was a little over large or oversaturated for its initial supply, but with a deflationary product, that is changing. It's taking a while, but it is changing. And it's fun watching these stats and seeing them actually expand. So I think we're finally at that point of year where I'm finally going to get some really interesting data and see what it looks like when we finally have our bull cycle. See how much these stats peak, see where the burn rates get to. Because it would be really interesting to see if we just suddenly, by the end of the bull market, have jumped to 2 or 3% of the entire supply burn because of the transaction overload. As far as I'm concerned, this is a bullish chain.
Did I hear bullish?
Very bullish.
Bullish. So good. So good. Top Gun Hexadian. Oh, PulseX, DEX. Best in crypto, or the best in crypto, or the best of the best of the best in crypto? What do you think?
The best of the best of the best.
3x.
There are very few products, unless they followed what Richard Hart does, that actually use the fees they generate and send it back to the users. Fight for the users.
Fight for the users. What's the hack the planet? What's the all that fun stuff. Cool, man. Internet Money. Shout out to Internet Money, by the way. Shout out to KG and the wallet team out there. I saw the shirt. Got it. They're out there building hard on the Pulse chain too.
Yeah, they are making sure they've integrated Coast so that you can buy directly through the wallet and on-ramp directly to the chain. They've made sure it's the default product for it. And their best yield is on Pulse chain. It's definitely a Pulse product, even though it's an encompassing product for many chains. It's done a lot for our onboarding. Really do like it. Thank you. I was trying not to do a hard shill for them or anything. I was just keeping it to the t-shirt.
You're prompting it like this, like, is that an Internet Money prompt? Okay, let's do it. A lot of great builders out there. Top Gun Hexadian, appreciate that. Getting bullet. We're getting the great segue into the bull stuff that's coming up next with Fast and Brisk. Should be fun. So tune in, stay in the chat. Hope to see you around, man. Thanks for getting this bullish.
Be back in half an hour.
Yep. Thanks, Top Gun. All right. Are you properly bullish, caffeinated? Are you feeling up for some? We're going to do 10,000x going in this one.
Hex is complete.
Project not complete.
Do not the same thing. Promise returns and go build something. How much X is Bitcoin up? Yeah. 1,000x over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am. Everyone else cries and whines like a little bitch. 1,000x over a penny. Who's designed to replace fiat currency? Back to the 10,000x. Smart fucker I am. Well, then it was fucking designed. 10,000x, it's impossible. How can he do that? Listen, you stupid fucks. Everything else is up higher. Bitcoin did 2 million X. $1,500 fucking dollars.
Oh, the ink token's going to blast
That was
off.
a good one.
So hard to the moon now. These two guys are going to take us there. They keep rocking the greenest logo of them all. I just made up this song. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Woohoo.
Let's go. All right, gents, get us into bullish mode. Ink bulls only.
Nice one.
Thank you very
My
much.
body is ready.
Your turn. Your turn. Let's go.
Hey, Briz.
This is the Ink Bulls only section.
Hopefully
Welcome
there's
to
more than
Pulse
two of
Chain.
us.
We love you.
We do. You're the guy who made that up, right?
I think I was the first one to make that meme. So
Nice.
I'm honored. I'm honored that a lot of people like it. So
Cool.
what's up, Fast? How's it
Let's talk
going?
ink. Oh, pretty good. I've been taking it easy, not working too hard, just kind of hanging out. That's a lie. I haven't slept for 4 days.
mind if
It's the bull
I
market.
Nice. Do you mind if I tell you a couple of bullish things, some bullish facts about ink, the greenest
Please
and
do.
greatest coin? All right. So the first thing I want to say is that one of ink's greatest strengths and features is its scarcity. I don't think people realize how scarce it actually is. There's 19.8 million bitcoins out there, and there's only 55.3 million ink. That's a 2.7x more coins than Bitcoin, right? It's very scarce. Bitcoin is at $100,000. You know, why can ink get to like 30,000? Bitcoin, went up. I'm just saying that's there's not very many coins out there.
If people sold all their Bitcoin and used it to buy ink, it would go up lots.
Oh, bro, you'd have no idea. I actually looked at the pools of ink, and there's only $3.8 million worth of ink available on the markets. All right, that's not that much. Eventually, these are going to get bought up off the market, and there's going to be a liquidity crunch. Just think about it. What happens when the first $3.8 million comes hunting for those inks? The price is just going to go straight up. And then what happens when another $4 million comes coming? And I think in this cycle, I think we could see over $100 million flow into ink. And what that would do for the price is send it to the moon. Well, first of all, people would start selling it, and then it would keep going up, and then people keep selling it, and then it would keep going up, and basically there would be no more for sale. And one of the other things about ink is that Richard or the OA or whoever controls the farms could actually reduce the amount of ink. He could reduce it so it produces 1 ink per year. Imagine
it's already reduced by 97%, but it doesn't mean he couldn't turn it down to 99.9% reduction in inflation.
Exactly. And so, and then there's also other features that he could unlock that would actually make ink even more scarce, or not even scarce, but it would spread it out more evenly to a bigger crowd of people. So more people would have smaller amounts. And that's if he would turn on like the single side staking, and he would allow PulseX to go into it to collect a little bit of ink. And and so those are just kind of like some of my ideas. I think ink could go and do incredible numbers this cycle. 99.9% the ink is removed from the markets, and the only ink that will be coming out is what the farmers are producing.
What do you think of the idea of ink becoming a DAO token for PulseX?
I think that's very possible. Allow user generated farms to be on PulseX and have people be able to vote each one in, and they'd have to have enough ink to have the voting power. There's another reason to hold ink.
Yeah,
I think it's
maybe
going
you have
to
to
do
lock
numbers.
your ink or stake your ink to do that. Something that where it's locked up for a period of time so you can vote. Maybe locking it up or staking it, a single-sided staking option where you earn something else. That could be cool too.
Very much so. Let's see what some of these guys in the chats are saying. Didn't some of you lose bets? Give me some ink and we'll call it even. Bit finesse. Come on. I pretty much shot my shot on why I think ink is freaking awesome. It's gonna be so scarce, guys. There's only 4 million ink out there on the market. It's going to get scarce, guys.
Yeah, no, it's true that as far as liquidity goes, I think for core tokens, it's the second lowest liquidity after Hex, right? So it's not going to take much to pump that up in crypto terms. And the truth about ink is that if $1 billion came in and bought ink, which in crypto isn't that much, and there was 80% sell pressure, ink would go over $3,000 per ink. I've included 80% sell pressure in that number. So like if there's not 80% sell pressure, that number could be much higher. So to say that it's possible to have like a $3,000 ink, it's not that crazy. And like I'm willing to accept a smaller number, like a $200, $300 ink. That's readily available with minimal pumpage. And when that does pump, that means the APRs and the PulseX farms will pump, which is going to drive people in. They're going to want to buy the other things, right? So ink goes up to $300. The APRs, do a 30x in the farms, right? And then people run out, they buy Hex, they buy Pulse, the other assets that are in those PulseX farms, so they can pair them together. So ink could really be the spear for the Pulse chain ecosystem. We can get like a silly number ink, right? Like $1,000 plus $3,000, something like that. And those APRs do like a 300x. Like you would have people rushing out to buy every core asset that's on that list to put into the pairs to farm it so they could get a piece of that. And I think, we might not see that tomorrow, but I think as far as like a plan goes for a lever that Richard can pull, Ink has lots of choices for the community, and it could set us up for awesome liquidity, huge liquidity. Right now, he's pulled that lever to have less liquidity by reducing the inflation in the farms. But that makes inks more scarce. And then when it pumps and people come back in and he feels that he wants more liquidity, all he has to do is, pump the price of that up to $2,000, $3,000. And man, those farms are going to fill up in a second.
Yep. And I really think that if the prices go sky high, it's because they're basically all bought off the market, right? And to me, Richard captured lightning in a bottle with Hex. And that's why I'm here in Pulse Chain, because I think he can capture it a second time. And if he does capture lightning in a bottle this cycle, everyone would be a fool not to be invested in the third cycle. And I think by the third cycle, we could have literally 99.9% less coins on the market. And I think we'll have way higher floors than we did this cycle. Oh, shit.
Oh, agreed.
We just got to get through it.
Yet. Don't get too excited. But yeah, I think the bull case for Ink is huge. With not this cycle, next cycle, like the long term is probably very good. It is a core token in the ecosystem, right? Like it's launched by Richard Hart, audited code, all the good stuff, right? Ink has no admin keys for Ink, right? And nobody received a pre-allocation. There's no VC investors. Everyone either farmed it because they believed in the ecosystem, or they market bought it themselves, right? All the holders of Ink that went through that process.
Yep. 100%.
And there's no way for anybody to mint it. Like even Richard can't mint Ink. There's no option, right? The only way to get Ink is to participate in the PulseX farms or to market buy.
Correct. I honestly believe the people who farmed Ink are probably some of the best pulse chainers out there. you know, because they're like, they really believe in the system. They're putting their money in there. They're letting people buy and sell their coins. They're earning a little bit of ink, but you know, those are the guys that are the guys, right?
The guys that farmed and are still holding in particular, right? So if you farmed ink and you saw it go up to $80 and then down to $1.35, like, and you still have ink, like, then you're a true believer in the Richard Hart ecosystem. So yeah, I think as far as like looking at a coin, looking at the holder group, and there's lots of whales in ink. There's guys with big bags that are holding, and they've been holding for a long time. A lot of them got it for free, and they still chose not to sell it, right? So, you know, I think that's something that as an investor, I would look at who holds this coin, how long have they been holding it for, and why have they been holding for so long? And yeah, I think it's because they're true believers.
Is this the ink debate? Did I show up at the ink debate?
I think we're both debating on the same
glaze.
side.
The ink bulls only. Oh, that was the ink debate. I was going to be like, is there any greener logo? I'm like, no, that's the greenest.
There's not.
It's the greenest. There is no greener logo. There is no greener logo. It's the ink token. It's the PulseX ink token. It's the best. Shout out to Michael Saylor, by the way. Could be a Hexagon. I don't know.
Probably.
Thank you for having me on, RHMAX.
Boom. You're gonna come back. For next. We got a Hex week coming up. You guys like the Hex token? Got a Hex week coming up in a little bit.
I've heard of this Hex token.
Yeah. If you like to get Hexy, might be doing that
Hex?
a little bit later on.
Tell me more.
It's the 10,000X token. Check out the website, hex.com. I heard about that. It's pretty good. All right, gents. That's ink bulls only. We got ink money printer next. Briz. Good to see you, man. I'm going to drop you off.
Aren't you guys excited? Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and okay. There was a delay, and I wanted to hear what he had to say, but he's like, oh, there we go. Briz will come back.
Excited.
Briz, you want to come back at PulseChain panel? Somebody dropped. Tim dropped from PulseChain panel. So Briz, if you're listening, come back fast. You're welcome as well. I don't see you on there, so feel free if you want to hang out. I'll probably extend it too because PulseChain panel may get extended 45 minutes. So FYI, scheduling. There you go. Almost done. Almost done.
Is Richard coming on for the last 45? Is that why you're extending it?
Oh, you know what? I have not got a telephone call, a smoke signal. I've not got a blockchain message. He did at RHMAX yesterday, which is the first time I've literally ever seen him do that. So it's been
he shared it on Twitter and it got huge hits.
And this one as well today. He shared the stream as well today. So
nice.
Shout out to Richard. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate it.
I did.
All you take it away. Ink money.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Ink Printer, the website being inkprinter.com. I'm going to drop it in the chat so you guys can follow it along. It's a fork of Liquidity on the Pulse chain that uses ink as collateral to mint a stablecoin. I'm going to share a screen here, and we'll do a little walkthrough. And you guys can shout out some questions if we have time, but I'm going to show you how it works. Just consulting my tech team here on how to share the page. There we go. Okay, so this is inkprinter.com. You can deposit ink, borrow against it, and receive ink dollars with the ticker INCD, INCD, which is a stable coin pegged to $1 on the Pulse chain. It's a native stable coin. There's no bridge risk. It's redeemable on the Pulse chain. You can redeem $1 worth of Ink D for $1 worth of, or one Ink D, which is pegged to $1 for $1 worth of ink. So let's explore the web page a little bit here. We have here, we'll come back to that. We have on the right hand side, there's lots of data. All right, so we can see the current price of the stable coin, 0.9912 cents. Anything between 0.97 and $1.01 is pretty commonplace. Stable coins go up and down. They are just tokens like everything else. With the price of the print token, which is the protocol token, right? So it's a staking token for the protocol. And then, of course, the very important price of ink. This may vary very slightly from the price that you see on the DEX or on DEX Screener from time to time. That's because it's using an oracle to have the price just be a little bit behind what's on the DEX so that people can't game the system. It's a very important part. So what we're going to do here is we're going to open a vault and we're going to borrow some ink dollars. So in this test wallet, I have a little bit of ink, 10,000, and I'm going to borrow some ink D. We can see here there's a liquidation reserve of $50. So that's a $50 deposit for if the vault gets liquidated. We'll go into that in a moment. You get that back when you close the vault. Nobody's taking your $50. The only fee the protocol charges is a one-time borrowing fee. At this second, it's set at 0.64%. The base is 0.5%, and it goes up and down depending on how many redemptions are in the system. But often you see it in that range between 0.5 and sort of 0.7 would be quite common. So it's like a one-time fee for borrowing instead of paying interest. So there's zero interest on the day-to-day. You just pay the one-time fee and you're off. So in this case, I'm putting 10,000 ink as collateral, right? And we can see here it sets to borrow. It says borrow 450 INCD. It's actually 500 because I had $50 in the liquidation reserve. 500 is the minimum that you can borrow, right? Whereas some protocols have higher minimums, like 2,000, but we've set it at 500, which I think is quite reasonable. The amount you can borrow is up to you. You want to take a look at your collateral ratio, which is right here. A higher collateral ratio, this is super high at 2,600% here, means that you're very, very safe. A lower collateral ratio means you're less safe. The liquidation point when the protocol is running in its standard condition is 110% collateral ratio. So the goal for most people, I think, should be to be well above that. I would recommend myself, I prefer to be above 150% because the protocol in theory can go into a recovery mode where liquidations happen at 150%. That's never happened with Ink Printer, nor any of the other liquidity forks on Pulse Chain, of which we have 4 right now, to my knowledge. So I'm going to press this risky vaults button up on the top. This shows us the collateral ratios of all the vaults in the system, right? So we can see the lowest guy, he's walking the edge here. He's at 114%, but most people are well above 300%. And the protocol average right now is 466% and change, right? So there's 2 issues here that you want to navigate. First off, you don't want to get liquidated. It's not the worst thing in the world. You end up losing about 10% as a general rule. You lose the $50 and basically your vault gets closed, but you get to keep whatever you borrow, right? So if you did borrow to the 150% line, and then you got liquidated, like literally you just lost 10%, assuming that ink doesn't, double in price the day after and so on and so forth. So for example, here, I could borrow $10,000 against my 13,000 and change worth of ink. I'd be in a pretty low collateralization ratio. And then if the price went down, I might be at risk. And we have lots of prompts here. It's telling you that above 150 is a good choice and so on and so forth. But today we're gonna go a little bit higher collateral ratio than that, but we won't go super low. So we're gonna borrow $4,000 against our 10,000 ink. All right. So it's just a matter of like typing that number in. Literally, I want to take out $4,000. I'm signing a transaction here. Now I'm doing this on just a normal wallet for demo purposes only today. All of you should be using a Trezor or a Ledger when you're doing this. It's the Ink Printer protocol is compatible with Trezor. It's compatible with the Internet Money Wallet. It's compatible with MetaMask and Rabby. But I definitely recommend a hardware wallet for every single transaction for all users. Never share your seed phrase, your private keys. So we can see here I have successfully, in real time, borrowed. Well, I'm in debt $4,075.75. So that was the protocol fee is included in that, as well as the $50 that we talked about. So that's the 0.64% and then the $50. And then in my wallet, I now have InkD. Now I have options to things I can do with the InkD. If I was bullish on the price of ink in terms of I think it's going to go up, which I kind of am right now. So it's $1.34. I could take that $4,000 I've just borrowed and I could go and buy ink, which I could then deposit back into my vault. Increasing my collateral ratio and increasing my leverage on the ink. That would be one option. There's another great option right here, right on the page. So in the stability pool, I could deposit what I just took out. So I can press max here, $4,000 in this wallet. Okay, I have 0.66% of the pool if I do that. I'm going to confirm that. Of course, I'm going to have to do an approval and all the regular stuff. Now, when you deposit into the stability pool, you're making APR, which is in the print token. So basically, you're depositing a stablecoin, single-sided staking of a stablecoin with no lock. You can take it out at any time. And now I'm earning the print token. So it's going to take a couple minutes for print tokens to start showing up. That's an APR of 10% right now on single-sided staking of a stablecoin, which is not as high as it's been in the past, but it's not terrible. The price of the print token goes up, which is very closely tied to the price of ink. We're going to end up with a higher APR there as well. But there's other benefits as well. So we can see here when I've deposited this, it's going to list my rewards in the print token when a couple blocks move through. But it's also listing liquidation gains at ink here. And that's because when there's a liquidation on the protocol, somebody falls below the 110% collateral ratio and gets liquidated, which happens when a community member presses the button. That community member is incentivized with the $50 deposit that that person put down to press the button. So we can see this fellow here. If you're watching, sir, please, or ma'am, please add some collateral to your vault. This person, 114%, they go to 110. I could press this button here, and I would get $50 and they would get liquidated. And then basically their the ink that they have remaining would part of that would go to the stability pool and would get paid off by some of the dollars in the pool. So I'd lose some of my ink dollars, but I would be in profit because that ink goes to these people, right? So I would get 0.66% of that. Because I have 0.66% of the pool. So early on when the protocol first launched, some people were riding on the edge. There were some liquidations. There haven't been many lately at all. But there's definitely an incentive there to get part of that liquidation when it happens. So then, of course, I'm going to receive some print tokens for participating with the pool. When I have my print tokens, I'm able to stake them. So we'll put in, I have a couple print tokens in this wallet. I could stake it right here. So I can stake $17 for the print tokens. And then when you're staked, when you stake your print tokens, you're going to receive a piece of every dollar that's minted. So that's that 0.5% to fee that's currently at 0.64%. So part of that goes to the print stakers. Here, we'll get this here. Here we go. Oh, being a little slow right now. I'm just going to refresh. Oh. That's dollars. So for being staked in the with the print, which is single-sided staking, you get a piece of every dollar that's minted, and you also can get ink. So you literally stake print to get ink. So, and with the PulseX farms paying relatively low right now, this could be a better place for you to get ink. So as well as ink dollars. So and then we have a new, well, this is doing its job here. We can look at the liquid stake print option. This is a new innovation that I came up with assistance from the Power City team. You never know, they might roll something like this out on one of their protocols. We have a liquid staked print option, whereas instead of staking your print yourself, you can choose to turn it into S-print. It's still staked inside the protocol, but when the fees are made in ink and ink dollars, you get to, you don't get the fees, but the fees go to buy and burn S-print, making more print permanently staked within the protocol. So basically the protocol buys its own token. That's a step one of a multi-tier plan, but it's pretty straightforward. You literally just convert print to S-print. Of course, nothing's working the second that I'm on the screen here. I'm on a satellite connection. I have to run a VPN sometimes, which can cause issues. So, but anyway, we can convert our print to S-print inside the protocol. Oh, good. I got my print staked here. which allows us to farm print versus S print and use it in other farms, which is a no impermanent loss pair. And you can convert back from S print to print at any time, right? So you convert it one way, print to S print, and when you want your print tokens back, maybe you want to stake them yourself, you just do the process in reverse. There's no fee for that apart of the 100 pulse, 200 pulse that you pay to do the transaction, and then you're able to do some good farming options, such as, pretty sure I'm sharing this. There we go. So on 2Fux, that's 2phux.io. We have some farms set up for ink dollars as well as for the print token. Putting the print token here. Okay. Take a sec for these APRs to catch up. So we have 2 farms here on 2Fux. We have the RH laser printer farm paying around 25% paired with all the other RH assets and the print token. And then we have this one that is sort of a new innovation. So we have the S print versus print paying 61% and change. And this isn't the only place you can farm with S print, with print, as well as with ink dollars. So we'll take a quick look at ink dollars here while we're here. So we have the RH stable stack with all the Liquidity fork tokens. So it's HexDC, PXDC, USDL, as well as ink dollars paired with DAI on the Fux exchange. You can deposit the LP token on 2Fux to get this. And we're at 18% APR and change there. That's been higher in the past. It'll probably be lower once the volume goes much higher than this. But 18% on stablecoins is nothing to scoff at, to be sure. So then we can take a look at, we're going to look at the Hocus Pocus farming wizard. It's sort of an aggregator that can pull up farms all over the Pulse chain. We can see here that it shows your ink printer as well as the emit farms. So that's emit.farms, where they've set up some farms for us as well. So we have ink dollars here, 244% APR against the emit token. So that is not a no impermanent loss pool because you're against the reward token, another protocol. But we also have ink dollars against USDC with 10% APR. So you have multiple places where you can earn 10 to 18% APR on ink dollars right now. And then if we take a look at the print token, so again, here we have options for S print to print paying around 37%. So, different places where you can earn with this protocol without selling your tokens, and the no impermanent loss options with S print I find particularly interesting because you can always swap via the protocol one print for one S print and vice versa. So yeah, if you want to hold on to your tokens and you want to farm and make yield on other tokens, this is a good solution in my opinion. So back to ink printer here, we can see that we've staked our print tokens. Okay. And we're ready to get our system offset gains in ink and our issuance gains in ink dollars. So issuance gains is when people take out stable coins, you get a piece of that. System offset gains is when people redeem stable coins, you get a piece of that in ink. So a redemption is when the price of ink dollar, INCD, falls below $1. You end up with an option to redeem it via the protocol. The limit on the protocol currently on the front end is set at a minimum of $5,000 because we're trying to keep bots out and that sort of thing. But let's say this fell to 97 cents, right? So then if you saw this at 97 cents on the market, you could buy it up. It would likely go back up close to $1 all by itself. But if it didn't, you could redeem $5,000 worth of $5,000 of ink D units for $5,000 worth of ink at whatever that day's market price of ink was. So the benefit there is huge to the stable coin. This is one of the main things that keeps the peg on Liquidity forks. And it works very, very well. I haven't seen a better system. So when that happens and you redeem via the protocol, you end up with the issuance gain, the system offset gain goes over here to the people who are staking their print tokens. So that ends up, filling up. So you're getting paid in ink dollars as well as ink to stake your print tokens. And you can get your print tokens for free simply by putting ink into the protocol, borrowing stable coins, and then you can single side stake those stable coins if you choose this option. I showed you some other yield options too that are also good. But you don't have to buy your print tokens. You can get them for free. All you need is ink to use this. Now, redemption that I just talked about. Oh, hey, Max.
I've heard single side staking and my ears perked up. This It's been a huge thing in the PulseX. Wanting that for years on the DEX. Yeah.
Yeah, this is almost like de facto single-sided staking for ink, right? Because like you put your ink in here, you take out a stable coin, and you haven't sold your ink. All you have to do to get your ink back, like on my vault here, is I just have to pay off what I borrowed, right, plus the fee. So $4,075, I get my 10,000 ink back if that's what I choose to do. So in that way, it's very much like single-sided staking for ink, because I get the ink dollar that I can then single-sided stake without selling my ink tokens.
All right. Ink dollar. Is it so? It's ink printer. I was thinking it was ink money printer. Ink money printer sounds good too. I like it too though.
Yeah, inkprinter.com is the website on this one.
Inkprinter.com. All right. We got borrowed against stable coins on Hex, Ink, Pulse, and PulseX now. We got those four coins. Yeah. We don't have anything launched on Ethereum for Hex on Ethereum dollar coin yet? Not yet.
I wouldn't be shocked to see that. I won't reveal any confidences, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, did you go through the demo? You got anything else to final words on the ink printer before we go to the PulseChain panel?
Yeah, I would just ask everybody to do due diligence before participating. Read the white paper, check out the audits. I know you guys see me around, but in crypto, it pays to do your homework, right? So there's more than what I explained today as far as the details that I will want you to know. Hit me up on Telegram in the Ink Printer Telegram if you have any questions. I will never send you a private message. I will never DM you. There's fake Fast Abduls out there trying to scam people, so be very careful.
Awesome. Well, thank you for building on PulseChain. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Got a lot of great builders out there. Fast Abdul. Stay with me. Are you gonna hang around for the PulseChain panel?
Sure, why not?
All right. If you want to, stay with me here, and we'll do. What are we gonna do for this one? Let's do the weight. We haven't did weights for all. Let's do weights.
So you know you're in trouble when your extra large rogue weight belt doesn't fit no more. I guess I haven't been lifting on the cardio machine so much. So I'll give lifting this heavy crap a try. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, baby. Pussy hands are giving out.
All right, PulseChain panel. Welcome back to the stage, all of you except Donovan. Donovan's the only one I've seen today. Welcome, Donovan. Good to see you, man.
Yo, what up? Good to be here.
Welcome back. You were on the PulseChain panel. You got 35 minutes PulseChain panel. Talk about all kinds of PulseChain stuff. PulseX if you want, Hex, whatever you want. Should be fun. I'll see you guys in a bit.
We can do that.
Howdy, everybody.
It's good to meet you, boys. I've never met any of you.
Good to meet you as well.
Sir.
That's the best kind of panel, then.
Yeah, right.
Where do you guys want to start?
You know what I was looking at recently? I was looking at how much of each coin was available for purchase. And it's not a lot. It's not a lot at all. Ink, I just talked to Ink. There's only $3.8 million worth of ink for sale. I'm looking at Hex. I'm just going through Dex Screener, and I'm just looking at ish. Token volume checker says there's only 4.3 million, but you got not Hex. So there's only like a couple $1 million of each coin available for purchase. And then what really blows my mind is just thinking about a wave of money coming in during the bull market. I'm talking about like 100 million or more on each coin, and just the buying pressure, what that's going to do to the prices. It's actually mind-boggling. It's incredibly bullish in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest reasons that I'm bullish on Pulse Chain. And I know a lot of people that are Pulse Chain only, whether you're a Hex guy, Pulse Chain Sacrifice, and all your eggs are in the Pulse Chain basket. Maybe you're a little upset or you're a little depressed because price has been down to the right. But I think you have a lot to look forward there. You know, Richard Hart got people, disincentivized people to add liquidity, to reduce liquidity for a reason. The goal is to make it that much easier to pump. I know there's whale dumping right now, but getting out a lot of weak hands down here. He's been talking about that in the past. So if you listen to what his words are and what's actually happening in the market, then you should understand and still should have some conviction that the upside could happen very rapidly and is very likely. Also, you have the speculation of $166,000 Ethereum in the Pulse Chain Sacrifice wallet. And guess what? Finally, Ethereum is back above $3,000. The Ethereum strategic reserve narrative is catching on. Companies are buying up Ethereum like it's candy. Ethereum's outperforming Bitcoin. These are all the things that we're speculating would happen and would drive Pulse Chain growth and Pulse Chain adoption. And it's starting to happen. And I know it's not reflecting in the Pulse Chain chart per se right here, right now, but I do still like the way that the macros are lining up for Pulse Chain, and the opportunity still looks immense for the reasons you were saying. It does not take a lot of capital, a lot of inflows, a lot of market buys to send Pulse Chain absolutely ripping and be one of the best performing layer ones this cycle.
100%.
Point of interest, that 166,000 ETH, if ETH goes to $6,000 per ETH, which I think is a very conservative price, that wallet's worth $1 billion. Just saying.
And you really only need $5-10 million of rapid inflows to get massive green candles on this chain due to the low liquidity and due to all the liquidity bonding. All the core tokens are all bonded together with liquidity. So on one go, it drags the others higher. And we also know some of the best altcoins on Pulse Chain, they've been focusing on LP bonding, adding liquidity to the core coins, supporting the core coins, because they understand when those green candles happen, then they're going to catch that ride, catch that wave as well. And when that happens, that's when you onboard more users, because green candles will bring people over to Pulse Chain.
Well,
that's the theory,
when
and we'll
we
see what
talk about
happens.
all of the altcoins that are coming on scene, in my opinion, the Pulse Chain community knows more about liquidity giving and understands more about bonding than any other community that I've been a part of. I've traded on all the other chains, and truthfully, this community over here is far advanced when it comes to being kind of positioned at where you want to be at the beginning of a cycle. And they understand more about how to actually trade on chain and how to participate in all of the money-making opportunities. So realistically, when you're talking about all of the cards are set, everybody's in position to profit, the institutions have already been here, have been getting accumulated over the last year. So now when we have all of this paired with real retail adoption, you know, we kind of have the perfect storm where it reminds me of 2017, but 2017 was so small in comparison to what's actually going along for adoption this cycle. So it's a lot more money, a lot more liquidity. And when you're talking about something like Pulse Chain that's easy to move in price, all of those other altcoins being bonded in the same liquidity, it's really just a matter of time before this entire ecosystem explodes. And then when you talking about the green candle selling everybody, that's when retail is going to flock over, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. And, you know, a lot of people speculate that Richard Hart could do that himself, or the sacrifice wallet could do it yourself. And that's great for speculation. And I do think Richard Hart probably steps in. Those sacrifice funds are used in one way or another to benefit Pulse Chain on chain, whether that's bringing in funds directly, producing passive income with those and bring them in, or doing some kind of debt and leverage scenario. But regardless, I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. And I think what's interesting is it's nice to see all the builders come into Pulse Chain. A lot of DeFi protocols being built out, a lot of new projects being launched, and a lot of new memes are being launched. Not to say all of them are going to do well, but all that economic activity, for Pulse Chain at least, is very benevolent to the chain, meaning the way that Pulse Chain was structured is that there's buybacks and burns that are built in on-chain with all the different platforms, whether it's PulseX, whether it's having a separate reward token and the INC token so you don't have sell pressure on the native blue chips, and of course Pulse Chain itself, circulating supplies out there, it's deflationary, even with very low on-chain metrics. It might be a little inflationary right now. I haven't checked with this recent sell-off, but I just think that the Layer Net 1 network token economics of Pulse Chain is set up much better than many other chains, and I think that's going to really help bolster its price appreciation as well, because you don't even need as much user adoption as some of these other chains do to sustain a good run and good momentum. There is no VCs. There is no pre-salers. Everything's already out there. The sacrifice already happened years ago. If they wanted out, they could have got out. And now the token economics are structured for deflationary token supply on assets that hopefully become more desirable in the near-term future.
And having all these whales exit right now, it's kind of dragging morale down with the community. In my opinion, this is the lowest I've seen the community. And it's encouraging because I've been through, this is my third cycle. So I've kind of been able to see what it's like going through these altcoin bear markets. And in my opinion, this cycle has been really trying across altcoins, specifically in PulseChain, because I think people expected that everything would be up so much higher versus where it's at right now. But every time that I followed through these cycles, it always follows a similar path. And where we're at right now reminds me so much of, prior cycles right before all of this new liquidity, all of the new money came in. And where morale's at right now, I just think that anybody that's willing to hold on just that much longer, because we're already starting to see, Bitcoin's in new all-time highs, all of the global adoption we've had there, Ethereum, having the sacrifice wallet, like you said at the beginning, hold so many of that, the Ethereum, you're talking about institutionalized investment bank right there, a corporation, and it's not even talking about what type of growth long term that they can actually do with this. So when you're talking about being early to something, if you could hold on just that much longer, the amount of upside potential that you're looking at right here for being early to one of the biggest opportunities in the entire world, you really have to do your due diligence, and what you have if you're still here, but just hanging on just that much more is going to be so much sweeter talking a year from now when things are really up and we're talking 2017, 2021 type gains all over again. And that's really where the life-changing opportunities come and why you waited around the whole time.
About deflationary, Crypto Hitman, you were mentioning, I was wondering if TopCon could jump in with some information about deflation.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I went over it already day one and day two, a little bit with statistics. But yeah, currently PulseChain since December of last year has been consistently deflationary. The only thing that's changed is the rate of deflation. So we've gone through at least 0.2% of the Pulse supply just gone. It's not as impressive as the 7.4% of the PulseX supply that's gone, but yeah, we've been net deflationary since at least December, so we're going on almost 8 months where the chain has just been steadily down, at least in supply terms. I mean, pretty much like the chain was deflationary for the first 6 months, and then we saw a slight bit of inflation that lasted about 11 months or about 13 months. Into that December of last year. But even during that slight bit of inflation, it never even recouped the full amount that it had burned from the initial supplies. So net, one way or another you look at it, the chain has less than what it started with, and currently, yeah, it's accelerating. So we've seen the decrease of 0.2%. So that's been pretty bullish for me to see. Yeah. I can't wait till the bull market hits, because I'm thinking that's going to hit 2%. Maybe even 3%, but I'm probably just getting over bullish now. 1.5 would still be amazing if we.
Now we have pumped out tires that burns Pulse as well, right? I'm not sure how that math is going to work out, but it's not a bad thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as percentage-wise, it's not as impressive as PulseX, but it is quite impressive that PulseChain is deflationary, even while price has been down and to the right. And really, user expansion hasn't really happened. We're kind of in the echo chamber right now. Oak season hasn't happened. Ethereum, until a week ago, was down and to the right. So there just wasn't much retail adoption of layer 1 or layer 2 activity. And the reason that that's still impressive to be net negative, meaning it was deflationary during that period, is because they're incentivizing validators to secure the network by paying out new created PLS. So, I think that's really impressive. That we have been overall deflationary even under the conditions that we've been in. And I think you're selling yourself short, because if and when PulseChain does catch up with some of these other chains, I'm not going to say it's going to be BSC or Solana overnight, but it could be Sui, it could catch up with Sonic, some of the other networks out there on new user growth and onboarding new people and price performance. I think it's going to rapidly burn tokens. I think Pump Tires becomes more popular. I think Richard Hart or the Dev or Godwale or whoever you want to call it releases new products and protocols that they created, and everything they create is super benevolent and will also burn PLS moving forward. I think there's some more cards up his sleeves, and we're going to be seeing some new stuff launching that's going to be rapidly burning more PLS. And man, I can't wait to see these type of numbers when there's actual new user growth and on-chain activity. I understand Yes, we're always in the top 5 on DeFi Llama for on-chain activity, but it still seems very siloed in here, very much an echo chamber in here, and not getting new users. And that'll come. That'll come once maybe the Interpol regulatory clarity, maybe Richard Hart does a live stream, maybe Ethereum goes to 4,000, there's more speculation, and the morale's better, and the whale's done dumping. But when that happens, those deflation numbers, those burning numbers tick up very quickly.
Ethereum's not deflationary. That's pretty cool.
I think in order to see what's going to happen, you have to kind of look to the past a little bit. And we saw what happened with Hex in 2021. It went so freaking high, it melted people's faces off. That in turn got so many people interested, they ended up sacrificing $1 billion to Richard to get that lightning in a bottle twice. And so, in my opinion, if we go really high at this in this bull market, that's going to capture a lot of people's attention. They're probably going to start buying the top. Unfortunately, they're going to get kind of trapped, but that means these people are going to be here for the next round. And in my opinion, if you see what Richard did with Hex, and if it repeats this cycle this year with PulseChain, you would be a fool not to try it again in its third cycle.
Yeah, well said. Well, I mean, I missed out on Hex, and I watched it the whole last cycle. I knew who Richard Hart was all the way back in 2018 in the bear market when he only had a few thousand followers. And so I remember watching this guy and then seeing his crazy videos that he would do on YouTube in his top hat. And then I honestly just thought he was a scammer, because that was kind of like the common thought process back then, that this dude was just going to come and steal your money. Then he raised all of the money for Hex and angered the Bitcoin crowd by calling it better than Bitcoin. So then I especially just kind of like got hardened and thinking this guy's for sure a scammer. So then I, obviously missed out on it. But the whole last cycle, I had this weird bias about not even trading it at all, not even just being willing to buy some for the trade, aside from staking and all of that. And I just watched it do all of its outperformances, go up 100x and then do it again, just thinking how much of an opportunity I missed out on it. And so going into this cycle, in my opinion, Richard Hart has only gotten better at being able to create an ecosystem that's going to perform really, really well. He understands what the good parts of Hex were. He understands the bad parts of it. And in my opinion, what we can do with PulseChain and PulseX and all of the above, it is kind of a playground for the whole community to build on. So that's the beauty of the whole thing, is it's all bonded together. So when we have all of this new liquidity coming in my eyes, Richard Hart's perfectly kind of crafted this ecosystem that is, you could go buy the SUI, you could go buy the C or the whatever chain, Arbitrum. You could go over there and trade altcoins, and there's liquidity and opportunity. But when you're talking about an ecosystem that's perfectly engineered to see gains and have abundance of opportunity across multiple pairs, in my opinion, there's very few better opportunities out there, which is the whole reason why it was like, I obviously screwed up on missing out on Hex the first time, but PulseX, PulseChain, Inc., all of the above, you really shouldn't miss out on that twice, because this is a huge opportunity in my eyes.
The biggest, real quick, the biggest thing I just want to stress is go look for yourself. Look how much Inc., Hex, PulseX, and PLS is out there for sale. And then just realize there's potentially hundreds of millions of dollars that can flow into this chain. And if you're not bullish off of that, then I don't know what to tell you guys.
And I just wanted to correct my numbers a little more bullish. So when I was giving you that 0.2%, basically that's been burnt, that's just from the validators. Like you guys pointed out, pump tires has been burning, and there are other burn sources. So when that's tallied together, we're actually at almost a full % of the supply going. So I just wanted to chime that in there.
Nice. One thing I want to mention that may not be important today, but I think it is long term, is PulseChain is a fork of Ethereum. Ethereum was essentially PulseChain's testnet, as far as I'm concerned, and that means that any upgrade that happens on Ethereum can happen on PulseChain. So I believe there's been 4 updates on Ethereum that have not been pushed to PulseChain. They could be pushed to PulseChain in the future. Right, it could be done all at once or one at a time. I believe it would have to be done in order, the same order it was done on Ethereum. So we have like an upgradable chain, right? That's really cheap, way cheaper than Ethereum. It's faster than Ethereum. That can absorb all the technology of Ethereum as it comes to pass. So as far as the amount of money that's spent on researching the upgrades on Ethereum, it's big numbers, right? Like millions of dollars. They're paying devs to figure out how to do sharding and all this fancy stuff on Ethereum. We could have all of it. It would probably take a little bit of time and be a little bit of work, but it's on the table. So I am bullish on the long term of Pulse Chain because I'm bullish on the long term of Ethereum.
And I think right now you should be more bullish on Ethereum than ever. For a while there, people were complaining about Ethereum, the underperformance, kind of the soy boy mentality, the leaders over there. But, you got Joe Lubin, the co-founder of Ethereum, really stepping up with SharpLink Gaming. They now hold more Ethereum than any other entity, more than the Ethereum Foundation. You got Thomas Lee going on board with the Bitcoin miner that sold Bitcoin to swap it for Ethereum to create an Ethereum strategic reserve. You got Coinbase adding Ethereum to their books because now it's regulatory compliant within the United States, and companies can count Ethereum and Bitcoin holdings towards their AUM. So a lot of things happening for Ethereum. And then, of course, the Stablecoin Act. Where are people going to be building and deploying the stablecoins? 90% of that liquidity will be deployed through Ethereum. So if, for the people who say that Pulse Chain is leverage of Ethereum, or for you who says that Ethereum is a test net for Pulse Chain, about the speculation of Ethereum holdings by the Pulse Chain sacrifice wallet, whichever way you look at it, because everybody can have their own opinion. I think a lot of it points to Ethereum does good, Pulse Chain is going to do even better. And I think we're right on the right track here and right on the cusp of great things. And if this whale wasn't dumping right now, millions and millions of dollars over the past couple of weeks extracted and sold for Ethereum, I think Pulse Chain would have had another big move, probably another 100, 200% higher from here, because really the exit liquidations have been coming in his form for millions of dollars. And we already talked about how it doesn't take much to pump this chain. That means it doesn't take much to dump the chain either. And then, of course, you have the opportunity traders who are on-chain sleuths looking at the blockchain and trying to front-run his dumping, and they sold out their positions looking to buy back cheaper as well. So unfortunate timing there, but I think in the long run, it's good to get these guys out here for cheaper, and it becomes that much easier to rise even faster because those guys were going to sell at some point very early anyways. They weren't looking for 100x or 1,000x or 10,000x. They would have been selling into a 3x, into a 5x. So better get them out down here, and let's ride the wave of Ethereum here in the short-term future, and let's see what Richard Hart and the rest of the community can do to get Pulse Chain some new adoption.
I just want to say, I just really quickly want to say, one of the ways we know how Bitcoin and Ethereum, how they're going to go up in value is every 4 years, the money markets just start printing money, right? I heard something recently. I don't know exactly how true this is, but I heard they're going to basically print twice as much money as they did in 2021. Take with that how you will.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the money printing per se. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. Obviously, the straight up printing of money would cause inflation again, which is what this administration is trying to avoid. But I know the bill that they signed in does increase the national debt limit by $5 trillion, and that has to come out of somewhere. So you are onto something there. I'd like to dig a little deeper. But yeah, when quantitative easing and $5 trillion extra national debt, that's going to flow somewhere. And when what we're looking at, the assets that we're investing in are all pegged against the dollar and the dollar continues to lose value, well, they go up forever. So we'll see what happens. We know that the COVID times were explosive for the crypto markets and risk on assets. And right now, Pulse Chain is going to be one of the biggest plays risk on assets this cycle. And I think you're onto something there.
The winds are definitely changing. I don't know. At least I'm hopeful. I mean, Jim Cramer even, like, you gave all the best reasons to be bullish. So he came out bearish, which is awesome. He's bearish on Ethereum specifically. And then I'm looking today and I'm like, oh, Bitcoin's down 1.5%. Ethereum's up 2.5% while Bitcoin's down 1.5%. That I haven't seen that in a long time. So that's got me a little excited. I don't know. Maybe I'm just getting ahead of myself like always. But
well, and I know we keep talking about Ethereum, and this is a Pulse Chain spaces right here. But I mean, a lot of them, they're tied together in a big way. Yeah. And I see people over in the comment box being like, "Oh, ETH to $7,000 would be good," or "I don't think I could see Ethereum at $14,000," or then there's somebody here with the bigger number, and you got Jim Cramer bearish on ETH, and I mean, that to me is a great sign because that means that the upside potential is much higher. Not everybody here is calling for $100,000 ETH or anything like that. What I will say is I've been calling for $244,000 Bitcoin, which from these levels would be like another 2x. And if historically the Ethereum ratio goes up to where it was and gets to like a 5-to-1, another 500% increase from the level it's at now, that means that Ethereum would do a 5x of what Bitcoin does for the remainder of the cycle. That would be a 10x in Ethereum, which would be a $30,000 ETH. Now, I need to dig in more data. I'm not going to call that right here, but the reason that I do think that's possible is the Ethereum strategic reserve narrative that's going on. And these companies are literally trying to get more Ethereum, stake to earn Ethereum, and hoard Ethereum to get a bigger ratio of Ethereum per share for shareholders. And on finite supply asset, and Ethereum is deflationary, unlike Bitcoin being inflationary, that can be a recipe for fireworks. And the fact that so many people are just going to be thrilled that Ethereum gets to 5K, I think that there could be a big runner in Ethereum, and hopefully the sacrifice wallet, the liquidity bonding, and everything that we already talked about can be even a supercharger on PulseChain this cycle, because I truly believe that Richard Hart's going to come back in a big way and put on a magic carpet ride himself for the chain. So if we get Ethereum to help us by going over 10K, 15K, dare I say 30K, well, that would be crazy.
In my
30K
opinion,
makes a sack bag worth $5 billion.
in my opinion, ETH has basically just as much scarcity as Bitcoin. There's only about 5x more coins, 21 million versus about 106 million. That's not that much. Honestly, I can see a future where Ethereum hits 50,000 to 100,000. It's just maybe going to take a couple cycles.
As far as, talking about Ethereum beside PulseChain, I think going forward, that's not a terrible thing. I think if we can get more influencers that talk about Ethereum, like, to that audience, to mention PulseChain as like a natural extension, I think that would be cool. Three of us here are kind of PulseChain only guys as far as our influence. That'd be myself, Top Gun, and Briz. But DIY and Crypto Hitman, I think you guys have a little bit more diverse audience. Do you think you could help us out with that?
Nice. Yeah, that's definitely part of the push. I think the other thing that we haven't mentioned, maybe it just goes because we assume everybody knows it. Like you said, with Ethereum being the fork, it is EVM compatible, which is a much easier development suite for many developers. Also much more easier onboarding. A lot of people, if they have a MetaMask, they can easily get over the bridge or Liberty Swap to get over here to PulseChain, which I think is very important when we start getting these no coiners on board and the next retail wave. It's going to be a lot easier to get them here than a Solana, for example, or a different development suite. So EVM compatibility is another reason that I do like PulseChain and think it's positioned pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, I've always been trying to get people over to PulseChain as much as I possibly can because I see the opportunity. And realistically, is if you can trade on another chain and, actually use DEXs and things, moving over to PulseChain isn't that much of a difference. It's all the same stuff. It's just a matter of finding it. So, if it's a matter of just having more people come over here and then share the information out there, get it on YouTube, help as many people as you can, because if you see the opportunity, then you can help other people see the same opportunity. And for me, I've been over here trading for the last couple of years. It's really no different than any of the other chains. And so I've already onboarded quite a few people just because my way of thinking is PulseChain is still kind of reminds me of just like the early internet where there's all these layers and stuff and you can access like infinite parts when, they're going to be able to kind of fine tune all of this. The more adoption we have, it's still hard to use a lot of Web3. So for the average person in general, them actually using a DEX is, extremely difficult. So the idea of all of retail kind of coming on board, in my eyes, there's going to be something that comes on, whether it's like a wallet that's like a smart wallet that allows you to kind of simplify liquidity giving, swapping on DEXs and stuff, which a lot of wallets already do to a big extent. When we have some of these things that retail can use, in my eyes, it really unlocks the potential for real adoption over here. And we're not very far off with that. Like you said, PulseChain is real plug and play. So anything that Ethereum does, they can kind of, bring it over and hopefully look to actually improve a lot of those things. Ethereum's really set in stone, which makes it difficult to kind of work and improve on what the idea was. But PulseChain, in my eyes, it's a lot more of a community-driven thing where it's kind of what the community wants to build is what's going to actually play the focal point, which is why I came over here. I think that's the opportunity in PulseChain as a whole.
That's a good point, and I think it's worth noting that most of the protocols, utility things that are on Ethereum that are the most used ones are available on PulseChain, right? Like, so we have Liquidity forks. We have a fork of GMX. We have a fork of which is called Fame. We have a fork of Aave, which is called Fiat. We have a fork of Convex, which is called Tupacs. What else we got, Briz? Help me out here. Multiple Liquidity forks, obviously. We have
yeah, the Hex DC. What was the other one? Earn Protocol, Flex Protocol, Two
Yeah,
Fucks. Yeah.
There we
You got
go.
'em
Those
all.
are the Liquidity forks. So those are all stable coins. We have our own bridges. We have our own wallets with the Internet Money Wallet, the time token that pays you in Pulse just to hold it. The wallet fees actually go to the holders of the token and not to the back to the protocol. That's cool. Yeah, there's definitely lots of DeFi on Pulse Chain. Not to mention meme tokens. Like we have our entire meme coin ecosystems that are completely separate from what's happening on Ethereum.
Yeah, we're pumping the wrong token right now, guys. Ethereum up to 31.33, the highest it's been in quite a long time here. And inevitably it's going to roll over to Pulse Chain. It's just a matter of time here. So just wanted to get that out there as well. And
Nice.
to go back to what
DIY
DIY investing was saying is, like, I do think that the community here, the cult here, the builders here are way more hyper aware of what is good token economics and LP bonding, because you even see it in the meme coins, that these meme coins understand that adding a large portion of the tokens and burning them in liquidity pools with the blue chips or with some other core tokens is really the way forward, and understanding that if you get that liquidity built now at the lows, it becomes much easier on the way up, because you're going to get to ride that wave as well. You're going to be able to have a massive backing. So when you get to large market capitalizations, whether you're a fundamental project or just a meme coin, that there's actually liquidity there for people to exit into, and the charts don't just get nuked and go to zero. And then all the momentum and morale is lost and everybody exits out at the same time. So that is what I like to see. Everything that is launching now, I guess I can't say everything. Everything that I see that's launching is doing a really good job of creating LP pools with not just PLS, but a lot of the blue chips and some of the other projects on chain that have really good deflationary token economics. And that will pay off when this market cycle gets going. And it is really going to be a flywheel for momentum for altcoins and a lot of the blue chips on chain for Pulse Chain.
I remember the other protocols that were I was missing. There are 3 liquid staking forks on Pulse Chain. So like forks of like Rocket Pool, Staffy, and then one custom fork with the UPLS, VPLS, and STPLS. So it's Project Pi. I want to say Validator X and the Vouch protocol. So there's liquid staking on Pulse Chain. Instead of running a validator, you can just participate with those. That's huge business on Ethereum. I think it'll be huge business on Pulse Chain too. So we got all the best stuff. It's just cheaper.
Huge. Yeah. Orange Man says Pulse Chain good. Maybe sometime. We'll see. This is Crypto Week. Come on, Orange Man. Please say.
Don Jr. loves Richard Hart.
Shout out to Don Jr. Come on the show sometime. Come on, join the panel. I'll give my closing remarks time. Let's do it.
Come on in. The water's fine.
Come on in. Get a 10,000X. Look at the website. It'll tell you all you need to know. Seriously. Gents, thank you so much for rounding out this amazing PulseX Conference 2025. I met so many new people, a lot of people I haven't seen for a while, people that are on the show all the time. Like, I love the mix of the participants and speakers and chat, and everyone's just been amazing. So, Pulse Chain panel, thanks for giving me a few minute break as well. I'm a little tired at this point, but to be expected. And you do the work, so I do the work on that one. I do the work. That's the thing. So thank you for doing the work as well, gentlemen. Appreciate you all. Let's go. Like literally, let's go.
On the cusp. Let's do it.
Let's go. Goodbye. Let's go. No, almost did it. Oh, goodbye. See you, Nick. There we go. Goodbye. Let's go. See, I only clicked the wrong button 3 times today. Much better than yesterday, I think. And Mike doesn't suck today, right? Mike good. Mike okay. Mike good. Oh man, it's been a great one. Great past couple days. I'm definitely I'm okay. We're going almost 6.5 hours. It's not like I've been streaming for 6.5 hours myself. I've actually talked very little compared to everyone else. I did one. There's so many great talks, so many great submissions. I only gave myself one 15-minute lightning talk. I'm like, I got to do the security one. I got to do the security and privacy one. So I'm so glad that worked out. And yeah, it's, I mean, there could have been somebody, I'm sure next time, like there was a lot of people who spoke at the last one, did speak at this one for, you know, some people were working or busy or just couldn't make for whatever reason, or schedule conflicts and all that stuff too. And totally understand, no worries. And then, I myself made some scheduling mistakes as well. That it's just hard, you know, balancing all this stuff. Chat, you got 5 different chats going on, and I'm looking at the chat, I'm balancing, going back and forth with speakers, introducing. A lot goes into it. I'm just trying to give you an idea of, like, you know, try to do the best we can, try to do the best I can here, putting on these events. And I really am, like, just super thankful that the community wants to participate. Again, there's no conference, there's no events, there's not just, you know, I guess I could do some solo, but I don't think I wouldn't want to do that. And I don't think anyone else would enjoy it nearly as much either. And I'm not expert on everything. And just so happy we could get everyone together and to do this. And yeah, I'm excited to do events. I started doing the Pulse Conference 2055, and that went really well. And then PulseX Conference 2025, and also went super well. Very happy with that. Did the best we can on that one. And then Hex Week, just want to drop this in. Let me drop the poll in the chat, by the way. If you've been onboarded by this conference, please let me know. Please, honest answers only. I dropped the link in the chat. Click on that poll. Vote if you're on the X platform. Always curious to see effectiveness. Again, these are like rough numbers. They may be like 3 people who say yes on there, and we could have onboarded 300, or it could be vice versa and the internet and stuff too. But always curious to see, you know, how effective these things are, what we're doing as far as market. I mean, this is part marketing, right? This is part community. This is part onboarding. This is part, you know, again, channeling the community, channeling our energy, putting all our stuff together, putting a lot of our best content, our best ideas, a lot of our, you know, the builders, and so many things came together for this. I mean, we had AI, we had something for everyone. So again, theme PulseX, best decks, awesome decks. Love the PulseX. I mean, just so many great things going on in the community. It may be hard to see from time to time. You may, you know, try not to get fudded out. You know, there's plenty of reasons to be bullish and optimistic, though, if you're looking for them. I'm certainly looking for them. You know, pretty much every day at this point. You know, you see me posting, and no expectations. I can stop at any moment. But at least for now, I feel, and I guess for the last three years since I've been streaming, I don't feel like I've been pretty consistent as far as I just didn't want to take that much time off. I didn't want to spend a lot of time on other things. This was the most important thing, I think, that to do, you know, and make a contribution and make an impact, and, you know, keep us bullish and bring good information. And, you know, you can talk about the self-development stuff with sci-vive and all that, being the best version of yourself. And the community has changed. We've added people, subtracted, you know, all these things over time. But I hope everyone out there, I mean, the one thing that I like to always get, you know, joy from too, is being a force multiplier, and really, again, multiplying the positive voices, multiplying the education, multiplying, you know, helping other people, inspiring other people to do the same. And, you know, my brand is different than other people's brands, and we have 1 of everyone, and we have 5 of everyone, and not everyone has to be the same either. So there's people out there that are doing things and talking about stuff and pushing different directions that, you know, I'm not as interested in, and it's probably vice versa as well. So I'm glad that we could all, you know, hopefully this will be a great summer for us, put all our strengths together, put our positive voices, put on the positivity, you know, fade the noise, you know, connect with the signal type of deal, and help, you know, what I've talked about with Richard, what I think he likes, you know, maybe one thing he wants to do too is make more people like him, in the sense of making an impact in the world. And I tweeted this the other day, like, it's hard to, you know, poor people can't help poor people. You gotta be, you know, rich people is much easier. So I think there's a lot of people in the community, a lot of people in the world who want to, you know, get wealthy, get wealthier, get rich, get richer, put their capital in a place where over time, it ain't no get rich quick. I mean, that's kind of a lucky trading thing. And if you could do that, more power to you. But go to a place, be a part of a movement, be a part of a thing that you can take your talents and feel like you did something and make a contribution. And again, make a bunch of money and go fund longevity research, make a bunch of money and go live your best life, make a bunch of money, sit on the beach, whatever you want to do. I believe very much in self-sovereignty, and everyone, whatever they earn, whatever they're able to do, whatever they're able to put together, and to do what they want with it. So see people out there dumping, whatever, that's your coin to do what you want with them. You're out there buying a DCA, and I wish you the maddest of gains. And just watch out, because that the sudden green candle syndrome, sudden green candle syndrome. We got sudden wealth syndrome. We could see sudden green candle syndrome. Could come at you fast. And I hope you're bridged into PulseChain. I hope you got the opportunity to get the coins if you haven't already, and do all that fun stuff that we got ahead. So let's go. Let's get it. There's your motivational 5-minute piece I got for you there. And, I guess I'll end on this too. I think, they say all that got a lot of quit in them. That guy over there, that guy over there got a lot of quit in them. Not very ambitious, not easy to stop what they're doing, easy to give up, all that stuff. I don't have a lot of quit in me. I'm here to win, and I hope you are too, because we're going to win. Let's go. Let's go, PulseChain. That's all I got for you today. Sci-vive 5555 PulseX Conference 2025 is done. Thank you very much.
PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange. That's PulseX, DexVR, PulseChain. PulseX, volume decentralized exchange.